Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Ichigo was Soul King's new heir and harem? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Blaze Ninja Zero for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Let's start this video. What a boring way for this to end, Kenpachi said as Ichigo fell to the floor as his Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, broke in half. No more, he asked the fallen teen before turning away and saying, no fun at all. Damn it, Ichigo thought as he tried to get up. I don't want to die. He continued thinking, not here, not in a place like this, he thought as he made a fist. I can't afford to die yet, Ichigo thought as he looked at the captain's back that had taken him down. Move body. Got to stop the bleeding, he thought as blood flowed out of him. You have to let me fight one more time, he told himself. I have to save Rukia. He mentally yelled at himself as he pulled the top half of his body up. And as Kenpachi put his Zanpakuto on his shoulder, time seemed to stop. There seemed to be another man that appeared in front of Kenpachi. The man started to walk over to Ichigo. He was taller than Kenpachi with a lean build and seemed to be middle-aged. He had pale skin, high cheekbones, stubble, and long ragged black hair with brown highlights. His attire consists of a tattered white dress shirt with an upturned collar and cuffs, black pants, low-heeled boots, and a long, amorphous black overcoat with a burgundy highlight that flares into ragged ends. On his face were brown-tinted, semi-transparent wraparound sunglasses. As he walked over to the downed teen, his coat billowed out. Do you want to fight? He asked Ichigo. Do you want to? He said before getting butt off by a high-pitched, distorted voice. Oh no, you don't, you bastard, the voice said as Ichigo looked behind him to see a pale white version of himself. They had waist-long white hair, black pupils, white irises, and black scara. He was dressed in a long-sleeved, ankle-length black shihakusho with red lining, which is closed at his chest and left to flare out into ragged ends. Ichigo could see that the shihakusho over the chest was loose, and he had a hollow hole. You tried to take my place, and look where it got him, the hollow said as he looked at the man. What are you? Ichigo asked him. You are not a full human, the hollow said as he looked at Ichigo, who looked confused. Remember what your mother said to you when you were younger? He asked Ichigo. That I must protect my sisters? He asked the hollow, confused. Close, but no, the hollow said as he pointed to both Ichigo and then to the man. You are 3, yet you are 1, he told him. Do not tell him, the man yelled at the hollow. You are Shinigami. Hollow and Quincy, the hollow said, shocking Ichigo into silence. Why did you tell him? The Quincy asked the hollow. While what the hollow said is true, as I am the spirit of your Quincy powers, I am also part of your Zanpakuto, the man said as Ichigo gained a look of shock. What do you mean a part of my Zanpakuto? Ichigo asked the man. What he means is when you were born, we were born, me as your true Zanpakuto and him as your Quincy power. But, the hollow said as he looked at Ichigo before turning to the man. When Rukia transferred her powers over to use the hollow said as he indicated to the Quincy spirit, used his hollow suppression powers to subdue me and make himself your blade, the hollow said. Before both spirits could start arguing with each other, Ichigo spoke up. Before both of you start fighting, we need to take this guy out first, Ichigo said. He's right, the man said as all three of them looked at Kenpachi. Ichigo, do you know why we hate the rain? The hollow said as he put a hand on Ichigo as Kenpachi's hole started to heal. It rains in your inner world as well, the man said as Zangetsu seemed to heal itself. If your heart is troubled, the sky will become cloudy, the hollow said as time restarted. Kenpachi stopped walking and turned back to Ichigo. If you grieve, it will rain ever so easily, the man continued as Ichigo got back onto his feet. Do you understand the fear of being rained on in this lonely world? The hollow asked Ichigo as Kenpachi looked shocked at seeing Ichigo back on his feet. To stop that rain, we will lend you any strength, the man said as golden Ryatsu burst out of him. Any power, if you just have faith in us. We will not allow any rain to fall on this world, the hollow said as the Ryatsu built and built. Trust us, Ichigo. As long as we are here, you will never fight alone, the man said as he started to glow in the same golden color. What the hell? He had no pulse, Kenpachi thought as he looked on in shock. And yet he is standing again, Kenpachi thought as he turned fully on to face Ichigo. His Ryatsu, Kenpachi said as Ichigo, who was entirely on his feet as he put Zangetsu on his shoulder, then looked at his chest, and his chest is healed, the captain of the 11th Division thought. The Ryatsu faded from Ichigo as he jumped at Kenpachi and slashed at his shoulder, drawing out a large burst of blood. Kenpachi looked shocked as Ichigo went on the assault with the strikes of Zangetsu. I can't hold him, Kenpachi thought as Ichigo slashed at the other shoulder, drawing out another large spray of blood, and then he sent Kenpachi flying back. Kenpachi drove his blade into a wall to stop himself, and started breathing hard. Sorry, but I haven't any time to waste here, Ichigo told him as he held Zangetsu in a defensive position. I'm going to have to make quick work of this, Ichigo told him. Hi, Kenpachi laughed as a crazed smile formed on his face. You want to finish it quickly, he asked the teen. Oh, there's no way that I can allow that, Kenpachi told him as his smile became insane. Not now when we're having so much fun, he yelled as he charged at Ichigo after a burst of his Ryatsu. Ichigo raised Zangetsu and cut Kenpachi from the center of his nose to the side of his cheek. He brought his Zanpakuto up, cut Ichigo's cheek, and cut it, forcing Ichigo to jump back. Kenpachi started to deliver crazed strikes at Ichigo. Ha, I love it, he yelled as he forced Ichigo back. How did you come back from the dead? He asked the teen as Ichigo blocked a blow and struck at Kenpachi's side. And how come you seem so much stronger all of a sudden? Kenpachi asked Ichigo as he delivered his crazed strikes. Ichigo pushed Kenpachi's Zanpakuto to the side. This battle has opened the door to so many questions, Kenpachi yelled as he turned to face Ichigo. But I'm willing to forget about them for the moment. Let's just have fun with this fight, he yelled as he sends out powerful strikes that Ichigo blocks and attacks with his own slashes. Ichigo got another hit to Kenpachi's shoulder, and then jumped back as the captain sent out a piercing strike. Kenpachi looked at Ichigo and sent out a burst of Ryatsu just as Ichigo jumped at his with a slash of Zangetsu but was blocked by the chipped blade. Damn it, no matter how much I cut him, he still won't go down, Ichigo thought as he struggled against the other Zanpakuto. Something's not right here. What's wrong with you? Do you really like fighting that much? Ichigo asked the man. That's crazy. Aren't you afraid of dying? Ichigo asked the captain. Afraid of dying? Kenpachi asked as if not knowing the meaning of those words. I can't believe you'd ask such a stupid question, he told Ichigo with a dark look on his face. Someone so strong, he said as his eyes gained a crazed look. How can you not love doing battle? He answered the teen, who looked shocked. You should enjoy it, he told Ichigo. Revel in death and pain. Isn't that the price that we warriors pay? He asked Ichigo. With a solid one-handed strike, he went at him with Ichigo blocking with Zangetsu and slashing at Kenpachi's chest. Ichigo started to push his assault as he gave more and more cuts to Kenpachi, spraying the captain's blood all over the place. Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Kenpachi laughed as the look in his eyes became crazed. At last, finally, I have met my equal, he told Ichigo as he gazed at the sky. In fact, you might be even better than me, he told him. I can't remember when I felt such elation, he said to the teen. Why is he still so confident? Ichigo asked himself. Kenpachi started to reach up to the eye patch. Against you, he said as he held his eye patch with one hand. I think that I can fight with no restraints at all, he said as he ripped off the eye patch. Once the eye patch was off, he sent out a large wave of purple Ryatsu that spiraled to the heavens and shook the ground. What the hell when he took his eye patch off, and his Ryatsu went through the roof. Ichigo thought as he used Zangetsu to shield himself from the wind. Ha, it's a little late in the fight to try something new, isn't it? Ichigo asked him. What nasty little secret have you been hiding behind that eye patch? Hiding? Kenpachi asked. Ha, as if I'd stoop so low to use tactics like that, he continued showing Ichigo the eye patch. I had the 12th Division make this little monster for me, he told Ichigo as the teen could see that it had mouths that were chomping at nothing. It consumes large amounts of Ryatsu from the one wearing it, he told Ichigo. And he was shocked at the invention of such a thing. And by taking it off, I'm realizing 100% of my Ryatsu, Kenpachi continued as he let the eye patch drift in the wind. The purple color dissipated as he took his blade back into his hand and slashed at the building next to him. And he cut through the entire building. And I'm going to use every bit of it to kill you, he told Ichigo darkly with a smile on his face. It's that simple, he continued. Ichigo looked at the Zanpakuto in Kenpachi's hand, and he adjusted his grip. Can you hear that, Ichigo? The spirit of Ichigo's Quincy powers asked the teen. Can you hear the cries of his sword? The hollow spirit asked as both of them formed next to him, and aided him with the large blade. Ichigo looked at the chipped and cracked blade in his opponent's hand, giving off a purple glow. But the one thing he could hear was that the blade was screaming. You hear it, but he cannot, the Quincy spirit said as Ichigo took a deep breath. And when two who do not trust each other fight together, the strength they each possess is diminished, the hollow spirit told him as all three of them looked at the man that was the captain of the 11th division. One who believes in only himself cannot understand this, the Quincy spirit informed the team. King, do you have complete and utter faith in us? The hollow asked him. It goes without saying, Ichigo said as he started to glow gold once more. I'm putting all of my power in your hands, Zangetsu. Do with me what you will, Ichigo said to both spirits. And lend me your power to win this fight, he told them. Yes, both spirits said as Ichigo released his Ryatsu matched Kenpachi's. Even now, your Ryatsu still increases, Kenpachi said as he craved the fight. Excellent, he told Ichigo. Of course, it keeps increasing because I'm borrowing Zangetsu's power and fighting alongside them, he said without thinking as both spirits looked at each other in shock. And I can never lose to someone like you who fights all alone, Ichigo told him as black and crimson Ryatsu joined his gold. I'm 3 times as strong, he said to the captain. Zangetsu, is that the name of your Zanpakuto? Kenpachi asked with disgust. And so you are borrowing the power of your sword and fighting alongside it? He asked as if the word had no meaning. What nonsense, he said as both their Ryatsu. Zanpakuto are simply weapons, he said as his grip tightened on his sword. Your approach is that of a weakling. A boy who has so little confidence in his own strength that he must borrow power of Zanpakuto, he said as his smile became craved. Well, that's not my approach, weaklings die, he screamed as his Ryatsu took the shape of a giant menacing skull. Here he comes, Ichigo/King, both of Ichigo's spirits said to him. But we're nearing the limit of healing we can give, so we shall finish this in one blow, the Quincy spirit said as the Ryatsu formed a horned devil-like skull, roaring at Kenpachi. The gold formed the skull's outline, with the skull's main body being black and the markings on the skull were crimson. They ran at each other and slashed at the other, where Ryatsu joined together and formed an explosion. And once it died down, Ichigo and Kenpachi were standing in the center of a massive pile of destruction. Soul King Palace, Greater Soul King Palace, Throne Room. Deep within the Soul King Palace, a man sat on a throne, staring off into space. The man had slicked back dark hair, oval eyes and skinny eyebrows. His arms and legs seemed to be made out of black razor. His eyes snapped to the floor, as did the 8 black irises. 4 per eye. So you have come, my great-grandson, he said before a smile formed. He got up as his arms and legs dissipated, and a golden oval that looked like amber formed around him. Senseiku. All of the building around them was either ruble or cut in half. With Ichigo and Kenpachi, Ichigo had the blade of Zangetsu within the shoulder of Kenpachi and Ichigo was stabbed by the other. Blood started to form around the wound from Kenpachi's sword as he pulled the worn blade out of Ichigo, and Ichigo did the same. They both fell to the floor, and while Zangetsu stayed as one blade this time, Kenpachi's Zanpakuto broke this time. A little girl with pink hair walked up and bowed to Ichigo. Thank you so much, she said to him. Kenny had a great time, Ichi, she said to the down team. Within Ichigo's inner world, the world was like the world of the living, but it was on its side. And I mean everything, as both spirits were standing on the side of a building. That girl, the hollow said as he gazed off, so that his Zanpakuto spirit, he said in thought. Hollow, we need to talk, the Quincy half of Ichigo called out. About what? The hollow half asked. For once since Ichigo had awakened his powers, we have worked together, the Quincy said as the pale white Ichigo nodded his head. We need to find a way to do this more often so that Ichigo does not suffer, he continued. So what do you propose? The hollow asked the other spirit. We find one of those Asachis to put our powers into it, the Quincy said as the hollow nodded his head. Or you get 3 of them, another voice said as they both turned to the voice as blades formed in their hands. The Quincy's blade is the size of Ichigo's Shirkai sword, once again in the shape of a kyber knife, with the grip at the base of the blade and a handle extending back from the rough width and length of his forearm, while the hollow's blade is relatively small, about the size of a spirit's arm, and is similar to the Quincy's blade, but resembles a trench knife more than a sword. They turned to see a man dressed in shihakusho, with arms and legs made out of jet black razor. Other the shihakusho was a royal purple and gold shihakusho. He had slicked back dark hair, oval eyes and skinny eyebrows. You even have your swords, the man said as he walked up to them, and he was with two women. The first was a beautiful pale-skinned young woman whose overall appearance resembled a Yukiana. Her waist-length pale lavender hair is partially tied up at the back in a long bun, and falls behind her shoulders, while a strand falls between her icy blue eyes. It is parted on the right side of her head by a blue star-shaped hair clip. She wears a white kimono with oversized sleeves and an extended hem. A pale yellow-green obi wrapped around her waist, attached to a large, pale purple bow on her back. The second was of a young girl in her early mid-teens with a slender physique, and she is very tall and slender with long black hair that extends past her waist with locks of hair that frame her face down to her chin, and shows off her high forehead, green eye and pale skin. She has a narrow waist and very large breasts. Her attire is a defined, robe-like overcoat with white lining and a hood. "Who are you?" the Quincy asked as he raised the blade. "Oh, you both have your blades as well," the man said as he gained a smile. "Hey," the Quincy asked, "for your name?" The hollow spirit asked him as he pointed his blade at the man. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Hao." "The Soul King," the man said as he introduced himself. "And these two women that are with me are the spirits of Rukia Kuchiki Zanpakuto, Sodi no Shiryuki." "How?" said as he indicated to the Yukiana. "Good afternoon," Sodi no Shiryuki said to them, getting a nod from both of Ichigo's spirits. "And this young lady is the spirit of the Hogyoku," Hao said as he pointed to the teenage girl. "Hello," she said with a nod. "And what you doing here?" the Quincy half of Zangetsu asked them. "I have come with a deal for your master," Hao told the two of them. "Senseiku." Ichigo was unconscious in the crater he and Kenpachi had made with blood around him. Two women walked up to him. One was dressed in the standard Shinigami captain uniform apart from using an obi instead of the traditional sash. She was a slender and very youthful woman with blue eyes and black hair. The obi that she was wearing hides her well-endowed bosom. Her hair is long and worn as a large braid down the front of her body. The other was a tall and well-endowed young-looking woman with gray eyes and short messy silver hair with strands on the right side of her face that were shoulder-length and styled as two thin braids. She wears a thin dangling red earring on each ear and a standard Shinigami uniform with her lieutenant badge on her left arm. And the number of the division that they were from was the 4th. "So this is one of the Ryoka?" the silver-haired woman asked her captain. "Yes, Isane," the captain said as they walked over to him. "You two can stop right there," a male voice said as they both turned to see a black cat with gold eyes looking at them. "Yorichi Shihoin," the captain said as she looked at the cat. "Why are you here?" she asked the cat. "To save someone that is falsely accused," Yorichi said as they walked over to Ichigo. "I apologize. I know I'm a little late," they said to the down team. "You're here to save Rukia Kuchiki?" the lieutenant asked the cat. "You've been cut up pretty good," Yorichi said, ignoring the two Shinigami. "But against someone like Kenpachi Zaraki, you could not expect any less," the cat told the unconscious teen. "Taking him out was quite the achievement," they continued. "Yorichi Shihoin, what are you doing here?" the captain asked once more before continuing. "Are you here to save Rukia Kuchiki? And did you kill Sosuke Aizen?" "So you all have fallen for the illusion," Yorichi said to them both. "What illusion?" the captain asked. "And is this a missing piece?" she thought. "His Zanpakuto Kyoka Suijetsu has the power of illusion and the special ability of Kenzen Simon," the cat told them. "And what can it do?" the lieutenant asked in shock. "It controls the 5 senses to the point where it can make the target misinterpret another person's form, shape, mass, feel, and smell to be an enemy's," Yorichi told them as they looked at each other in shock. "How do you know this?" the captain asked the cat. "How do you think, Unohana?" the cat asked her back. "Shinji Hirako," Unohana asked, shocked. "But he's dead," she said. "Not dead. He was a test that Aizen did to merge Shinigami and Hollows and made something new," Yorichi said as she turned to look at the captain of the 4th Division. "He's now a visored," he told her. Both women were in shock before Unohana spoke up. "I already knew that something was up. But now I know," she said as she looked at the teen in the crater. "So we shall aid you in taking Aizen down," Unohana told the cat. "But Captain," Unohana's lieutenant said to her but was cut off. "Isane, I know that you don't want to do this. But I think it is time for the traitors of the Suriidii to get caught," Unohana told the silver-haired woman. But Isane tried to say. "You said that he fought Kenpachi," Unohana asked Yorichi. "That right, and he did well, and he had endured a great deal," Yorichi said as they returned their eyes to the teen. "And I have to say I'm impressed, so I shall not let you die, Ichigo," they told him as Yoruchi's body started to glow red. The red glow took over the cat's body as it grew and took a humanoid shape. Smoke began to form around it before the red glow faded. With the smoke stood a slender and well-endowed woman of average height. She has dark skin, golden irises, and black hair. Her hair is waist-length and kept in a ponytail with chin-length bangs framing the sides of her face. Oh, and she was. PPP put some clothes on, Isane stuttered out as Unohana giggled as she looked at the red face of her lieutenant. Don't have any, me, she told the woman with a smile. She then turned her head to look off into the distance. More are coming, she said to them as they looked in the same direction. You're right, Unohana said before looking at Ichigo. Where shall we take him? She asked the Catwoman. There's a place within Sokaika Hill where we can take him, she told them as they nodded their head as Unohana lifted him up, and they all jumped off, within Ichigo's inner world. So let me get this right, the hollow part of Ichigo asked how, you want to make the king, the next Soul King, take out his grandfather and the man that wants to kill you and, in great part, the reason King is a hybrid of Shinigami Quincy Hollow, he said as Hao nodded his head. So you got the Hogyoku to split her spirit from her body, slowly sending Ruka's power back to her along with her Zanpakuto. The Quincy part continued after the Hollow. That's right, the Soul King said with another nod. And the Hogyoku is giving her body orders. And the first is to give back Rukia's power, the second is to give back Yoruchi's Zanpakuto, the third is to give a large portion of its power over to King, the Hollow Spirit added. That's right, Hao said as the two women looked at the Soul King with each raised brow. Your plan is insane, all four spirits told the Soul King. Sokaika Hill, secret underground area. Both members of the 4th Division, along with the Catwoman and the unconscious hybrid. Isane had forced Yoruchi to put on some clothes, as she was dressed in a black, backless, sleeveless undershirt, an orange overshirt with 2 white straps on each shoulder, a large beige sash around her waist, and black stretch pants with a pair of lightweight brown shoes. Long beige wrist and leg warmers each secured by bands. Unohana tended to Ichigo, but it seemed that she could not do much. This is most strange, she thought as she healed the hole in his chest. And to see that a white substance was healing it as well. What the captain of the 4th Division said, drawing the heads of the other two to her. What is it, Captain? Isane asked as she walked over to her. I have only seen this type of healing on hollows, and to stop the blood from getting out, I've only seen Quincy's do that, Unohana said, getting a shocked look from the two women. These also this, Unohana said as she pulled out a hollow mask. Where did he get a hollow mask from? Isane asked the two women. Ichigo said, drawing the eyes of the women to the teen as he opened his eyes to see them look back at him. Where am I? He thought as his eyes focused on the 3 women. Have I been captured? He thought. I'm not dead, he thought as he saw that one of the women was a captain, another was a lieutenant, and the other seemed familiar. Hey you're finally awake, the woman with dark skin said as Ichigo focused on her. Ichigo looked at her before her eyes gained a cat-like look to them. Yoruchi. Is that you? Ichigo asked her. That's right, she said to him. These two are on our side, she told the teen. Ichigo turned his head to look at the captain and lieutenant. I am Retsu Unohana, captain of the 4th Division, and this is Isane Kotetsu, my lieutenant, Unohana told him as he gained a spark of recognition. Hanataro's division, Ichigo said, getting a nod from Unohana. Thank you for saving my life, he thanked them. About that, you were almost fully healed by the time we got you here, Isane told the teen. What? He asked, confused. From what we can tell is that you have the powers of a Quincy and a Hollow, Unohana said, drawing Ichigo's eyes to her. I want to ask how you have that, she asked him. My Zanpakuto spirits, Zangetsu, told me that when I was born, I was a hybrid, Ichigo told them, getting a shocked look from the 3 of them. Shinigami Quincy Hollow hybrid, Isane said as she looked at the teen. That's right, he told her, his eyes then shot wide. Oh no, he said. He then shot up, and it seemed to reopen his wound. Damn it, he muttered as he crushed his chest. Now, hold still, Unohana said as she forced him down to heal him. But what about Chad, Oriheim, Yuryu, Ganju and Hanataro? Ichigo asked them. A male Ryoka with dark skin had been taken to the 4th by the captain of the 8th Division, Isane told the teen as she got to work healing him. Oriheim and Yuri are fine at the moment, Yoruchi told him but turned to look at one of the walls with a frown. The captain of the 13th Division is aiding both Hanataro and someone else from the captain of the 6th Division, Unohana told him as Yoruichi walked over to the door. Where are you going? Isane asked her as Yoruichi opened the door. I'll be back now, she told the three of them. I'm going to make sure that Ganju and Hanataro are going to be alright, she said before disappearing. Ichigo, the Quincy spirit of Zangetsu, called out to his master as Ichigo looked around. Zangetsu, Ichigo asked as he looked around. Both women looked at him in shock as he talked to his sword. We are going to need you to call us out, the hollow half said. How do I do that? He asked them. Just picture us taking form in front of you, the Quincy half told him. Ichigo did as he asked, closing his eyes and imagining them next to him. He pictured them standing before him, and then both spirits formed before him. Hello, King, the hollow said to him as he looked at the two women. And to you too as well, he said to them. Who are you two? Unohana asked the two spirits. We are the spirits of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, the Quincy part told them. But from what I was told by Captains Kairaku and Yukitake, when a Zanpakuto has two spirits, they have two blades, Unohana said to them. That is a story for another time, the hollow said to her before turning back to Ichigo. When you were unconscious, we got a visit, by someone, by the name of Hao, the hollow said as Unohana's eyes shot wide. The Soul King, she asked him. That's right, the Quincy half said as he looked at the captain, who looked shocked, and he said for you to get 3 Asachis, he told the team. A what? Ichigo asked the spirit. Asachis are the start of all Zanpakuto, Isane told him before turning to the spirits. But why 3? She asked them. Even though we are his Zanpakuto spirits, we are also the spirits of his hollow and Quincy powers. So he told us to get 1 for each power, the hollow told them. But why would I need 1? Ichigo asked both of them. I have your blade, he asked them. Remember, Ichigo, I am a Quincy, and I used my powers to make your blade, the Quincy spirit told him. So when I'm healed, I'll need to get 3 Asachis, Ichigo asked them. Both spirits nodded their heads before fading away. Well, that was something, Unohana said. And so, all 3 of them sat down and waited for the return of Yoruichi. Within Rukia's inner world, Rukia was sitting in her winter world, which was a snow-covered forest with a frozen lake in the middle that she used to watch her memories. Why did I do this? She asked herself. I think that you know, a voice alerted her as her head shot up. The voice was one that she missed. The voice of her Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shiryuki, Rukia said as she turned to see the Yukiana. You're back, she said. Your powers are slowly coming back to you, Sodi no Shiryuki said as she walked over to her mistress. By the time when the real traitors to the Tsuruidi, and you shall aid your partner, she continued. Who? Rukia asked the spirit. Ichigo Kurosaki, another voice said as both turned to see another Rukia. This Rukia had white hair, porcelain white skin, golden irises and black scara. She was dressed in the same clothes as Ruka, but instead of white, they were black. Hello, Queen, she said to Rukia as she walked over to them. A katana forms in Sodi no Shiryuki hands. The katana was completely white, the tsuba was a hollow snowflake-like circle, and a white ribbon flowed from the pommel. Who are you? Sodi no Shiryuki asked the copy of her mistress. I'm her inner hollow, she said as she pointed at the shocked Rukia. How? Rukia asked. I would never try to gain hollow powers, Rukia said, shocked. Yeah, it seems that the transfer, you are getting your powers back to you, she said as she sat down. But it works 2 ways as you have gained a part of his hollow powers that turned into me, she told them. Ichigo has hollow powers, she asked her hollow. He is a hybrid between Shinigami, Quincy and hollow, Sodi no Shiryuki told Ruka, who looked shocked at her Zanpakuto. Even though I have returned, there is a plan at the moment, Sodi no Shiryuki told Rukia, who looked confused. What plan? She asked. So Kayaka Hill, secret underground area. So when I was away, stopping Byakuya from killing his sister, you were finding out that Ichigo needs 3 Asachi, training in all 4 Shinigami arts, Yoruichi asked the 3 of them. After Yoruichi returned, she saw the shocked looks on the 3's faces, and asked them what was up. That's right, and with his hollow high-speed regeneration, he is back to what he was before fighting Captain Zaraki, Unohana told her. So all we need is a place to train him, she continued. Yoruichi looked at them before walking past them. Follow me, she said as she removed a panel that showed a ladder. You guys head down there and start your training while I get the Asachi, Yoruichi told them as they descended down the ladder. Now to get the Asachi, she said to herself as she jumped off. Training area. The training area was a large room with a ceiling and walls painted to resemble a cloudy sky over a floor of desolate, brown, craggy land dotted with dead trees. It also seemed to have a hot spring. This looks like Urahara's place, Ichigo said as he looked around the place. Unohana looked around before nodding her head. This place will do, she said before turning to Ichigo. Now we will train you how to use Kido, Unohana said as Ichigo nodded. Got it, he said as she pulled out an orb. This orb show how much Riryoku you have, she told him as she handed the orb to Isane, who placed her hands on it as it started to glow brightly. The brighter the glow, the more Riryoku the person has, Isane told him as she handed the orb to Ichigo. As soon as she let go of the orb, they became blinded by the orb's light. Sweet Soul King, Unohana thought as she could make out the shape of Ichigo in the blinding light. He could help me undo my sin. She felt the light stop and start to fade. What the hell is he? Isane thought as the light died down. All three of them started to blink the spots out of their eyes as they tried to gather what was in front of them. Okay then. Let's start with the basics, shall we? Unohana told Ichigo as she walked over to him. Do you know what Kido is? She asked Ichigo. They are spells that aid Shinigami in combat, Ichigo said as both women nodded. Good, now spells are graded on a scale from 1 to 99, Unohana told him as he nodded his head. Now spells that are in the high numbers are the ones that are the most powerful, and the most difficult to perform, she continued. Are there ways to make your own spells? Ichigo asked her. There are. But only a few people have made spells, she said, shocking Ichigo. Yes, and I think you may have met one of them anyway. Kido is broken into 5 types, as she held up a hand. I think I know 2 of them, Ichigo said as he closed his eyes. The first is Heido and the second is Bakudo, Ichigo said as she nodded. What can you tell me is the difference between the 2, she asked him. From what I saw, Heido is offensive while Bakudo is defensive, he said, getting another nod from the 2 women. The third is called Kaido, and it is used to heal people, Isane told him as Ichigo nodded and wished he had a notebook and a pen. Now the fourth is called seals, and they do as they say, and the fifth is barriers, which forms a large, barrier between the user and their target, Unohana told him. Alright then, let's start with Bakudo number 1, sigh, she tells him. A few hours later. Yo, I'm back, Yoruichi called out as she entered the training area to find that Ichigo had a long tendril of black and purple energy flowing off his hand and into the shape that resembled a skull with elongated teeth that resembled a claw. What the? She said as the others turned to her as the energy faded from his hand. Oh, hey Yoruichi, Ichigo called out to her. Oh, don't hey Yoruichi, she said as 3 humanoid bodies were behind her. What was that? She asked him. That was a Heido that he created called Death Claw, Isane told her. He made that spell, Yoruichi thought as she looked back at Ichigo, who was looking at the bodies behind her. What else can he do, she thought. Ah, I see you have brought the Asachi, Unohana said as Ichigo walked up to them. Before turning, look at them and ask, what do I do? Place your hands on one of them and push into it your Shinigami powers, and it should then become your Zanpakuto, Unohana said as Ichigo nodded his head. Ichigo nodded and turned to look at the Asachi in the middle. So he placed his hands on the humanoid body. Its body started to shrink in on itself as it became a blob in Ichigo's hands. He then closed his hand around the blob as it took the color black. Golden Ryatsu flowed around the blob before the Ryatsu was sucked into the now formed blade. In his hand was Dado. Both the blade and the cross guard were black. It had 4 prongs bent out to form the shape of the manji. The tsuka was red with a black tsukito wrapping around the tsuka with a short length of chain with a broken link at the end dangles from the base of the hilt. Ichigo moved his left arm up and placed his left hand on the chest of the left Asachi as it formed, doing the same as the first. Black Ryatsu burst out of Ichigo's left arm as his fingers sank into the blob and the black Ryatsu made it shrink down to form 2 rings. The main ring, worn on Ichigo's left middle finger, has an X in the middle with the words Kurosaki clan written on it, with a wolf's head at the end of the ring. A chain connects it to another smaller ring worn on his little finger. Ichigo then raised his right arm up to the remaining Asachi, and as the previous ones did, this one turned into another Dado, like his Zanpakuto in its sealed state. But this was pure white after being hit by red Ryatsu. King, now it's time to show you your true Shurkai, the hollow part of Zangetsu told him. You're right, he told his Zanpakuto as he subconsciously placed the blade with the hollow powers at his side. A saya formed around the hollow Dato, and a seijo attached itself to Ichigo's Shihakusho as he placed his other hand on the sealed form of Zangetsu. What are you doing? Yoruichi said before she saw Ichigo grip Zangetsu. Is he going to release it into Shirkai? Isane asked two women. He just gained his Zanpakuto, Yumiohana said, not expecting much. It seems that he is, Yoruchi said, but then looked at them. But no one knew that a hybrid could be born from the three natural enemies, she said as they looked at him. Yes, a weird one, Unohana said as Ichigo started to glow gold. Remember who we are, the Quincy half of Zangetsu said to him. I am the angel that will rain judgment, he continued. Ichigo tightened his grip on the chain link on the jet black dado as golden Ryatsu started to form around him. I'm the devil that will punish the guilty, the hollow half of Zangetsu told him as Ichigo got ready to pull on the chin. And so both of us shall, both spirits said as one as Ichigo called out. Pierce heaven Zangetsu. Ichigo pulled the chain out of the dado and formed two blades. The dado became a sword the size of his previous sword, around 1.75 meters, once again in the shape of a kyber knife, with the grip at the base of the blade and a handle extending back from this roughly width and length of Ichigo's forearm. In addition, a thin, hollowed-out portion runs along the blade's back edge from the base to the middle of the blade. The chain became another relatively small blade, about the size of Ichigo's arm, and is similar to the first blade but resembles a trench knife more than a sword. However, unlike its counterpart, it has an enclosed handle, with a portion acting as a hand guard. I was going to say that you need to train to achieve your Bankai, Yoruchi told him, but then both spirits of Zangetsu formed behind him. We can still do that, but first, the Quincy spirit said as he turned to look at Ichigo. You must claim your right to use your hollow powers, he told the team. How do I do that? Ichigo asked his hollow spirit. He gave Ichigo a crazed grin. We fight, and if you can make me submit, I shall allow you to use my mask's power and my resurrection, he told his master. Will that include your normal hollow powers? Ichigo asked the spirit. And since you said that you are the devil and going to guess that your name has Diablo in it, Ichigo asked him. You're right on both points. The hollow spirit laughed as he turned to the Quincy spirit. Can you make a blade for me? He asked. Very well, he said as he created the weapon that Ichigo had used up until this point. The blade resembles an oversized kyber knife. It has no tsuba and has no proper hilt. Zangetsu holds the black cloth-wrapped tang. The sword is as long as Zangetsu is tall, and has a black blade with a silver edge. Thank you, he said as he turned to Ichigo, pointing at Ichigo with the blade. This is also training for you on using two swords at once, he told him. He nodded his head. They then jumped at each other with one arm lagging behind the other as they fought. What does this have to do with his hollow training? Isane asked the Quincy spirit. Hollows fight by instinct alone, so my brother is training him to use that instinct, he told the woman. Ichigo moved his slower arm to block the blade from the hollow spirit as both arms caught up. And he is making good time, the Quincy spirit said as he watched the fight. Unohana looked at the fight. This brings me back, Unohana thought as she could see that Ichigo was getting cut up. She brought her thighs together and started rubbing them. He just gets me hot, she thought as she gained a blush seeing the hollow spirit cutting Ichigo, as he let out a large spray of blood. The hollow grabbed the cloth of his blade and started to spin the blade around, and then tossed the sword at Ichigo. This is a Zanjutsu for you, King, the hollow spirit said as Ichigo jumped away from the flying blade. It's called Deadly Darts. It allows you to do mid-range combat by using the cloth of the Zanpakuto, he continued as he pulled the blade as it moved through the air flying at Ichigo, and sank into his arm. Ichigo tried to remove the blade from his arm, but it would not budge, so he ran at the hollow spirit as he collected gold Ryuryoku in his sword and sent out an arc of gold Ryuryoku. The arc hit the hollow half of Zangetsu and sent him flying back, and it ripped out the blade from Ichigo's arm. That attack is called Getsuga Tensho, the Quincy half of Zangetsu called out to Ichigo, who nodded as he ran. Moon Fong Heaven Piercer, Yoruchi said as the others thought. Isn't the release command Pierce Heaven? Isane asked as she watched the fight, shocked to see one of Ichigo's arms hanging on by a little thread. Unohana was letting out a bit of drool as she watched the blood bath in front of her. But Ichigo kept running as his eyes turned the same gold as the hollow spirit as red Ryuryoku formed around the wound. Good, brilliant, the hollow spirit said as he got back up to see that Ichigo was above him with his two blades raised high and brought them both down, cutting down the shoulders of the spirit. The hollow spirit kicked Ichigo in the head as he raised his blade. Seeing that the hollow spirit would cut off his head, he sent out a dick punch to the hollow spirit. Why would you do that? He asked Ichigo, who readied his blades. Before the hollow spirit could get back up, Ichigo brought both blades up in a cross slash before stabbing the long sword of the spirit. "Well done, King," the hollow spirit said as Ichigo pulled the sword out of the hollow half of Zangetsu. As it healed, "You can now use your mask," he told Ichigo. "Right," Ichigo said, breathing heavily. "So what now?" Ichigo asked the hollow. "Well, now you learn my hollow name," he said as Ichigo nodded his head. "We are not going to train you in Resurrection." "Well, not yet anyway," he told his master. "And your name is?" Ichigo asked. "Diablo Luna," he told him as Ichigo could feel that the hollow Zanpakuto fed power into him. The hollow spirit jumped over to the women as the Quincy spirit jumped over to Ichigo. "Seal your Zanpakuto," he told the teen, who did as both swords returned to the jet black dato that he placed on his side. A saya formed around the Zanpakuto as he looked at the spirit. "What next?" he asked. "You will learn how to use a bow," he told the teen as a bow formed in his hand. "My sealed form shall work as a Quincy cross for you," he continued. "Close your eyes," the spirit told him as Ichigo did so. "Now, picture a bow forming in your hand," he thought as Ichigo nodded his head as the red gems glowed crimson. "Now start gathering Reisher," the spirit told him. Black Reisher formed a handle in his hand as a blade-like limb of the bow formed from black Reisher. "Think of the arms of the hollow white." "Good, now, fire an arrow," he told the teen. Ichigo moved his other hand to the bow and drew back the bow, and formed an arrow in his hand. He then let it go. The arrow of Reisher flew through the air that soon dissipated after 30 meters. "Again," the spirit told him. Ichigo did it once more as he fired another arrow around the bow and gained a red glow. This time the arrow flew around 60 meters but faded in the air. "Again," the spirit told him. "Like always, he is a great student," the Quincy spirit thought as he gazed at his master. Ichigo gathered Reisher for another arrow as the bow gained a crimson outline before letting it fly, and this one hit a wall on the other side of the training area. "Well done," the spirit said as Ichigo turned to him. "You have earned my name," the spirit said, shocking Ichigo. "But I only fired arrows," Ichigo said back to the spirit. "Yes, but like when you were fighting my brother," he said as he pointed to Diablo Luna. "You need to get your Quincy powers working, and this did just that. So you have earned my name," he told the teen. Ichigo said nothing but just nodded his head. "Remember, I am the angel that shall rain judgment," he said as Ichigo nodded his head. "I am Mon Ritter," he told the teen. "Got it," Ichigo said as both of them walked back to the others. "Is he ready for Bankai training?" Yorichi asked the spirits. Both spirits nodded as he turned to the dark-skinned woman. "First to get his Bankai is for him to get faster," Diablo told her. "Got it," she said as she walked up to Ichigo. "Let's have a game of tag," she said to him. "A game of tag?" Ichigo asked her. "That's right," she said as she touched his arm before moving away. First Division, Captain Commander Office. An old man sat behind a desk, thinking about what was happening. He was a fair-skinned man of average height with a bald head, visible wrinkles, a hooked nose, and pronounced cheekbones. He has red eyes, long eyebrows, a long mustache, and a hip-length white beard secured by a purple band crossing down it. He was in the standard Shinigami uniform and wore a captain's long-sleeved haori draped over his back instead of wearing it, with its size greatly exaggerated. This man was Genryusai Shigakuni Yamamoto, the captain commander of the Godai 13. Unohana had said that the entire Godai was under an illusion by Captain Aizen, he thought as his eyes looked over at a butterfly that sat on the windowsill. So that would mean that the execution of Rukia Kuchiki is something that was made into a plan for someone else, he muttered. "That's right," a voice said, and the voice was of someone he did not expect to hear. "How-sama," Yamamoto said to the man with Reisher limbs. "What brings you here?" he asked the man. "I come to tell you that I have an heir now, and you are sending your Shinigami to fight him," How said as he walked over and sat down in front of the desk. "And you are making a mistake having Rukia Kuchiki executed," he told the old man. "But they were orders from Central 46, Yamamoto told the man. "I know that. But I am telling you to put a stop to the execution," he told the aged captain. "I'm sorry, I can't do that. As you know," he said to the Soul King. "You can, but it would let the traitor know that I am watching him," Hao said, shocking the captain commander. "Then what shall I do?" he asked the Soul King. "Tell them that I have sent an order that the execution shall be dated 3 weeks from now," the Soul King told them as the captain commander. Hao then got up from his seat as the captain commander called over a black butterfly. "I have an announcement to make." The Soul King has said that the execution shall be dated from 3 weeks from now. he said to the butterfly. Central 46. In the belly of Central 46 stood a mild-featured man with brown scholarly hair enhanced by square glasses and soft brown eyes. He wore the standard Shinigami uniform with a captain's heir. Around him were dead bodies of the members of Central 46. I see that means that, the man said as he gave a creepy smile. So I cannot give any more orders from this place, he continued. That's right, Captain Aizen, someone said as another man walked in. The man was dressed in similar clothes as Aizen. His overall appearance, however, is less typical. His eyes were closed into slits. He just showed that he had a bright sky blue color. Although he appears to be an early to mid-20-year-old person, he is unusually thin and tall with very sharp features, giving him a skeletal appearance, and wearing unusual silver hair. He also keeps his face set in a wide mocking smile. What of it, Jin? Aizen said as he looked at the man that looked like a snake. Oh, I was just thinking that you could head over to Huaco Mundo and get everyone ready for the coming battle we have planned, Jin said as Aizen looked over. A good idea, Jin, he said as he got ready. As the other captain had said, how is Momo? He asked the snake-faced man. Oh, she had been put into solitary confinement, Jin said before turning and looking at Aizen. Are you having second thoughts about her? He asked the man. No, she has outlived her usefulness, Aizen said as he clicked his fingers as a tear in space opened, and he walked out, and it closed behind him. That kid is now in the Soul Society and has beaten Zaraki, Jin thought as he looked off into the distance. I wonder if you'll help me save my sister, he said as he started to make his way out. Don't worry, Ranjaku, he said as he made his way over to the door to the belly of Central 46. I will get back what he stole from you and return it, Jin said as he walked out. Captain Commander Office. After Yamamoto was finished with his announcement, he turned back to the Soul King. I see, and may I have of your heir's name? Yamamoto asked the man. He is the hybrid of Shinigami, Hollow and Quincy, the son of Isshin Shiba, now Kurosaki. How said, shocking the commander, his mother is the daughter of my son, Masaki Kurosaki, and the one that had tried to kill all life in the Soul Society Yawatch, he continued. The first Quincy was your son, Yamamoto asked the Soul King. Yes, but alas, my heir's name is Ichigo Shiba Kurosaki, he told Yamamoto before disappearing. Yamamoto looked out the window to overlook the Tsuriyai. Ichigo Shiba Kurosaki. And if what Housama he is the that had fought Zaraki and his fourth seat, Yamamoto thought as he looked at the destroyed part of the Senzaku. Your Majesty, if what Unohana said is true then, he thought before turning around. Chojiro, Yamamoto called out. The lieutenant of the 1st Division walked in. He had pupilless eyes, short silver-gray hair and a small black handlebar mustache with lightly tanned skin. He wears a white jinbori over a standard Shinigami uniform with long white arm guards. In addition, he wears a white turtleneck under his uniform and has his lieutenant armband on his left arm. Yes, Captain, Chojiro asked the man. I need you to call Captains Kairaku and Yukitake to us so that I can tell them something, he told Chojiro. And if they ask why they are being called, he asked while being ready to call the captains. Then I have a way to bring the one that had falsely sent the execution order of Rukia Kuchiki out to light, Yamamoto said, shocking the silver-haired man. And that we have angered the heir to the Soul King who has come to free her from us, he continued. The heir to the Soul King, Chojiro asked. Yes, now go, he said to the man, and so Chojiro jumped off. Training area. So we are going to train him in Kido, Hoho, Hakuda, Zanjustu, his hollow powers, Quincy power and Bankai, Isana said as. We will need more than 3 weeks to train him, Unohana said as they looked at the teen who was using Shunpa with his hollow mask on. You are right, Captain Unohana, a male voice said as everyone turned to look and saw someone walking up to them. So you're here, Mon Ritter said as he looked over to see a man whose arms and legs were made out of jet black racer walking up to them. How? Diablo Luna said as the women and Ichigo looked shocked. You mean that this man is the Soul King, Unohana said as both spirits nod their heads. Then that means that the people with him are the Royal Guard, she said to the others. Or the 0 Division, Yoruchi said as she looked at others with how. The first was a man that was a large and broad individual with a bald head, red eyes, bushy eyebrows and a long black beard. He wears the standard Shinigami uniform beneath a white, long-sleeved haori. The top of his uniform is open enough to expose his hairy chest. He also wears a large set of red prayer beads around his neck and a pair of single-toothed tengu geta. The next was a lean-built and very tall man with black hair arranged into an outlandishly large pompadour, or regent hairstyle, with tapered sideburns. He frequently chews on a small stick. Instead of the standard Shinigami uniform, he wears a waist-length white jacket that leaves most of his chest exposed and the alternating circle and diamond pattern of a captain's heir along the bottom. His attire is completed by a black hakama, a sizable yellow sash around his waist, and a pair of sandals. The next is a plump, purple-haired lady with styled swirl-shaped markings on her cheeks and black lips. She has a significant silver adornment in her hair, and wears the standard Shinigami uniform beneath a white, long-sleeved heir. The person next to her is a dark-skinned man with thick, black hair shaven and dyed green on the sides of his head. He wears a variation of the Shinigami Shihakusho, featuring a green undergarment and a shortened hakama that exposes his lower legs. Worn over this are a white, sleeveless puffer jacket and the alternating circle and diamond pattern of a captain's heir along the bottom. His attire is completed by gold-framed sunglasses with blue lenses and a pair of gold-trimmed green slippers, and he has a shoe-like appearance. The last one was a woman who appeared slender and very youthful. She had fair skin and long, black hair adorned at the back by a large golden ornament in the shape of a crescent moon with numerous small lines radiating outwards. She wears the standard Shinigami uniform beneath a white long-sleeved heir, over which she dons a further white robe fastened at the front near the center of her chest. She also wears a pair of highly thick-soled okobo. In addition, she has 6 long, golden skeletal artificial arms attached to her back that she uses in place of her real ones. "Hello there, Ichigo," Hao said as he waved at Ichigo. Ichigo looked at the man and asked, "What can I do for you?" "I'm glad you asked," Hao replied as a light shone around them all as they were transported to another place. "I have told the Zero Division to aid in your training," he told the team. "Why?" Ichigo asked him. "Why would I not have my heir trained?" Hao asked Ichigo back with a smile. Hao looked at the Shinigami women, the hybrid that would be his heir and his heir's Zanpakuto spirits in front of him with his guard as they all looked surprised. "What do you mean, Hao-sama?" Unhana asked him. Hao looked over at the 4th Division captain. "What I mean is that I've named Ichigo Kurosaki Shiba my heir," he said with a proud smile. "What do you mean?" Ichigo asked him. Hao walked over to a boulder and sat down. "When you entered the Tsurugi, I felt a part of my son with you," he explained to Ichigo as he looked at Mon Ritter. "But I also felt the essence of my brother's spawn," he said as his eyes moved over Diablo Luna, Yoruchi at both of Ichigo's spirits before turning back to the Soul King. "But why is Ichigo your heir?" she asked him. "It's because, after his fight with 11th Kenpachi, he stopped the fighting between the two of them," Hao said as both spirits nodded. "So I looked at his soul to see if he was like his grandfather or my brother," he continued as they looked at each other. Ichigo looked at him stoically. "And what did you find?" he asked. "I found a soul like my own but something more," Hao said as his smile widened. "How while my soul is something like that of God," he said as the women nodded. He then looked at Ichigo as all 8 irises looked at him. "Your soul, on the other hand, is practically the tale of how Samo fell and became Satan," he told the orange-haired teen. "So Mon Ritter was Samo when he was in service of God, Zangetsu him when he was falling to hell." Ichigo started as Hao nodded his head. "And Diablo Luna is him when he became Satan," Ichigo finished as Hao nodded. "But that does not explain why I'm your heir," Ichigo replied. Hao nodded at that. "That's true. But," he said before becoming serious, "when I saw your soul, I found it in perfect harmony from that moment, and I still see it now, and there are only 2 other people alive who have that," Hao said as Anohana's eyes shot wide. "It's you and Yawach," she said as he nodded. "That's right, only us 2 are the ones with a soul that had true harmony," Hao said as Ichigo was reeling from this information. "But then when you became whole and joined your Quincy and Hollow powers with your Shinigami powers," Hao started as Ichigo fell over as he looked at the Soul King. "I became as powerful as you," Ichigo said, but Hao shook his head. "No, but you became the strongest Shinigami within the Tsurugi," Hao corrected the team. "Or that was the case until I gave you the power and soul of the Hogyoku," he told Ichigo, who looked confused. A female spirit to Ichigo as she looked at Hao. She was a girl in her early mid-teens with a slender physique, and she was very tall and slim with long black hair that extended past her waist with locks of hair that framed her face down to her chin, and showed off her high forehead, green eye and pale skin. She has a narrow waist and huge breasts. Her attire is a defined, robe-like overcoat with white lining and a hood. But how does my power make him on the same scale as you? Hogyoku asked him. It's simple. Your body hiding within Rukia Kichiki will slowly send power back to her with an order only to make the traitor see why the power of the Soul King is not all that it seems, Hao told her. Ichigo looked at the spirit before asking, Do I need another Asachi? Hogyoku looked down at Ichigo before holding a hand out to him. No, she told him as she helped him up. Once he was steady, she held out a hand hot glowed and showed a necklace with a snarling wolf on it. I already had one given to me by him, she said as she pointed at the one with sunglasses. Ichigo looked at the necklace before taking it. We siphoned the power out of the body of the Hogyoku when Kichiki slept and sent it into the necklace, the man in the sunglasses said with a shrug. So what can it do? Ichigo asked as he put it on. When my body is out of Rukia's, I will gain a form that is not imprinted on her and a form that is only mine, Hogyoku told him as she looked at her master. And you will have a small boost to your 3 powers, she informed Ichigo, who nodded. But Hao decided to add more insanity to this. And you will gain a new power that will act like the power of the Zanpakuto and spirit weapon, the Soul King added as everyone looked at him. With that, you will gain a new power, he told them. Oh, I see, Unohana said as she scratched her cheek. Hao held his hands out as light enveloped them, with all 3 of Ichigo's spirits forcibly returning to Ichigo's inner world as the Shinigami closed their eyes before the light faded, showing they were gone. Not soon after, one walked in. They looked like they were the same age as Ichigo, who had brown eyes and long crimson hair, usually kept in a high ponytail in the shape of a pineapple. His head had what looked like tribal tattoos, and he was dressed in the standard Shinigami shihakusho and a white headband. He looked around before sighing. So Zabumaru, let's do this, he said as his Zanpakuto formed in front of him. Zabumaru is a large, white baboon with long, purple markings along his back and arms with a white snake, which extends from the back of the baboon in the form of a tail with the snake head on end. Shall we do this, Renji? Zabumaru asked in a female voice. The now named Renji did not speak but nodded. Soul King Palace, Vestibule Road. A bright light formed at the entrance to the palace before it faded, showing Ichigo and the others. Ichigo, Unohana, Isane and Yoruchi uncovered their eyes as they looked at the palace around them. Where are we? Ichigo asked his companions. I don't know, Isane said as she looked around before turning to her captain. Where are we, Captain? She asked. But it was not Unohana that answered them. It was the man with the bald head. You at the entrance of the Soul King Palace, he told her. They looked at him before giving a joyful laugh. Oh, I'm sorry, I never introduced myself, did I? He asked as they shook their heads. I'm Ichigo Hyasub, and I'm the leader of the Zero Division, he continued. Ichigo raised an eyebrow at that. I thought that there were only 13 divisions, he asked. The woman with the 6 artificial arms nodded her head at that. The divisions 1 to 13 are the ones that are the armed forces of the Soul Society, while we of the Zero Division are the Royal Guard of the Soul King, she told Ichigo, who nodded along. And I'm Senjimara Shutera, my prince, she introduced herself. Now then, shall we start your training? Hao said as Ichigo nodded. Now, just so that you know that 7 hours up here is 1 hour down there, he explained to Ichigo. So that means I have 3024 hours to work with to get stronger, Ichigo asked as they nodded. And each day is 144 hours, Ichigo muttered. That was some quick maths, Isane thought as she looked at Ichigo in surprise. The purple-haired woman then walked up and bowed to him. I'm Kiryu Hikifune, my lord, she said before standing tall. And with the training that you will undergo, you will be able to fight on the same level as the most of the captains, she told Ichigo, who nodded as the man with the sunglass walked up to him. Now, Prince Ichigo, you will receive training from each of them and us 3, he said before bowing. And I'm the father to all Zanpakuto, Otsunomiya, he told the team. Ichigo nodded, realizing that he had no say whatsoever. So he turned to Hao. So what's my training going to be like? He asked. Now the program you're going to go through is 60 hours of training with 5 hours for each person, he told Ichigo, who nodded along. Then you will have 3 hours of rest between each form of training, he said the teen, who nodded along. Then you will have 2 times a day that you can eat, but they will last 20 hours. But that time is needed so that you can gather energy. And you must learn how to cook as well, Hao added as Ichigo nodded. And finally you will have 8 hours of sleep where you will be sent to the joined mind that you have with Rukia, where you will teach her how to use her hollow mask. He finished as Ichigo wished that he had a notebook. So, who starts with my training? Ichigo asked him. Hao looked around at each person before turning back to Ichigo. Retsu Unohana will teach you Zanjutsu, he said as Ichigo looked at the captain of the 4th division in confusion. I don't question you on your skill, but you're a medic, Ichigo said as she nodded. You would be right. But Unohana said as she waved off the confusion as her lieutenant. I'm the first Kenpachi, she told them as the 3 others looked shocked. She then looked Ichigo in the eye, and he could see that she was a warrior at heart. And I will break you and then build you up like I did when I led the 11th, she told him as he gulped. Yorichi Shihoin will teach you Hoho and how to be at the same speed as her, the Soul King told her as Yorichi nodded. I understand, my lord, she said before turning to Ichigo. When I'm done with you, you'll be faster than Byakuya, she told him as she thought. I may also teach him Shunko and my animal transformation. Then you're going to Senjimara for Hakuda training, Hao said as Senjimara nodded. Ichigo looked at the woman before bowing to her as she looked him over. I will also be making clothes for you, she told Ichigo, who nodded. Kiryu will teach you about barriers and how to make them, he told Ichigo, who nodded as he looked at the chubby woman. During your food breaks, I shall be teaching you how to cook for many people and your future wives, Kiryu told him as he nodded before doing a spit take. Wait a moment, wives, Ichigo asked as Kiryu looked at him with a raised brow. Did you think that you would rule over the Soul Society alone, and without a wife or 9, she said as Ichigo blushed as turned away. Hao had a small laugh at that before continuing. The Hogyoku will teach you how to use and make Hado, Hao told him. That's right, master, the spirit of the Hogyoku said to him. Then you will have your first food break, Hao said as Ichigo understood. Then Mon Ritter will teach you your Quincy powers, he told the teen as he knew that the Quincy half of Zangetsu nodded. Then it will be Diablo Luna's turn to teach you how to use your hollow powers, Hao informed Ichigo. So I'm after you, Diablo Luna said to Mon Ritter with a moan. Then Isane Kotetsu will be teaching you how to use and make Bakudo, Hao told him as Ichigo looked over at Isane, who nodded at him. I hope you can keep up, she said to him. Ichigo gained a small smile. I'll try my best, he said as she nodded. Then you'll come to be for me to teach you about the responsibilities that I and when I retire, you will have, Hao told the orange-haired teen, who nodded along. Then you'll go to a chibe, who will teach you seals, he continued as a chibe walked up to the teen. I hope you're a quick study, he said to Ichigo. Don't worry, I am, he said to the red-eyed man. Ichibe laughed before Hao continued. Then you're going to get your second food break before going to Nemea to learn about your Zanpakuto Shurikai and Bankai, the Soul King said as Nemea walked up. You will be learning how to use your swords and what a Zanpakuto is, he told Ichigo, who nodded. Then you'll go to Tenjiro to heal and be taught Kaido, Hao said as Ichigo nodded once more as he looked at the man with the pompadour. I'm going to show you the path to becoming a world-class medic on the same level as her, Tenjiro said as he pointed at Unohana. I hope so, Ichigo said as he turned back to Hao. And finally, then you are going to sleep. But only your body is going to sleep, Hao told him as Ichigo nodded. And you are going to help Rukia with her hollow powers, he continued. Where am I going to sleep? Ichigo asked him. Why in your bedroom? Hao said with a massive smile. And then I'll let my body sleep while I'm teaching Rukia how to use a hollow make and some powers, Ichigo said as Hao nodded. He then looked at Ichigo and Unohana as he raised a hand. I'll send you to the training room that my guard uses for their swords and other blades, Hao told them as he snapped his fingers. Both of them glowed before they teleported away as he turned to the others. Most of you will return to your duties until Ichigo goes to you, he told them before looking at Nemea, Isane, and Yorichi. While Ichigo is training with Unohana and the others, can you too, he asked Isane and Yorichi. Go to Nemea to regain your Zanpakuto, he said as he looked at Yorichi, and also learn how to use your Zanpakuto's power, Hao told them before Yorichi cut. I don't use my Zanpakuto because she's not the best in my combat style, she said. Ichibe walked up to her. What's your Zanpakuto's name? He asked her as Yorichi's raised a brow at him. Reiko, she said back to him. He looked into her eyes before shaking his head. That is her name, Ichibe told her. What do you mean? Yorichi asked him. I know the name of all Zanpakuto as I am the one that gave it to them, so, he said as he looked back at her. Do you see why you do not have the Shurikai that you would need? He asked her. Yorichi clenched a fist as she looked down. Soul King Palace Sword Training Room. Ichigo and Unohana formed in a room full of bakken and other equipment that can be used for training with a blade. This will be good, Unohana said as she put her Zanpakuto down along with her Haori. Place your Zanpakuto and spirit weapon down and pick up a bakken, she informed Ichigo. He did as told as he faced her as. She also went and got a bakken. Now we will have a small fight to see how well you are in swordplay, she said as he nodded. They both raised their wooden swords and clashed, and from that one moment, it showed Ichigo that Unohana was the queen of the battlefield. He blocked a sword strike heading for his head, but she started to move faster and faster with her blade movement. He could somewhat keep up with her movement before her strikes became stronger, and that was when he was hit on the arm and head in a fast flurry of strikes. He soon dropped the bakken as she looked at him before she nodded. Right. Who taught you swordsmanship? She asked him. Urahara, Ichigo said as Unohana nodded. Right, pick up the bakken, she ordered him as he did. I want you to do 80 overhead swings, right swings, left swings, right block and left block, she told him as Ichigo nodded and picked up the bakken. As he did the sequence, her mind was starting to wonder. From teaching him Kido and now with Zanjutsu, I can tell he will help me with my sin, she thought as her mind showed her a picture of Kenpachi Zaraki. Hey Unohana-san, Ichigo called out to her as she turned to him. If you were the first Kenpachi, why is Zaraki the leader of the 11th division? He asked her as he went out the sequence. She was quiet for a while as Ichigo reached 15 before she spoke. When I was the captain of the 11th, I loved to fight and found it exhilarating when I was hurt, she told Ichigo, who nodded along but continued with what he was doing. But one day, I decided to learn Kaido would help me fight longer. And it did help me fight longer until I came across someone in the 80th district of the North Alley of Rakangai, she said as Ichigo paused with what he was doing. It was Zaraki, wasn't it? He asked as she nodded. When we fought, it was the best battle I ever had. But I made him seal his power away after he wanted to fight for longer. So I realized that I did not do my job as the leader of the 11th right. So I left my spot and gave it to my lieutenant at the time who I told that I failed the name Kenpachi, she told him as tears started going down her face. You know it's not your fault, right? Ichigo said as he walked up to her. But she tried to say. But nothing, he would have done the same thing if any other person who had the same power as you fought him. Ichigo said as he walked over to her. Zaraki is who he is because he loves to battle. And he wanted to be like you, Ichigo said as she looked at him. What do you mean? She asked him with her head cocked to the side. When I was fighting him, he made sure that he had to do to prolong a fight, and he loved it, he told her as her eyes started to go wide. And now that he's got his eyes on me, he started. She began to cry once more. But this time, it was with happiness. You can undo my sin, she said as she launched at him. They stayed there for a few minutes before she let go of him. Now continue with what you were doing and give me 40 more of each, she told him. That's an extra 100, he said. But Unohana only giggled at him. So he grumbled and went back to his training. She watched him move the bakken before a thought formed in her head. When he's ready, I'll claim him. Realizing what she thought, her eyes widened. How can I even think about that? I'm 2,153 years older than him, she thought. And so what? Her Zanpakuto said to her. Minazuki, I can't wait for 2 reasons, she told her sword. And what are they? Minazuki asked her. Well, for one, he's only 16, and I'm 2,169, she told her sword before adding with a red face. It's called cradle robbing. I believe the age-old saying is age is only a number, Minazuki said as Unohana looked back at Ichigo, who had taken the top of his shahakusho off, showing off his muscles. Unohana looked at him, and was mesmerized by the way his arm moved. What was the other thing? Minazuki asked, shaking her out of her imagination. Her look became somber as she turned away. He's still alive, she said back. Minazuki did not reply, but they sent her a wave of emotion that showed her that she did say sorry. A few hours later, the Soul King's Palace obstacle course. Ichigo found Yoruichi standing in the room with an angry look before she spotted Ichigo. Alright, we're going to run this course together, and we'll be timed, she told him. Got it, Ichigo said as they both turned to the starting point. The course was a series of platforms on some water where long with some balance beams. It had a spinning pole that led to 2 large rolling logs and a series of pendulums over the water that led to the finish. On the wall next to the course was a screen. You ready? She asked as she pressed the button to start. Ichigo nodded. And once she pressed it, They were both off, and Ichigo could see that he was ahead of him. But he was managing not to fall into the water. That was until he was hit by the spinning pole that sent him into the water. He then climbed out of the water and finished, only to find that his time could have been better. The sheen showed that Yoruichi's time was 2.4 seconds, while his time was 90 seconds. It wounded his pride a bit. Now I want you to run this course over and over until you can match my time, and after each time, you will have 10 minutes of break before you go again, she told the teen. Right, he said as he took his first 10 minutes. After his rest was over, he did the course as Yoruichi watched while talking to her Zanpakuto. So why did you never tell me your real name? She asked her sword. Even if I showed you my true form, would you have used me? The spirit asked her with a feminine voice. Yoruichi did not respond to that. You see what I mean? A Zanpakuto wants to be used in battle. But you saying that you fight without me does not help. So I gave you a fake name along with fake Shirkai and Bankai, she said as Yoruichi's anger turned to sadness. If you had told me, I would have made a new fighting style to add you in, she told her sword. And you told me that you're okay with me not using you, she said as she felt frustration from her sword's spirit. I told you that so that it would make you happy. But if I said that, I would be sad, the Zanpakuto started. I would never have made Shunko and my animal transformation, she said as she felt the spirit nod before seeing Ichigo pass the finish. The screen showed that he had improved by 6 seconds. Yoruichi looked at the teen before saying to her spirit, when we fight, Aizen, I'm going to need to be at full power. So will you help me? She asked the spirit. Everything was quiet within her head before she heard, okay then. But you must first learn my true name and my true power, the spirit said to her master. Yoruichi nodded before asking one question on her mind. How did you have another Shirkai? What spirit is now within that hunk you're teaching? She said while Yoruichi looked at Ichigo. The Hogyoku, she said before thinking about the only person crazy enough to make one aside from Aizen. I knew that Kasuke had one. But I never knew that he made one, she thought before she blinked as her mind came back to something the spirit just said. Wait a moment, what did you call Ichigo? She asked the spirit. A hunk, the spirit said as she could feel the eyes of her spirit look Ichigo up and down. And I know that you want him to mount and breed you, the sword spirit said as Yoruichi's face became crimson as Ichigo started once more. A few hours later, Senjumaru Shitara's city. Ichigo walked into a room full of fabrics of multiple types. He found Senjumaru sitting on a chair that had wooden bars at the top of it. She was sewing some clothes that Ichigo could tell would be his. Now I am going to teach you Hakuda. But I need to find out about your skill in hand-to-hand combat, she said as someone came in. They were dressed in a black hakama that had a purple sash tied around their waist and a black mask with 4 light-colored lines tracing over their heads, and their hair was tied into a long spike at the back of their head before being left to hang free about halfway through the length. The person got themselves into a fighting stance, and Ichigo did the same as they met each other in the center. A few hours later, Kiryu Hikafian's city, Gatanden. Ichigo walked up to Kiryu, who was getting food ready as she turned to him. Ah, Ichigo-sama. It's time for your first lesson on barriers, she said as Ichigo nodded and walked over to an archway. Now, the first barrier that you will learn is called Kaiamen, Kiryu told him as she held up an arm to the archway. A thin layer of energy from within the archway barely showed them like a mirror. Now, this will help you with your control as How-sama said that you have trouble with it, she told him as he nodded. Begin with the smaller archways and then move up to the big ones when they hold their shape for more than 3 minutes, she told him. Right, Ichigo said as he walked over to a small archway. A few hours later, Soul King Palace Heido training area. Ichigo was standing in front of targets as the spirit of the Hogyoku formed next to him as she looked ready to teach him. Now, by my will, I have all the knowledge of Heido, and so it's time to show you how to use them, she said as he held out a finger. A ball of light forms on the finger before shooting off and hitting the target. That one was Heido number 1. Show, she told him as he nodded, this uses a considerable amount of kinetic force at a target, which is pushed back a few feet from the practitioner, she informed him as he nodded. She then pulled something out of her cloak and handed it to him, and he saw it was a notebook with a pen. Thanks, Ichigo said as he started making notes about what she had said. I want you to do this until you can do it silently continuously, she told him as Ichigo nodded. He held out his finger as energy started to form. Gatanden. Ichigo had returned to the Gatanden, where Kiryu was waiting for him, and then started to lead him into a kitchen. As he looked around, He found that she was now in front of him. She handed him an apron, and he put it on. "Now I have been told why you have 20 hours to cook food," she told him as he looked confused. "Each day, you will be making an 8-course menu," she told him as his eyes shot wide. Ichigo gulped as he nodded, and she handed him a book. "This is a blank recipe book that I had someone get for me," she said as he held it. "I want you to fill that in with each dish you make," she told him. "Right, so what I start with?" he asked her. "The hors d'oeuvre," she said as he looked over the abundance of food in the pantry. "Something small to start the meal off," she told him. Ichigo went over and thought back to teaching his sister how to cook, so he walked over and grabbed bacon and asparagus. He then walked over to the oven and preheated it as he picked up the olive oil and bowl. "It seems you know your way around the kitchen," Kiryu said as she watched him. "I had to make food as my dad can't cook to save his life, and my sisters were too young to cook, but then when one of them was older, she asked me to teach her, and I did," he told her as she nodded. "I see," she said as she watched Ichigo pour some of the olive oil into the bowl with some salt. He then put the asparagus in the bowl and tossed it around into the olive oil before pulling them out and wrapping them in bacon. He then put them on a tray and in the oven. "They'll be in there for 15 minutes, he said as Kiryu nodded. "Now, while that's cooking, move on to the fish dish," she said as she noted that he was not writing down anything. "Why are you writing down anything?" she asked him. Ichigo started looking around before looking at the salmon and picking it up. "When I was younger, I grabbed cookbooks now and then, and one of them was from a game that I liked, and I remembered the recipe," he said before looking over at her. "Can you help me get a fillet from this, please?" he asked her. She walked over, grabbed a knife and showed him what he had to do to remove it. Ichigo copied her as she nodded at him. "What is this game called?" she asked him. "Dungeons and Dragons," he said as she looked confused. "It's a game where you use your imagination to tell a story," he said as he started to cook the salmon. A few hours later, Soul King Palace Archery Range. Ichigo stood in front of archery targets where Mon Ritter formed next to him. "Right now, I will need you to continually fire arrows at the targets while I do something that needs to be done," he told his master. "What do you mean, Mond?" he asked the Quincy spirit. "Your grandfather has Quincy powers that you do not have at the moment, and I'm going to get them and then sever the link between him and me," Mon Ritter said as Ichigo nodded as Mon Ritter faded from view. Yhwach's inner world. Mon Ritter walked out a room that looked like a medieval castle where he was looking for a door that held the Quincy powers. He held a hand as a cyan light formed as he gained all the needed knowledge. Every Quincy power flowed into his soul as he got ready to give it to Ichigo. But then a voice alerted him. "So the Quincy soul of my grandson is here," the voice said as Mon turned around to see the Quincy king standing before him. He was tall with a long face, broad chin, and pronounced cheekbones. He has long black hair, which looks to reach his lower back, and reddish-brown eyes with thin eyebrows. He has well-kept mutton chops and a connected mustache, but is otherwise clean-shaven. He was dressed in a white, double-breasted trench coat, reminiscent of the 5-pointed variant of the Quincy cross in the middle, with large button cuffs and lapels, white trousers, and trench boots. Over this, he wears a tattered, ankle-length maroon-black cloak with a red ribbon near the neck and fastened to the left with a single large button. "Yhwach," Mon said as he summoned his blade. "So you rebel against me?" Yhwach asked as he walked up to Mond, who raised his blade. But Yhwach blocked it with his sword. "So tell me, does my grandson know about me?" he asked. Mond glared at him, and seeing that he would not answer, the blade in Yhwach's hand blew cyan and slashed out at Mond, who jumped back. But Yhwach sent out an arc of cyan energy at Mond. "I can't dodge," he thought as he closed his eyes. The arc closed in, but a distorted voice cut in. "You are useless without me, aren't you?" the voice said as a crimson beam came out from behind him and hit the cyan arc, destroying it. Mon looked behind him to see Diablo Luna there with his arm raised and 2 fingers out. "Thank you," Mon said as he turned back to Yhwach. "Thank King because he was the one to ask me to save your ass," Diablo said as he walked up and summoned his blade. "So what's the plan?" he asked his brother. "Well, I was just going to use something called Scrift to sever the link, but now I think that you can do it," Mon said as Diablo looked confused. "Hollows are venomous to Quincy's, so I will need you to take the shadow that is connected to him and me," Mon told the hollow spirit. Diablo looked down to see that the 2 shadows were linked. "Aren't you going to be affected as well?" Diablo asked him as he turned his blade around with the sword pointed at the ground. "I never knew you cared for me." He smiled slightly at Diablo. who gained a sadistic smile. Thanks for using searing Ichigo as his Zanpakuto. The Shinigami part of me will shield the Quincy half from the attack, he told his brother. That's all I needed to hear, Diablo said as he brought down his sword onto Mon's shadow. The tearing paper sounded throughout the room as Mon held Diablo by the shoulder, and the two started to sink into the shadows. Don't worry, and I will find you and teach you why no one rebels against me, Yawach said as he turned around and walked away. Ichigo's inner world. Diablo and Mon came out of a shadow that was on a building. We are never doing that ever again, Diablo said as he started to shake his body like a dog. Mon looked at a TV store to see that it was nearly time for Diablo to train Ichigo. It's almost time for you to teach Ichigo how to use some hollow powers, he told the hollow spirit. Diablo looked over at the TV store and saw the same thing before nodding. Will you be alright? Diablo asked Mon. I will need to time arrange the new powers for Ichigo. But so and I am feeling a slight tingle from the severing of the connection between Yawach and me, he said as the hollow spirit nodded. But with the time that I'm arranging the new powers for Ichigo I will be back to normal, he told him. Right, well I'm off, Diablo said as he faded to head to the Soul King Palace. Mon then turned around and started to look at buildings before nodding. I think that will do there, he said as he walked off. Soul King Palace normal training room. Hello King, Diablo said as he formed next to Ichigo in a room with a mix of workout equipment. How's Mond? Ichigo asked the hollow half of Zangetsu. He's doing okay, Diablo said before looking at Ichigo. Now let's begin your training, he said as Ichigo nodded. So what is the first thing you're going to teach me? Ichigo asked. I am going to show you how to use a Zero and the many variants, Diablo said as he pointed 2 fingers out. First, you gather hollow Riryoku in front of your fingers or mouth, he said as a crimson orb formed in front of the fingers. And then you fire it, the hollow spirit said as the ball turned into an energy beam. Ichigo looked at the beam. Isn't that the attack that the Minos uses? Ichigo said as Diablo nodded. That's right, only hollows of Minos, or higher, can use a Zero, he told his master. Now, King, I want you to fire a Zero, said Ichigo, who nodded as he held out his 2 fingers. A crimson ball formed in front of them before he called out, Zero. A tiny beam shot out, but Diablo nodded. You gathered only 22% of your power with that one, Diablo said as Ichigo nodded as he held out his fingers once more as another orb formed. A few hours later, Soul King Palace Bakuto training area. Ichigo walked into a room filled with dummies as Isane stood nervously looking around. Are you okay? He asked her as she turned to him. She looked down with sadness. While I'm a lieutenant, I never really had to teach my division anything. It's always Captain Unohana, she told him. Ichigo nodded. But why did she name you her lieutenant? He asked her. She looked at him confused. I'm a Kido expert, and a descent swordswoman, she said with a shrug. Then I think that you have your answer, Ichigo said as he looked at her. Now, what are we learning? He asked her with a gentle smile on her face. Her cheeks gained a slight pink dusting at his smile, so she turned around as yellow energy formed around her hand. Bakuto number 4 Hainawa, she called out as she sent the energy at one of the dummies as it turned into a rope of Reisher. The first thing that you need to do is gather Reisher in your hand before sending it out in the form of a rope that will bind your target, Isana said as she turned back to Ichigo, who was writing down what she was saying. A few hours later, Greater Soul King Palace, Throne Room. Ichigo walked out of the throne room, where he met Hao waiting for him. Ah, Ichigo, how has your training been going? Hao asked as he walked over to him. It's been alright. So what is the first thing I'm going to learn? He asked the Soul King. Hao looked at his heir before gaining a sad look. Now, before I say anything, I must tell you something that Kasuke Urahara or Yoruichi Shihoin should have told you, as he looked confused. What is that? He asked Hao. As you know, I know every soul in existence which you will gain when you become the Soul King and then when you pass it on to your children and so on, Hao said as Ichigo nodded. And I can tell when someone dies, he continued. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at the Soul King. What are you getting at? He asked Hao. You are dead, Ichigo, Hao asked gently. Ichigo's eyes shot wide at that. WW what? He asked. After Rukia made you a substitute Shinigami, you started to leave your body for only a few minutes at a time. But it adds up, Hao said as Ichigo nodded to show that he was following along. Now, for those 4 months you would jump in and out of your body, it was slowly dying. But then you went and regained your powers and cut your soul chain, Hao continued as realization sank into Ichigo. Ichigo sank to the floor. He looked at his hand before looking back. No, this can't be right, he said as he tried to think about anything that could dispute what he had heard. But nothing came before he started to punch the floor repeatedly as his knuckles slit, and blood with tears down his face. Was there another way? Ichigo asked Hal, who looked angry. Yes, if Kisuke Urahara used a spell, it would have awakened your power. But the spell takes time, and it was time that he did not have, Hal said as Ichigo looked up. When he put the Hogyoku within Rukia, Urahara hoped that they would use the Kiko destroy it so that Aizen would not have it. But when he realized what he had done, he waited for you and did the next best thing to bring back your powers, Hal told the teen. He then felt his world falling down as Hal walked over to him. But know this, even if you never had your soul chin cut, you would have died anyway, he told the teen, who looked at Hal with a confused look. For months, and jumping in and out of your body would have taken you out within another month or less with the amount of time you jumped out of your body, Hal said as Ichigo took a deep breath and started to stand up as he sends his hollow Riryoku to his hand to heal it. Thank you for that, Ichigo said as he let his breath out. So what is the first lesson? Ichigo asked as he heard Diablo's cursing and Mon's chuckling. Hal smiled at Ichigo, seeing that it did not destroy the teen. Oki. This lesson is going to be about how to talk with people within the clans, Hal said as Ichigo groaned. A few hours later, Ichibe Hyasub's city. Ichigo walked up to the Ichibe, with 2 large brushes in his hands, while standing in front of 2 large sheets of paper. Ah, Ichigo-sama, how are you? He asked as Ichigo asked as he walked up. I'm not okay, but I'm dealing with it, Ichigo said as he nodded. So what are we going to do? He asked. Ichibe handed over one of the brushes to Ichigo. The first thing that you are going to need to learn about seal is that you need to make clear strokes of the brush, Ichibe said as he dipped his brush in ink and started to move the brush over the paper. Ichigo did the same as Ichibe, moving the brush fluidly. 28. Otsu Nemea's city, Huden. Ichigo walked up to a shack on the end of a cliff where Nemea was waiting outside it waiting for him. Ah, Soul Prince, it's good to see ya, he called out to Ichigo. So what are we going to do? Ichigo asked as Nemea led him into the shack. Now, do you know what a Zanpakuto is? Nemea asked the teen. Ichigo opened his mouth before the words from his mother and Hollow Spirit said, It's me, Ichigo replied. Nemea nodded. That's right. But you are slightly different from that, he told the teen. Ichigo looked confused at that. What do you mean? He asked Nemea. You see, when Hao-sama asked me to train you, I thought it would be found as you're holding a Zanpakuto like every other Shinigami. Nemea started before shaking his head. But I was wrong. You see, Hao-sama told me that your Zanpakuto is different, he said. Different? How? Ichigo asked as Nemea took off his sunglasses. Let's start with the hollow half, shall we? He said as he rubbed his eyes. A few hours later, Tenjiro Kirinji's city, Kirindin. Ichigo walked up to Genjiro with Nemea's words going now his head as Genjiro was in front of a wooden, feudal-era onsen. Now listen up, kid, I'm going to teach you like I taught Unohana, he said as he opened the gate to the onsen and walked in as Ichigo followed him. I'm going to show you how to diagnose your patient, and how best to heal them, Genjiro continued as Ichigo nodded. I live above a clinic that my father owns, Ichigo said as Genjiro looked back at the teen. So I know how to diagnose your patient, he added. Genjiro looked the teen dead in the eye before smirking. Good, now show me, he said as they walked into an area with patients waiting to be seen. A few hours later, Ichigo's bedroom. Ichigo entered a room where he would sleep, and the only way to describe it was a royal bedroom. The bed was super king size with black sheets and pillows. Ichigo looked at it, tired, before just face-planting the bed and drifting off to sleep. Ichigo's inner world. Ichigo formed in his world to find both halves of Zangetsu, and the Hogyoku was waiting for him. So how do we get to Rukia's inner world? Ichigo asked the spirits. Mond walked up to him and pointed down to the pavement where there was a subway tunnel. How took Kuchiki's Zanpakuto down there? And I think that subway tunnel is the pathway to her world, Mond said as they stairs to walk over to it. They climbed into it, and found that it led to a bunch of stairs. They walked down the stairs until the concrete stairs turned into a stone that looked like a cave leading to a snow-covered forest. Now all we have to do is find Queen, Diablo said as he walked ahead of them. He is a child in the form of a teen, Mon said as he pinched the bridge of his nose. Don't we know it? Ichigo said as he walked through the forest until they found Diablo hugging a hollow version of Rukia. Rukia looked up and saw Ichigo as her Zanpakuto nodded at Mond. Hey midget, Ichigo said as Rukia's eye twitched before she jumped at him. You idiot, she said to him as she cried into his chest. Why'd you come after me? She asked him with her face buried in her chest. Do you even want an answer to that one? Ichigo asked as he hugged her. They both hugged for a while before they parted. Why are you here, Ichigo? Rukia asked the teen. Has your Zanpakuto filled you in? Ichigo asked her. Only a small bit, Rukia admitted. Well, long story short is that at least one of the captains is a traitor to the Godai 13. Ichigo told her as she nodded. And when you gave your powers to me, you had something placed within you by Urahara made you lose your powers, Ichigo told her. Her eyes widened before she scowled. So that was why, she said. It was your guilt that did that, Hogyoka said as she walked up to them. And when you saw that he looked like Kaien Shiba and you thought that he would be alive if you never had your powers. So I transferred all your powers over to Ichigo, she continued. Rukia looked at her before looking back at Ichigo. I'm the bait, aren't I? She asked him. Yes, but when he's out, you'll be back at full strength where you and I will fight together, Ichigo said as she narrowed her eyes. But first, Ichigo said as he turned to Diablo and Hollow Rukia as making out. Brother, Mon called out as Hollow Rukia looked at the others. She detached from Diablo with a broad smile. Thank you for bringing Diablo, King, she said to Ichigo. You're welcome, Ichigo said before shaking her head. We're here to teach Ruka how to use hollow powers, Ichigo said as Rukia looked at Ichigo in question. How do we do that? She asked him as she looked at the hollow version of herself. Well, I had to fight Diablo, so, Ichigo started before he was cut off. He's right, Queen, you're going to have to fight me, she said as a scythe formed in her hands, alone. But unlike Diablo, if you lose, I would not take over. I would just let you try another time again so that you can fight me with all you got, she told Rukia, who nodded. The scythe was large and exquisitely designed, dark red, and double-edged. Rukia looked at her hollow before turning to her Zanpakuto. Sodi no Shiryuki, she asked. The woman nodded as her shurikai appeared on the ground next to Rukia. She picked up her sword and turned to the hollow. They both looked at each other before jumping at each other. Look at her go, Diablo said as he watched the hollow form of Rukia fight. Does she has a name yet? Diablo asked Sodi no Shiryuki. She calls herself Neve Zoro, she said to the hollow with a look of indifference. But he did not care as it was love at first sight for him. What a beautiful name, he muttered. Ichigo, I'm starting to question his sanity at this moment, Mon said as the spirit of the Hogyoku turned to him. You're only now questioning his sanity, she said as Mon looked at her before nodding. Fair, he said back to her as he watched the battle. Neve sailed at the air with the longer blade of the scythe, sending a blast of dark energy at Rukia, who stabbed the ground 4 times. Ice particles began to flow up from the punctures she made in the environment before a blast of cold hair shot out from her sword. Both blasts hit each other, forming an icy mist around them. Neve looked around to see if she could find Rukia, who appeared next to Neve and blocked the slash heading her way. She's doing well even though her powers have not returned, Mon said as the others nodded. This is her mind, so she can use her shurikai even if she can still fight, Ichigo told him. Mon looked at Ichigo before turning back to the fight as Rukia separated Neve from her side. You're right, the Quincy half of Zangetsu said. Neve held out a hand as a fluorescent blue orb formed in front of her hand. Siro, Nice called out as the ball turned into an energy blast. Heido number 33. Sokatsui, Rukia called out as a blue flame blast sounded out of one of her hands. Once more, the blasts of energy hit each other before Rukia's voice rang out the area. Some no mai, Tsukishiro, she called out. Everyone turned to see a gigantic ice pillar form with Neve within it. I win, Rukia said before she fell to the floor, exhausted. And she would have it on the floor if not for Ichigo, who caught her. Well done, Rukia, Ichigo said as Mon placed a hand on his shoulder. Ichigo turned to him. It's time to go, Ichigo, he said to the teen, who nodded. Ichigo turned back to Rukia. I'll be back tomorrow to help you with training using your new mask, as he walked to the exit with Rukia following him. She waved him off before walking over to the ice pillar that held Neve and turning to Sodi no Shiryuki. I know that we should let her go, but I want to sleep, so I'll let her out in the morning, she told the sword spirit. Sodi no Shiryuki nodded as Rukia faded off to sleep. The next day, throne room. Ichigo was sitting next to Hao for his lesson. Now you see, when you speak, you say one, and that is fine when talking to a friend and being informal, Hao said as Ichigo wrote this down. But when in a formal setting you must say one, Hao told him. Right, so when I speak with the old man, I have to say that I'm the one prince of the Soul Society, Ichigo asked. Well, not that far. But along those lines, Hao told him. The next day, Kirindin, Ichigo sat at a table with many books on it. As he read them, they helped him with medical knowledge, and the one he read about was someone by the name of Yukitake. 2 days later, Soul King Palace Bakudo Training Area, Bakudo number 37. Suriboshi, Ichigo called out as a ball of blue energy shot out from his hand, firing 6 ropes from its center. It then anchored itself to some pillars as Issei nodded at him. Well done now. Are you ready for the next one? She asked him. Yeah, he said to her. The next day, Soul King Palace Normal Training Room, Ichigo and his hollow spirit fight each other in sword fighting, with Ichigo using his mask and firing a Siro at Diablo. Good, Diablo said before he jumped away from a sword strike. Now try to use Boca Inferno, he told Ichigo, who nodded. The next day, Gatanden, Ichigo was cooking a dish with Kiryu, showing Ichigo how to make a pizza. But Kiryu's form had changed as she was now very skinny with large breasts. The next day, Ichibe Hyasub's city. Ichibe looked at Ichigo as the team gathered Ryatsu while he watched him. Genryukufujin, Ichigo called out as 9 blue energy dragons formed around him before they were sent at a metal slab. The dragon bit into the metal Ichibe. They could see that the dragons were eating the Ryatsu within the slab. The next day, the Soul King's Palace Obstacle Course. Ichigo was standing in front of Yoruchi, in her cat form, gathering Ryatsu and pitching something in his mind as his body started to come off him as his form changed to be more bestial and then that of an animal. Black fur grew over his body, and 2 large fangs were produced from his mouth. He was a saber-toothed cat or a Smilodon. Yoruchi looked at the tiger in front of her before nodding. Well done, Ichigo, she told the team before a U formed on one of Ichigo's paws. The U looked like a circuit board as he placed it on her back. What are you? She started saying as her cat grew and her form changed to a black jaguar. Yoruchi looked at her new form before looking at him. What did you do? She asked him, and he gave her a Smilodon form of a shrug. 4 days later, Soul King Palace Archery Range. Ichigo was standing in front of Mon Ritter as the letter A formed on the back of his left hand. The looked like 2 hands together as if they were praying, forming the legs of the with what looked like a halo forming the bar connecting the. Good, now move on, B and give it a meaning, Mon told Ichigo, who, still with his eyes closed, nodded. The changed to a B with a light bulb within it as the light around Ichigo became brighter. 2 days later, Soul King Palace Heido Training Area. Ichigo had one arm out with the other holding it steady with his eyes closed before his eyes snapped open. Heido number 88. Hiryu Gekuzoku Shuten Reiho, he called out as he fired a massive beam of electrical and spiritual energy. A large explosion followed as Hogyoka looked at it. Once more, as it was not strong enough, she told him as Ichigo grunted before starting to gather energy once more. 2 days later, Senjimura's Shitara's city. Ichigo was fighting someone who seemed to be swaying and could not stay up as he could not focus on Ichigo. Ichigo's clothes have had a change to them as well. He still had the black Shihakusho, but with some notable changes. He had 4 black vertical lines on his forearms and black, tattoo-like bands crossing over his chest, wrists, and ankles. Similar bands, but with white ends, lie around his neck as collars. In addition, the Shihakusho has 2 white shoulder plates crossing his chest in an X shape that hold his sealed blades in place, with the first plate on his left shoulder having 3 sections adorned with red scales, the second plate having 3 areas adorned with red scales on his right wrist, and a white cloak with black markings tied around his waist. And he was told that they repaired themselves so that he could not have to worry about them if they were torn to shreds. 2 days later, Huden. Right then, Ichigo-sama, are you ready to use your Bankai? Nemea asked Ichigo, who nodded. Ichigo raised his swords before slamming the pommels together, as he yelled out, Bankai. Black Ryatsu exploded out of him, covering him before it died down, and Nemea looked at crimson eyes that looked deep into his as the voice of Ichigo called out, Tensa Zangetsu. Nemea swallowed some spit as he looked at the Soul Prince and said, now that is some powerful Bankai. As Ichigo put a jet black blade on his shoulder. The next day, Soul King Palace Sword Training Room. Ichigo was fighting Unhana, and he managed to keep up with her as she was happy about the fight. And they were not using Baken. No, they were using their sealed Zanpakuto. Chutsuken, Ichigo called out as he slashed with the sealed form of Zangetsu. The next day, Throne Room. Ichigo, Unohana, Isain and Yoruichi were standing in front of Hao and the Zero Division as they were ready to return and revealed the traitor. Unohana and Isain were dressed as they always were, but Yoruichi was dressed differently from when she arrived. She still had a short dress, arm warmers and thigh-length boots, but under it, she wore a black leg, sleeve and backless leotard, and on her back was a chikudo with a rectangular handle. You all did well with training Ichigo and the training of your own, Hao said as he looked at them with a smile before his face became serious. Now, Unohana, I do not know where the man is hiding, so I will need you and Isain to act the part, and join the other captain at the Sokaiku Hill and wait for Ichigo to arrive and save Rukia, and then you two will try and find the traitor, he told them as they both nodded. Understood, they said as Hao then turned to Yoruichi. Jushiro Yukitake and Shunsui Kairaku are using a seal made by your clan to seal away the Sokaiku, so I'm going to need you to fight your former student, while Ichigo fights Rukia's brother. Hao told them as they nodded. Got it, Yoruichi said while Ichigo's eyes hardened. Hao uses his 8 eyes to look over them before teleporting them back to the Soul Society. Ichigo looked at the Soul King and asked, do you think they will succeed in beating him? Hao looked over at Ichigo before looking back at the spot where Ichigo and the others were. Not on this day, but someday in the future. He stared as an amber cocoon formed around him. I think that they will not only beat the traitor but my son as well and free the souls that he has captured. Hao finished as Ichigo nodded. Rukia stood in front of 2 giant beams of wood with a third at the top. Around her was only a handful of captains and lieutenants. First, there was the captain commander and his lieutenant, Genryosai Shigekuni Yamamoto and Chojiro Sasuke. Then there was the 2nd Division captain and her lieutenant. The captain was a relatively petite woman with gray eyes and black hair, which she wore short with 2 long braids bound in white cloth, each ending in a large golden ring. She wears a traditional Shinigami captain's uniform with a sleeveless haori and a yellow obi tied around her waist. And Rukia knew that as the commander-in-chief of the Amatsukido. Under her haori, she wore a black, backless, sleeveless undershirt, and she had long black armbands. Moreover, instead of wearing the standard Shinigami sandals, she wore traditional Chinese shoes with ordinary white socks. She was Suifeng. Next to her was a large man who looked almost twice his captain's height, and over 4 times her weight. He has black hair and wears the standard Shinigami shihakusho with a sizable purple collar, with expensive, personalized jewelry. He was Suifeng's Lieutenant Marekio Omida. Then there was Isain. Then there was a tall, light-skinned man with high cheekbones, gray eyes and long wavy brown hair. He had his hair tied back in a long ponytail, and had long bangs that framed the left side of his face. He had a noticeable amount of body hair on his chest, feet, and arms. He wears a Tsujigasa straw hat and a pink, flowered lady's kimono, which he drapes across his shoulders and over his captain's uniform. He does not wear any tabi with his sandals. He has thin facial hair around his mouth and on his cheeks. He was the captain of the 8th Division Shunsui Kairaku. Next to him was his lieutenant, a slim and youthful girl with long black hair pinned back, with flat bangs hanging to the right side of her face. She wore a standard Shinigami outfit. She has slightly light blue eyes with a deep tint of violet, and wears glasses with a somewhat oval shape. Her name was Nanao Ic. Then there was the Sokaiku itself, which was a gigantic halberd. It seems odd that so few people, Suifeng said as she looked around. Omida asked as he looked down at her. Captains and lieutenants from the 1st and 2nd divisions are here, plus the 8th, she told him as he nodded along. It's no surprise that the 5th, 11th and 12th divisions are not here given the number of casualties, she told him. She then shook her head. And I think that Saraki's lost it, she said before looking up at him. But where are the rest of the officers? I thought that Unohana would be here, she said before she spotted someone walking up to them. It was a man with slate gray eyes and long black hair, which he kept up in intricate white headpieces called kansekin, symbolizing his nobility as the head of the clan Rukia was a part of, the Kuchiki clan, and he was wearing 3 on top of his head and another 2 on the right. He was dressed in the standard captain uniform. He also had a white scarf, which was woven by the master weaver Tsujishiro Kuromon III, and Suifeng knew it was a family heirloom, having been handed down from generation to generation and given to each head of the Kuchiki clan. He wears fingerless white teko, which only covers the back of his hands. It was Byakuya Kuchiki, captain of the 6th division, Rukia looked at him before steeling her nerve and closing her eyes. Rukia Kuchiki, it is time, Yamamoto said to her. Any last words before your execution? He asked her. Rukia looked off into the distance, and could feel that Ichigo was almost there. So she had to buy only a small amount of time. Yes, just one, she said as Rukia looked at him. Can you let the ones that come to rescue me to return home unharmed? She asked him. The others looked shocked before Yamamoto nodded. As the Sokayaku was enveloped in erasure, agreed. Your last request will be honored, he told her. After your execution, I will allow the Ryoka to return home unharmed, Yamamoto told her. Thank you so much, Captain Commander, Rukia said to him. Ichigo, it's nearly time. Where the hell are you? She thought as she felt him get closer. Isane looked around her before spotting something in the air above them far away. He's here, she thought. Unohana then walked up to her and nodded, telling her that the plan was almost ready. Members of the Kido Corps walked up and started to undo the Sokayaku seal. Release the Sokayaku seal, Yamamoto told them. The erasure became stronger, and the robe snapped, unwound and shot off the halberd. The connection to the collar around Rukia's neck was disconnected, and the bindings around her wrists vanished as 4 cubes shot out of the ground and started to lift her up. She slowly floated up to the cross bead at the top of the wooden structure. Nanao looked at Rukia. Come on, Nanao, don't go all emotional on me now, Kayaraka said to her, or else I'm likely to come apart too, he added. She looked down. Yes sir, you needn't worry. It's just not sadness I'm feeling, she told him. The halberd burst into flames as Omida stepped back. Is that the release of the Sokayaku? He asked them. It then started to fly up and change shape at the same time, the halberd's changing shape. Sui Feng said in awe of what was happening before her eyes. What an amazing sight, Kayaraka said as 2 flaming wings folded out and started to form a large bird. Kiko, Yamamoto called out to the others. The blade of the Sokayaku has taken on its true form to render the ultimate punishment, he told them all. When the prisoner's body has been pierced, the sentence will have been carried out, Yamamoto added. Everyone watched as the flaming bird form of the Sokayaku went to its target, as Rukia closed her eyes. But it did nothing. Everyone looked up, wondering why Sokayaku, and they found that a person was holding it back. Rukia opened her eyes to that Ichigo was using his hollow Zanpakuto to block the firebird, and on his left hand was the letter W that looked inflated like a balloon. Sorry I'm late, Ichigo told her with a smirk. What took you so long? Rukia asked him. Last minute planning, he told her as he looked down at Unohana. The Shinigami, apart from Unohana and Isane, looked up in shock as Ichigo held back the Sokayaku. This can't be, Sui Feng said as it shook her to her core. He held back the halberd, she said as she squinted to look at him and saw that he was holding it back with. But the Sokayaku has the power of 1,000,000 Zanpakuto, she said as she looked up. He couldn't take it on with a single Zanpakuto, could he? Sui Feng asked everyone. After receiving no answer, she scowled up at him. Just who is this guy? She asked. That Ichigo, Unohana thought as she took her Zanpakuto from Isane. It's almost time, Isane thought as she looked up. So you're Housama's heir that we angered, Yamamoto thought as he looked up at the team. No. Do you think this could be the one that the Ryoka was talking about? Shunsui asked his lieutenant. Nanao soaked up Ichigo's image. Yes, his appearance certainly matches all the captain reports that we've received, she told him. Shunsui lifted his hat to look up at the team. I see, he said before pulling the hat over his eyes. I guess it figures that in the end, it was the Ryoka who saved the day, he said to her before looking back up at him. And to top it all off, he's the heir to our king, Shunsui whispered to Nanao, who nodded once more. So he's right pissed at us, he added. Having the delicate ears that she had, Sui Feng's eyes shot wide once more. He's the heir to the Soul King, she thought as it made sense in her mind how he could hold back the Sokayaku. But she still had her orders. The Sokayaku screeched as it pushed back Ichigo as it moved around. Ichigo, Rukia called to him. As said, then turned to look at the flaming bird, backing out to prepare for a second attack. Huh? Ichigo asked the bird. Go ahead, bring it on, Ichigo told the bird. Stop egging on the Sokayaku, Rukia screamed at him as the hollow blade started to glow. What are you doing? No, Ichigo, don't, Rukia yelled at him. The blade of Diablo Luna touched the beak, and they both fought who was fighting for dominance. Now I can only use this at half power. Then he sealed. So it won't destroy you but seal you back up, Ichigo said to them as the glow turned yellow as the small hole formed in front of the blade. Boca Infernal, Ichigo called out as the flames of the Sokaiku were getting sucked into it. But then a robe shot up. They're about to destroy it, but stay with it for a bit longer, and we nearly have it, Diablo Luna told him. And Ichigo did as the robe wrapped around the neck of the Sokaiku before the weight pulled the other end of the rope down on the other side. Unohana and Isane turned to see a tall man with long white hair that he wore in a long ponytail and thin black eyebrows, dressed in the standard Shinigami captain uniform. He had green eyes as he parted his hair on the left side with one long piece that tends to fall over his right with a somewhat emaciated appearance. His name is Jushiro Yukitake, and he is captain of the 13th Division. At his right was a man with dark hair and a short goatee. He wears a customized version of the standard Shinigami Shihakusho, wearing a thin white headband and straps around his shoulders, tied in a circle at his back. He was Sentaro Katsubaki. On Jushiro's left was a petite woman with dark blonde hair and gray eyes. She was dressed in the standard Shinigami uniform with the collar of a white shirt protruding over her top and white gloves. Kion Kotetsu was her name, and she was Isane's younger sister. Unohana, Isane, Shunsui and Nanao appeared next to White. Only a few more seconds now, Diablo told him as the mini black hole swallowed the flames. After a few more seconds, now disconnect, Diablo told him as Ichigo jumped back. Hey there, Mr. Handsome, Shunsui said as he placed his hand on the White. I was starting to wonder if you were going to show up, he said to Jushiro. Yamamoto turned to the two of them before sodding the thing in his hand. So that's their plan, he thought. It took a while to break the seal, Jushiro said before slamming down a shield, but this ought to do it, he told him. Suifeng looked at the seal that was on the shield, and her eyes widened. That has the Shihoin symbol, she thought. She then turned to her lieutenant. Stop them. They'll destroy the Sokaiku, she ordered him. Me, what can I do? The fat man asked as Shunsui and Jushiro drew their swords, or one of them in Shunsui's case. They stabbed their blades into the shield, and the rope started to glow and disintegrate until it reached the Sokaiku, which exploded as the flames began to rain. Well, that happened, Ichigo said as he backflipped onto the stand Rukia was on while the Shinigami shielded themselves from the raining flames. As he landed, Rukia looked at him as his eyes turned gold. Ichigo, what are you going to do? She asked him with wide eyes. Isn't it obvious? He asked her as he held Diablo's sealed form above his head. He then started to spin the blade with his finger in the chain. This stand is going to tumble down, he told her as her eyes became more expansive. Ichigo, you can't. You'll only end up killing us both. Rukia yelled up to him. The Sokaiku is too strong, she told him. Don't worry about it, Ichigo said to her as he grabbed the blade handle. Just shut up and watch, Ichigo told her. Ichigo, she muttered as she watched him stab the hollow Zanpakuto into the stand. Energy started to burst out of the stand before a large explosion happened, covering everyone as Ichigo grabbed Rukia before she could fall to the ground. Yoruchi told me that you don't want to be rescued, Ichigo said as he stood on a remaining part of the wooden platform. Then you told her to just go home, he told her as the smoke was cleared. You really do talk too much, Ichigo told her. But then again, I don't listen to you, he informed her. Under Ichigo's arm, Rukia looked down. What a fool. I'm not going to say thank you, she told him as Ichigo gained a slight smile. I won't, she said as the realization from the last 13 days had just come to her all at once. Ichigo had saved her. I don't expect you to, he told her as everyone looked up at them. Unohana, Isane and Yamamoto did not react while everyone else looked shocked by what had just transpired. The stand was destroyed, Sentaro said as he looked up. What kind of man is he? Omida asked everyone. Byakuya glared up at Ichigo as Ichigo did the same. Ichigo, where is Aizen, and what are we doing? She asked him. She then looked up at him and saw that he had his pupils changed from 1 to 8, and she knew that he had the letter A on his left hand. His eyes returned to normal as his blood started to leak from his eyes. Renji's on his way, and when he's here, I'm going to throw you to him so that you two can run, Ichigo told her. When? She asked him, confused, before hearing the sound of someone getting punched and knocked out. Now, Ichigo said as he rubbed the blood out his eyes. They both turned to a struggling to walk Renji, hobbling his way over to him. Renji, Rukia called out. Renji looked up at them before screaming. Rukia, he called up to her. Renji, I'm so glad you are so alive, she yelled to him, bracing for what Ichigo was going to do. I knew you'd show up, Ichigo said as he smiled at the redhead. Renji looked at them. What choice did I have? I couldn't just rely on you to save Rukia, could I? He told them. Ichigo lifted Rukia, and she knew what was going to happen. Alright, here you go, Ichigo said, gaining a smile. Renji looked confused. Ready, Ichigo said as he pulled back Rukia as she closed her eyes. Renji's face turned on angles as dread set in. Hold on now, he told Ichigo. You would not dare, he said to Ichigo. But he made a mistake. He said the word dare. Look up below, Ichigo called out as he threw Rukia at Renji. And she flew like a missile. Rukia screamed as she flew with tears escaping her eyes. You're insane, he yelled to the teen. Look at what you have done to him, Ichigo heard Mon say to Diablo, who was laughing uncontrollably. When Rukia hit Renji, it forced him back a few meters, digging a groove in the ground. They both shot up after a tiny bit. Damn it, Ichigo, she yelled at him. You idiot, what if I didn't catch her? He also yelled at Ichigo. Take her and go, Ichigo told Renji as Rukia remembered the plan. I'll tell him when we get away about the plan, Rukia thought as she watched Renji look confused. Don't just stand there. Get her to safety, Ichigo told him. Take her far away from here, he added. Renji's face shifted as understanding came upon it. That's your duty, Ichigo informed him. Protect her with your life, he continued. Renji's face became one of understanding before picking up Rukia and running off with her. Renji, Omida started before getting cut off by his captain. Don't just stand there watching, you fool, she told him before calling out. All lieutenants after them, she told him. Yamamoto looked at Chojiro. Yes sir, he told his captain as he joined Omida in running after Renji. As they ran, Ichigo appeared in front of them, and he put Diablo's sealed form away. The two stopped as Ichigo stood as a sentinel ahead of them. Get out of the way, Omida said as both he and Chojiro got ready to unseal their Zanpakuto. Pierce Ganryamaru, Chojiro called out as his sword turned rapier. Crush Gejitsubiri, Omida yelled out as the blade of his Zanpakuto turned into an oversized spiked ball attached to a long chain, similar to a flail. But once Gejitsubiri had formed, Ichigo smashed right through it with his fist and kept going until he reached Omida, knocking him out. He then moves on to Chojiro, who tries to stab Ichigo with his Ganryamaru, but Ichigo moves it to the side and knocks him out with a fast strike to the bottom of the chin. Feeling someone coming up on his, Ichigo drew the sealed form of Zangetsu and blocked a sword strike from Byakuya. I can see your moves, Byakuya Kachiki, Ichigo said to the man. Byakuya looked as emotionless as always. Tell me why, he asked Ichigo. As the teen raised a brow, Byakuya explained. Why don't you just give up? Why do you insist on saving Rukia? He asked him. You're her brother, aren't you? Ichigo asked him as anger started to steep into his voice. So the question that needs to be asked is why the hell aren't you trying to save her? Ichigo asked him in return. Such a foolish question, Byakuya told Ichigo. Even if I had the time to try to explain the principle to you, he said to Ichigo as he closed his eyes. Someone like you would never understand, Byakuya continued, but Ichigo had none. Please, you're a failure of a brother and don't even try the shit that you a clan head. You have the power to save her. But you didn't, Ichigo said to him with pure hate in his words. Byakuya stayed quiet for a while before saying, it seems to talk severs no purpose, prepare to die. Byakuya started to send Ryatsu to his Zanpakuto to try and overpower Ichigo. But the teen stood firm against the assault. Is that meant to do something? Ichigo asked him as he held the blade there. Ichigo then pushed him away as they skidded away from each other before they stopped. I see only one path before me, Byakuya said as he readied his Zanpakuto. I will kill you, Ichigo Kurosaki, and then I will recapture Rukia, and this time I'll execute her myself, he told Ichigo. Then, to do that, you'll have to get past me, Ichigo said before they used Shunpa to get closer to each other. With Rukia. Rukia looked around before nodding. Renji. I have something to tell you, she told the pineapple headman. And what is that? Renji asked her as he ran. Ichigo found out why I'm to be executed, she told him. Renji looked down at her. Why is that? He asked her. Right now, all I can say is that there is a traitor within the Godiai. And we think that there is more than one, she told him. This shocked Renji as he struggled with everything around him. Who is it, and what are they after? He asked her. Sosuke Aizen, and he wants something called the Hogyoku, which Kasuke Urahara, Rukia informed him. And the plan is for Ichigo to draw the attention of everyone while Captain Unohana will find him and reveal this, she told him. I see, so where do me and you come into this? Renji asked her as he reached the stairs and started to run down them. I've been getting my powers back and something else thanks to my bond with Ichigo. I have something else that only a few have, Rukia notified him. How many others? Renji questioned her. Not including Ichigo and 8 others, Rukia replied, and in a few minutes, I'll have my powers back, she told him as she held up something. Renji saw that it was her Zanpakuto that was slowly reforming. Execution grounds. Suifeng looked at the ones that had destroyed the Sokaiku as Yamamoto slammed the ground with his cane. No one move, he yelled out. Captain Commander Yamamoto, Yukitake said as he looked at the old man. This crime, a lieutenant, freeing a convicted criminal and aiding in her escape, he told them as everyone, apart from Ichigo and Byakuya, had his attention, will be solved by capturing the treasonous officer and putting him to death. Thus his fate is sealed, Yamamoto told them. The ones that destroyed the Sokaiku looked at the man. But that is the least of our problems. What you 3 captains have done here today is a crime of far greater magnitude, he told the 3 of them. Shunsui looked at Unohana, who was gripping her sword like a kenpachi. Surely you 3 are unforgivable, he told them. Shunsui, who was still being a kenpachi, turned to him. But he shook his head. Well, we've got no choice, Shunsui said as he grabbed onto Yukitake's shoulder. Are you ready? Joshiro, looks like we're going to have to make a run for it, he told the white-haired man before using Shunpa to run off. Ah, Shunsui, Yamamoto said as he opened his eyes to see them running. Wait, Shunsui, Yukitake yelled at Shunsui and jumped off the hill. I can't abandon them, he continued. Just calm down. Do you really want to fight old man Yama with all those others around? Shunsui asked him as they fell. If we did that, a lot of people would have ended up dead, he told him. As they neared the bottom, Yukitake nodded. Now it's only the 2 of us for the moment, Shunsui added before he started to reach out with his senses. Can you feel it there? One more on our side getting closer, he told Yukitake. Execution grounds. Unohana stood in front of the members of the 13th and Isane as she looked at both Suifeng and Yamamoto. Not going to run, Retsu? Yamamoto asked her as he looked at her. I have to reason. No 2 of them, she told him. Oh, and what are they? Suifeng asked as she walked closer to them before freezing in her place. She felt a blade at her throat as she looked at Unohana. He knows that I can beat you both in a sword fight, but always loved disciplining both his students, she said her first reason as Yamamoto sped off, showing that she was right, and for the second, you will fight her, she said as she pointed to something that was speeding at them. Suifeng only had a small amount of time to spot who it was before getting carried off. Now then, let us get all these people head up, Unohana said as she held her Zanpakuto. Release them of their suffering, Minazuki, she called out as her Zanpakuto changed form. And it changed to a giant, green, one-eyed manta ray-like creature. Minazuki swallowed them and started the healing process, she told the creature. Minazuki nodded as it walked forward, shot its tongue out, took in both and brought them in its mouth. Follow me, Unohana told the 3 of them as she walked onto the manta ray creature. After they walked onto it, to the 4th place, she said as Minazuki started to fly off, with Suifeng. Suifeng and her assailant. Let go of me, she yelled at them. Just who are you anyway? Suifeng asked them. Such a fuss. I see you haven't changed, the assailant said as they moved her hand up to the mask on her face. You have a quick temper like you always do, she said as they revealed themselves to be Yoruichi. It can't be you, Suifeng muttered as she looked at Yoruichi. Yoruichi, she said. Well, long time no see, Suifeng, Yoruichi said as she gathered energy in her hand, forming a Kido. The both of them then crashed into the forest below them. 4th Division. Minazuki started hovering above the main building before it landed as members ran out. Captain, we've heard what happened, one of them asked her. Are you or the lieutenant injured? They questioned Unohana. Release the others and return Minazuki, Unohana told the manta ray-like creature. Minazuki started inflating its stomach before spitting all the people in their gut onto the ground. She then held up her saya as Minazuki turned into a liquid and filled in the saya as it returned to its sealed form. Most of their wounds are not life-threatening, Unohana told them as they looked up at her. The time spent in Minazuki's belly has accelerated the healing process, she told them. Take them to the relief station and monitor them until they awaken, she ordered them. Yes, Captain, one of them said as they started to carry them into the building. Isain and Unohana looked to the hill where Ichigo and Byakuya were fighting before they turned around and started making their way out of the third old city. Shunsui and Yukitake appeared in the ruins of a city. That should do it, Shunsui said as he looked around. We're pretty far away from everything, he added. Yes, far enough to be out of danger for a while at least, Yukitake said as he surveyed the area. Nanao soon appeared behind them, breathing heavily. Hey Nanao, slowpoke, Shunsui berated her slightly. I didn't have to leave me behind, Captain, she told him before looming shocked as both Shunsui and Yukitake looked at what she was looking at. It was Yamamoto sitting there watching them. I must say you got here quicker than I expected you to, Shunsui said as he looked at the old man. Chasing children, he said to them as they tensed. It has been many years since a juvenile delinquent could get away from me, he informed them. He then opened his eyes. Let us finish this, Yamamoto said to them as he started to get up. But I shall be using more than just fists, he told them as he began to let out Ryatsu, which was a bright red. The area around them started to heat up as he slowly walked towards them. Nanao began to reach into her clothes for something but then felt the full power of Yamamoto's Ryatsu on her, and she felt his eyes drilled into her. She then collapsed to her knees as she struggled to breathe. Leave, Nanao heard Yamamoto's voice boom in her head. I have neither the time nor the patience to teach a mere infant like you, he told her as she started to foam at the mouth. Who hasn't learned to breathe yet? Shunsui soon moved in front of her to protect her from the Captain Commander. Take it easy now, he told Nanao as he placed a hand on her head. Little Nanao, it's going to be okay, he told her. She stopped frothing at the mouth, but she was still shaken. I'm so sorry, he told her. I shouldn't have let you follow us in the first place, he told her before picking her up and carrying her off. A few seconds later, Shunsui reappeared. Your Shunpa is impressive, Yamamoto said to him. You obviously worked long and hard on it to cover so much ground so quickly, he told him as Shunsui stayed on guard. Well, thank you, Shunsui said to him. Looking back, the two of you always exhibited exceptional strength, Yamamoto told them before looking at Shunsui. You spent too much time chasing girls, Shunsui, he said the eighth, and your behavior was wild, he rebuked the man. But you were intelligent, and your ability to see the truth far outshowed the others in your class, the Captain Commander told him before turning to Jushiro. And you, Jushiro, you had a weak constitution, he told the man, but you more than made up for it with your daring and popularity, the old man said the white-haired man. Jushiro though slowly started getting ready for anything. Everyone looked up to you, Yamamoto added. And when it came time to battle, you both defied the imagination, Yamamoto praised both of them. No one else could hold a candle to either one of you, he told them. Jushiro and Shunsui drank in their words from the old man. You had such strong will training endlessly. Yamamoto continued talking, continuously honing your strength. My faith in you was reward when you two became the first captains of your divisions, he told them with pride in his voice. You were my pride and joy, the Captain Commander told them. Like my own sons, I believed in you, he informed them. And even though we thought different thoughts, I always felt we walked the same path, Yamamoto told them. He raised his cane as it was enveloped with his Ryatsu. As the wood started to disappear, revealing a katana. Now it appears that I was wrong about you. I am deeply disappointed, he told them as anger took over from the pride. Yamamoto-sensei, Yukitake said as the elderly man placed a hand on the katana. Do not say anything, time for words has passed, the Captain Commander told him. Draw your swords, he told them. All three drew their swords, but from Yamamoto, a wave was sent out as both Yukitake and Shunsui jumped back. Yamamoto looked at the two of them. What is the meaning of this, you two? He asked them as he looked at their swords. Do not tell me you intend to fight me without releasing your Zanpakuto, the Captain Commander asked them. Shunsui adjusted his hat. We're still trying to avoid fighting at all, old man Yama. If we can, he replied to his leader. But Yamamoto was having none of it. Silence, he ordered the man. I taught you better than that, Yamamoto told them. You both know that there can be no forgiveness for those that defy justice, Yamamoto told them. And you also taught us that sometime we must carry out justice on our own, sensei, Shunsui said back to him. That is why we carry these swords in the first place, is it not, master? Jushiro added for his friend. But Yamamoto was having none of it. Such foolish talk, you have no right to decide for yourself what is right or wrong, he told them with his grip tightening on his blade. It is your duty to accept the true justice of the world, he yelled at them. Jushiro then shot up. Then what is the true justice of the world, sensei? He yelled at the elderly man. Who determines right and wrong? Jushiro asked him. Shunsui got up as well as looked at the older man. Did you not hear me before? Yamamoto asked them as he stabbed his blade into H ground. The time for words has passed, he repeated as Yamamoto let his Haori fly off and took off the top of his shahakusho to show off that he was wrapped and scared. Flames started flowing around him, and he chuckled as he reached for his sword. Reduce all creation to ashes, Ryujin Jaka, Yamamoto called out as the blade of his sword burst into flames. Both Shunsui and Yukitake, as his flames washed over them. How many years has it been since I've seen this form? Yukitake thought as he watched the fire. How long since I felt this fear like the weight of the deep sea? He added in thought. The flames encircled both captains, this Ryatsu, even in its shirkai state, Yukitake thought as he felt the heat around him. This heat scorches the heavens and consumes even the clouds. That blade turns everything to ash, he thought. That most terrible Zanpakuto, the oldest and greatest of them all, he added in thought. Ryujin Jaka, Yukitake said in thought. What are you waiting for? Yamamoto asked them. Go on and release your swords, he told them. They just stood there looking at him with Shunsui's hat casting a shadow over his eyes. You haven't much time. Surely you don't wish to be burnt without challenging me, Yamamoto asked them as he turned sword as the flame got hotter. I guess it can't be helped. Jushiro, shall we? Shuni asked the man next to him. Jushiro looked at the captain commander as his eyes softened before lowering his head. Yes, Jushiro said. Jushiro then brought his blade to his side. All ye waves, become my shield. All ye thunder, become my blade, Jushiro chanted. The blade then peels apart into two swords with a large red rope-like chain at the base of the hilt lengthens, and silver metal square charms attached to the chain begin to fall. The sword blade was thinner than the sealed form, as the tsuba now extended a little bit up the blade, and halfway along the length of the Zanpakuto was a second blade that juts out from the inside of the primary blade and extended back towards the hilt, running parallel to the main blade, with the cutting edge of the second blade faces inward instead of outward. Sojio no Kodawari, Jushiro called out. Shunsui grabbed his second sword, and he started chanting. The flowery winds become disturbed. The god of flowers sings. Shunsui then crossed his blades. The heavenly winds become disturbed. The devil of heaven sneers. Kaiten Kaikatsu, Shunsui called out as he pulled his sword apart as they changed. The swords changed to two massive black, heavily curved Chinese scimitars with silver edges. The hilt and tsuba are still the same as in the sealed forms, but they now sport long red tassels dangling from the end. Sojio no Kodawari and Kaiten Kaikatsu, these two were the only two dual Zanpakuto until recently, he told them as he looked at them. What do you mean we're the only two? Shunsui asked him. Yamamoto looked over at him. No matter how much he tries to hide it, the lieutenant of the 9th has a dual Zanpakuto, he told them as the captain commander moved his arm behind his back. Then there's the Prince Shinigami Zanpakuto that is a dual Zanpakuto, Yamamoto told them as he pulled something out. It looked like the structure of an atom. How do you know that? Shinui asked him before pointing at the thing in his hand. And what is that? He asked him. For the second question, this was made by Kiryu Hikifune with some help from the prince and helped disperse the illusion around us and shield us from the traitor, Yamamoto told them. And for the first, Retsu told me as she aided in teaching him how to use a sword, he told them. And what shocked them was that Yamamoto was not attacking them as Shunsui and Yukitake looked at each other before turning back to Yamamoto. Why are you not fighting us? Yukitake asked him. He looked over at him before raising a brow with a look of amusement. Would you rather burn? He asked them before both men shook their heads. I thought so, the captain commander said. Forest near Sokaika Hill. Two women fought deep in a forest. Sui Feng and Yoruchi fought in hand-to-hand combat. As they parted, they split a leaf in half and landed on two thick trees. I'm not impressed, Sui Feng said as she gained a smile. For someone who has spent many years hidden away as you have, it doesn't seem you've gotten any stronger, Yoruchi, she mocked the Catwoman. Yoruchi just kept smiling at her. Well, you, on the other hand, have let your skill get rather dull and rusty, Yoruchi said back to her. I noticed that you have your Zanpakuto, Sui Feng said as she looked at the sword on Yoruchi's back. If I wanted to become stronger, I needed to accept her, the Catwoman said back with her smile still on her face. But it's not fit for warriors like us as it's a large sword is not fit for our work, Suifeng said as she gained a smile. Let's not forget that you're helping the Ryoka. Who is the apparent prince of the Soul King? She asked the woman ahead of her. Did he tell you that? Suifeng asked Yorichi. You sure are talkative today, Suifeng, Yorichi said as her smile became cheeky. Is it because you get to see your old sensei again after so many years? She asked the petite woman. Suifeng's face lost the smile that she had. Or is it you showing your usual anger like the child I remember? Yorichi added as Suifeng narrowed her eyes. Well, which is it, Commander? She asked the captain. Yorichi narrowed her eyes lazily. Has it become much for you following in my footsteps? She asked the woman. Suifeng started to reach for her zanpakuto. Don't flatter yourself. You still act as if you're better than me, she told Yorichi. But those days are gone, as I'm the one with all the power now, as I'm the one that controls the Amatsukido. Yorichi Shihoin. Suifeng told her as she pulled out her zanpakuto. Yorichi's eyes widened slightly as ninjas appeared around her, each watching her, everyone moving and ready to attack her. Let me show you the difference between you and me now, Suifeng said as she stabbed her blade into the tree she was standing on. As you know, when the leader of the Amatsukido draws their sword, an execution battle is imminent, Suifeng said to her. Any opponent must die, and if that should happen to include a former commander, that is what will have to be, Suifeng told her, an evil smile forming on her face. You chose to throw away the title that I now hold. Just look around you, there's no escape for you, Yorichi, Suifeng said to her. Yorichi gained a smirk before moving at high speed, knocking the ninja away from her, and they were sent flying past other her and Suifeng. As Suifeng's eyes shot wide at the display before her. I really hate being underestimated like that, Yorichi told Suifeng. It's true that I threw away the Amatsukido title, but there is one other title that I never relinquished, she continued. Suifeng narrowed her eyes once more at the dark-skinned woman. Flash Goddess Yorichi. Suifeng growled as she grabbed her sleeves before tearing them off. That's not a real title. But since you climbed it, you leave me no choice, she continued as she took off her haori, as she looked Yorichi dead in the eye. But to rip it from you with my own bare hands, Suifeng told her. Yorichi looked Suifeng up and down. You still were the Keisen Shizoku of the Amatsukido? Yorichi asked her. I didn't know you were so traditional, Yorichi said to her. Does it make you think about the past? Suifeng asked with a smirk of her own. Only a little, Yorichi said back. So think back some more now, Suifeng told her. And don't hold back, she added. Suifeng slowly started to kneel down. Compare us between you and me. Which of us shines as the better assassin? She told Yorichi as she jumped at the woman. They both started to fight hand to hand with the sky above the forest there, either giving an inch as they parted. It showed that Suifeng had hit Yorichi in the mouth, and she hand hit Suifeng in the arm. It seems that we're even, Yorichi, Suifeng told her. So it seems, Yorichi told her as they both started to enjoy this battle. Have you got some gimmick hidden in the folds of your uniform? Yorichi asked as she wiped the blood out of her mouth. Are you going to use me? Yorichi's zanpakuto asked her. Not yet, Yorichi replied to her. Your movements have improved, Suifeng, Yorichi said as Suifeng raised a brow at her. Some kind of gimmick, she asked her former sensei. I guess you could say that. I'll show you, she said before grabbing her zanpakuto and disappearing. She then reappeared behind Yorichi. She looked like she was trying to hug Yorichi from behind as he brought her blade close to Yorichi's neck and put her offhand on the sword, sting all enemies to death. Suzumabachi, Suifeng called out as her sword changed form and released a noise of buzzing. When the noise and a brief glow were finished, it showed a black and gold gauntlet with a small chain linking it to a stinger-like blade on Suifeng's middle finger. The stinger is about twice as long as the normal length of Suifeng's fingers. Yorichi looked out of the corner of her eye at Suifeng before letting out a sigh. Are you sure you want to do this, Suifeng? Yorichi asked her. Suifeng did not answer her as she put her on her zanpakuto, and remembered when she got her true shirkai. 20 days ago, Soul King Palace, Otsu Nemea's city, Huden. Yorichi was sitting in front of Nemea in his maid home. Now, as the child told me that your zanpakuto has told you her wrong name, do you have any idea as to why? He asked her. Yorichi sat quietly as her brain gave her the answer. When I joined the Godiai one day before I gained my fake shirkai that should just focus on Hakuda and Kido, she conveyed to him. Nemea nodded at this. Now, why do you think she did that? He asked her. She did not respond for a while as he waited for her to respond, and after a few minutes she opened her mouth. to not hold me back thinking that I would not need her, Yorichi said as something formed next to her. You're right, they said to her. Yorichi turned to look at the person to see a 6-foot-tall panther woman that stood on 2 feet. She was hardly dressed as her clothes consisted of a molded bronze harness worn on the chest with metal filigree on the cuffs and fastened with cords crisscrossed behind the neck and back, and a purple silk skirt with separate panels suspended from a metal belt. Yorichi opened her mouth to say her name but then closed it. But now you need my power. Do you think you will use it? She asked her master. Yorichi stayed quiet for a while. Can you tell what your weapon form is? Yorichi asked her. No, the panther woman said. Are you still a lightning type Zanpakuto? Yorichi asked her. I have an aspect that is lightning but only one part, the panther said as Yorichi closed her eyes. So what do I have to do to earn your shurikai? She asked her Zanpakuto. The panther woman shook her head. First, let me ask you this question. Well, more of a riddle, she said to the dark-skinned woman. I am one who supports the heavens and the spreads throughout the earth. I am what you are. And the beast I am, what am I? The panther woman asked Yorichi. The dark-skinned woman did not answer as she looked at her Zanpakuto. How long do I have to answer you? She asked her. Take as long as you need. But the later you answer me, the more time you'll need to use me. But let me ask. The panther asked her. Don't answer now. But when you find out my shurikai, what will you do? If I'm not the type of weapon that you normally use, will you cast me aside once more, or will you let me fight with you? She asked her. Yorichi got up and looked at Nemea. Can I have some time? She asked him. Sure, take all the time you need, he told her as she walked out. Yorichi walked through the halls of the Soul King Palace until she reached a part that overlooked the Siriidai as she sat down to look over it. Do you need help? Yorichi heard someone behind her. She turned around to see Hao standing there looking at her. I just trying to figure out something, she told him as she turned back. Tell me about it, he asked her. My Zanpakuto told me a riddle that I'm trying to figure out, Yorichi said as Hao nodded. What is it? He asked her. She stayed quiet as she looked down at the Siriidai for a while. I am one who supports the heavens and the spreads throughout the earth. I am what you are and the beast I am. What am I? She told him. Hao closed his eyes before nodding. I think I get it, he said as she looked over at him. The first part means the sky. The second part is what you did when you were a Shinigami, and what animal she is. Hao said before he looked up. Oh, it's time for my time to teach Ichigo, so off I go, Hao said before teleporting off. Yorichi looked back down and thought. So the sky and lightning are the only part of the sky is, Yorichi thought before her eyes shot wide. A storm, she said as she rushed off somewhere. There would be paper. She found a pen and wrote down the riddle before writing down the word storm. Now I am what you are, what am I? Yorichi asked herself as she looked up with closed eyes. And Hao said it was what I was when I was a Shinigami, she asked as she closed her eyes. Right when I joined the Godai, I joined the second, and I was a ninja for all purpose. So strong ninja, she asked herself as she looked at the paper, and Yorichi stayed there for a few hours as the one paper became 2, then 3 until papers were covering the table she was at. Ichigo walked into the room she was in and saw her looking ready to tear her hair out. You okay, Yorichi? Ichigo asked her. She looked up at him with dead eyes. I hate riddles, and my Zanpakuto gave me one to find out the real name, Yorichi told him. Ichigo walked over to her and looked down at her papers. So the first part means sky. But you put storm, Ichigo asked her. Yorichi looked back at the papers. Zanpakuto said that lightning is only a small part of her. She looked back at the papers. Oh, that makes sense. So what is the part are you stuck on? He asked her. She looked up at him. Why do you think you can help? Yorichi looked at him with disbelief. I'm the third beast in my class, and only Yuria is 2 places ahead of me. So tell me what it is, he said to her. Do you really think you can answer the riddle? She asked him, and once she saw his nod. If you manage to get it once we save Rukia, I'll take you out on a date, she told the teen as he sat down. Right, the second part was I am what you are, and as the captain of the 2nd division, I was practically a ninja. But it doesn't feel right, she said to Ichigo with crossed arms. Ichigo narrowed his eyes as he picked up a piece of paper and started to write something down before he looked up and muttered something before nodding. Okay, I think I get it, and how to help you, he told her. He handed her the paper and looked and saw the words. What is a ninja? She read, as she started to think. A ninja is a warrior, a killer, she began as her eyes widened. An assassin, Ichigo said as he nodded. Yorichi shot out of her seat and ran over to Ichigo. And Ichigo. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She thanked him over and over before she ran out. leaving a confused Ichigo with a red face. Okay, so Storm Assassin and the animal, what animal is she? She said as Yorichi walked out of where she was. A cat. No, a specific cat, a panther, and her fur was, Yoroochi was saying to herself before her eyes shot wide. She then shunpoed back over to Nemea's house before opening the door to see her Zanpakuto drinking tea. Have you figured it out? The panther woman asked her. You are a storm assassin, Black Panther, Yorichi said as she pointed at the woman. The panther woman nodded. Yes, I am, and so I shall. Present day. Strike like lightning, Yorichi called out as her Zanpakuto started to glow and changed form and covered her hand. Arashikyoken Kurohyo. Inazuma, Yorichi called out as she turned into a lightning bolt that shot nearby before reforming. Suifeng looked shocked that Yorichi saw that she had a black and purple leather gauntlet with metal filigree. What is that? She asked the dark-skinned woman. Meet my Zanpakuto's true Shirkai, Arashikyoken Kurohyo, Yorichi said as she looked down at the gauntlet. And to think that I missed out on using her in her true form, she said as she had a sad smile. Suifeng scowled at that before jumping at her. Yorichi did the same as they both struck each other as they moved past. On Suifeng, a cat's face from while on Yorichi's butterfly-shaped stamp formed on her chest just below her bust. Suifeng looked down at her arm while studying the mark on her chest. I see, so she improved her Naijiki Kasatsu, she thought before looking back up. I see you've improved your skills a little bit, Yorichi said as she crouched down. She then placed her hand on the tree as the cat mark formed there before she. I only need some more time, Yorichi thought as she. Yes, and in the 100 years that you ran and hid, I perfected it. And now, Suifeng said as she jumped at Yorichi with the stinger as they jumped away, each moving at high speed. Both of them started to get covered in each other's markings as Suifeng, seeing that Yorichi had more making on her, began to gather Ryatsu. Soon I'll finish you off and show you that I'm the better one between us. And then I'll go after that so-called prince, Suifeng told the dark-skinned woman as the wind started to form around her, as she began to glow a bright white. So I was right. She does know that technique, Yorichi thought as she looked at Suifeng. I bet you've never seen a fighting technique like this before, haven't you? Suifeng said as she gained a smile. It's unique because it combines elements of both Akuta and Kido. It's something I created myself, she monologued at Yorichi, who just looked at him. Hey, this bitch is not going after our man. Show her why you have been named the Queen of the Storm, Arashikyoken Kurohyo yelled to her mistress. Oh, I will, and I'll use the same technique as her, Yorichi said as she narrowed her eyes at Suifeng. You should feel privileged, actually, Suifeng told her as her monologue continued. This technique has been perfected only recently, so you're the first victim of it in actual combat conditions. It doesn't even have a name yet, Suifeng said to Yorichi, was listening to her talking non-stop. Finally having enough of her talk, Yorichi raised one of her arms. Wrong, it has a name, Yorichi told her as she closed her eyes. What did you just say? Suifeng asked her. It's called Shunko, Yorichi said as Suifeng's eyes shot wide. You don't know what you're talking about, she said to the dark-skinned woman. Don't you know why your Keisen Shizoku has no back or sleeves? Yorichi asked her as white lighting formed around her fist. Because those parts would be wasted when this move is performed, a dense Kido envelopes the user's back and shoulders, she told Suifeng as white lightning started to form around her. Suifeng looked on in fear at what was happening in front of her. The Kido draws power first to the arms and legs, then explodes outward, Yorichi told her as the lighting sparked everywhere. In other words, the moment they move has activated, any fabric on the arms and shoulders will be blown off, Yorichi told her as lightning then start to hit the ground, destroying it. Her orange dress started to get ripped to shreds as Yorichi just stood looking at Suifeng in her back leg and sleeveless leotard with wings of lightning forming behind her. The fact is, I really didn't want to resort to using this technique against you, but you had said that you would go after my mate, Yorichi told Suifeng. Of her eyes became her animal form's eyes. Suifeng looked shocked as lightning formed around Arashikyoken Kurohyo to show that there was a small cannon on the top of the gauntlet. Now, normally, I'll let Ichigo deal with you, but as he's not here, I'll just do it, Yorichi said as the white lightning and the regular yellow lightning as it formed an oversized orb of lightning. Jujuku Minari, Yorichi called out as the orb turned into a large blast shot towards Suifeng, digging a large groove in the ground, and the marks on Suifeng started to glow purple and black, and the lightning that started struck her in each of the places that had been marked would boost the strength of the lightning blast. When the blast was over, Yoruichi slowly walked over to Suifeng, who jumped up as her shunko was active. But Yoruichi held her hand under Suifeng as a blast of lightning formed between the two of their hands before Suifeng froze as Yoruichi gently lifted her hand. You are not ready to use this yet, Suifeng, Yoruichi told her as white lightning was still blowing around her. She used Bakudo number 23 Hanki Aegis me, Suifeng thought as her world started to crumble around her. She cancelled mine out by crushing it with Kido of the same quality and strength but with the opposite spin, Suifeng said in thought. Damn it, she did it so quickly and effortlessly, she thought as she tried to think about what had happened. Not aghast my Kido's speed and pressure. Her thought continued. Tell me why, Suifeng asked Yoruichi. I should have surpassed you by now. I'm stronger than you, she screamed at the dark-skinned woman. Suifeng jumped at Yoruichi and tried to fight her, but she got knocked back and dodged each attack sent her way. Why are you still standing? I should have the power by now, Suifeng yelled at the Catwoman. A century of isolation should have made you weaker than me. How can you be dominating me? Suifeng yelled at her. Both of them used their shunko as Suifeng started to attack Yoruichi wildly before the dark-skinned woman kept dodging. She could see the tears forming in Suifeng's eyes, and she saw what she needed to do. She made a fist as the lightning from shunko and sent it into the ground. The area around them was destroyed as Suifeng just stood there with tears flowing. Tell me why. Help me understand, why didn't you take me with you? Suifeng asked the other woman. I would have gone anywhere with you. Yoruichi, you must have known that, she told the older woman. While stoic on the outside, Yoruichi internally cringed as Suifeng fell to her knees. Yoruichi-sama, Suifeng muttered. You have gotten much stronger since the last time I saw you, Suifeng, Yoruichi said as she knelt down, pulled the petite woman in a hug, and let her cry. There was a reason that I left, Yoruichi told her old student as she heard the sobbing starting to slow. And even if I was here and tried to bring the truth, I may have died, Yoruichi told her. Who could have killed you? Suifeng asked her. The real traitor of the Godiai, Yoruichi said as Suifeng looked up at her. Only a few of us on in the plan, Yoruichi told her as she looked around. Suifeng rubbed the tears out of her eyes. Who is the traitor? And why is in on the plan? Suifeng asked her master, ready to make up for what she had done. Alright, so here is the plan, Yoruichi said to Suifeng, who nodded. So Kayaka Hill, Ichigo and Byakuya were closing upon the rocky outcrop, each with Byakuya trying to break through Ichigo's guard and Ryatsu exploding around them, either making headway. I see you have mastered Shunpa, Byakuya said as he looked over. Don't think it's do anything, he continued without emotion. Ichigo just raised his brow at the man. I thought you said the talk was useless, Ichigo asked the man. And what's this about trying to kill me as you haven't even put a scratch on me? Ichigo told him. Byakuya did not respond to him as he raised his sword. Scatter, Senbenzakura, Byakuya called out as his sword turned into cherry blossoms. He then sent them at Ichigo, and they washed over him, but his skin gained a slight silver glint. So you send your shuriken at me, is it? Ichigo asked as he walked, his skin looking metallic. Ichigo walked out of the 1,000 blades of Senbenzakura with his skin and hair having a gray tint as the light seemed to shine off of it. Byakuya looked at him, and saw something on it. Byakuya saw that the letter S had what looked like bolts in it. How are you unaffected by my Zanpakuto? Byakuya asked the teen. And what is this ability? He added as he moved Senbenzakura to be around him. This is called us the steel, Ichigo told him as Byakuya narrowed his eyes. It makes a thin layer of hardened steel, Ichigo told him. Byakuya said nothing as he sent another wave of Senbenzakura at him. His veins started to glow blue again, leaving no scratch or scar on Ichigo. This time, I added blood, Ichigo said as he slashed at the air sending the petals scattering away from him. And I have yet to release my shuriken, Ichigo said as. What did you say? Byakuya asked as he looked at his Zanpakuto. So are you saying that is not your shuriken? He asked the orange-haired boy. It's as I said, Ichigo said to him as he held up the sealed form of Zangetsu. And your shuriken is not worth me releasing my shuriken, Ichigo told him. Byakuya showed no emotion, but internally, he was angered and sent another wave at Ichigo. Still, once more, it did nothing as Ichigo walked out of the cherry blossoms. I can keep doing this all day, Ichigo told him, but Byakuya noticed something. He saw that Ichigo's brown eyes were now gold. Let me add Hierro to my defense, shall we? Ichigo said. Byakuya called back his shuriken to his sealed sword before he pointed it at the ground. It seems that to kill you, I must use my Bankai, Byakuya called out as he dropped his sword. He dropped his sword, Ichigo thought as his other hand moved to the chain. When it reached the ground, it started to phase into the ground like it was falling into the water as energy ripples came from the ground. Thousands of giant swords started to grow out of the ground until 1,000 swords were on each side of Byakuya. Bankai Senbenzakura Kaigeyoshi, he called out as each blade turned into 1,000 blades. As the wave of cherry blossoms was about to wash over Ichigo, that pushed Ichigo back. Pierce Heaven Zangetsu, Ichigo called out as his Zanpakuto changed to his Shurikai. Ichigo raised his smaller blade, and the S on his hand changed to a V that looked like a tornado split in half the air before bringing it down with a call of Kamaitachi as a strong blast of wind pushed Senbenzakura Kaigeyoshi away from him. Byakuya saw Ichigo's Shurikai and spotted the still unsealed pure white sword at Ichigo's side. So those two are your Shurikai? He asked Ichigo. That's right, but Ichigo said as he put the large behind him. As cloth burst around it, and stayed on his back, you're only worth the short sword, Ichigo told him as Byakuya noticed something. Ichigo no longer had the steel over his skin, and the letter had changed. You no longer have your defense, and you challenge my Bankai with just your short sword, he said to Ichigo, feeling insulted by what the teen was doing. Ichigo let his blunt and arrow drop as he stared deep into Byakuya's eyes. What adult will go full force when fighting a mere child? Ichigo asked him as he sent out a wave of his Ryatsu at full power as it took the shape of a demonic skull, his hollow mask. Byakuya saw the shape of Ichigo's Ryatsu and felt fear for the first time in a long time. So, Byakuya Kuchiki, are you going to show me why you were made a captain of the Godai? Ichigo asked the man, who narrowed his eyes more at the teen. Ichigo then raised the short sword, and it started to glow gold before bringing it down. Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo yelled out as he sent a wave of crimson energy at Byakuya. Byakuya moved his Bankai to shield him from the blast, but it did not affect his whole body. The energy wave moved through the cherry blossoms and cut Byakuya's left arm up with his Tekko fell to the ground with some of Byakuya's blood fell. Byakuya looked down and saw the ground was split by the wave of energy that Ichigo sent. That energy wave you called Getsuga Tensho, a moon fawn heaven piercer, Byakuya said as he looked at his arm as the blood dripped. Zangetsu gathers and absorbs my Riryoku and then releases a high condensate wave, Ichigo told him. Byakuya looked at his blood for a quick second before turning back to Ichigo. Watch closely, Ichigo Kurosaki, he told the teen as his blood turned into Riryoku, which started to float up around both of them before making a pink dome around them. Watch and see. It's what happens when I abandon all defense and risk everything to kill my enemy, he told Ichigo as the dome turned back as pink swords formed 4 rings of these swords around them. Sakei Senbenzakura Kaigeyoshi. And this is the true form of Senbenzakura, Byakuya told him. Ichigo looked around him at the swords. Don't worry thou, this is just your funeral procession, he told the teen as he started to talk up to Ichigo. The thousands of swords around you will not attack you at once, he informed Ichigo. So relax, and Sakei is the form that I show to those special few enemies, he continued as he held out one arm. One of the swords from the top ring fell into Byakuya's open hand. It looked like his sealed sword. Who are genuinely deserving of my vow to kill them with my own hands, he told Ichigo as the teen took his reach for his large sword. You are the second person to ever see it, and it would seem that this is worth your second sword, he said to the teen. Both men looked at each other as Ryatsu exploded out of them. They clashed in the middle as Byakuya raised his sword while Ichigo met it with his big sword. Ichigo went for a strike with his second sword, but Byakuya called another sword down and met the blade. Byakuya pushed Ichigo away, but he barely dodged the smaller sword that Ichigo used to cut at the older man's arm as he skidded back before they rushed back at each other. As they were about to meet on the ground, they jumped at each other, with Byakuya going for an overhead strike while Ichigo as a cross slash with both swords that caught both blades, and he pushed Byakuya back this time. But during the fight, Ichigo started to note something. Have you started to slow down? Ichigo asked him. Byakuya, being the proud man that he was, said nothing to the teen. And I thought you said that you'd kill me, Ichigo said to him. And let's not forget I'm still in Shurikai, and while you, on the other hand, is in Bankai, Ichigo told him. Byakuya cocked his head slightly. You say that as if you have a Bankai, the captain asked him. I do, but as I said before, what adult will go full force when fighting a mere child? Ichigo told him, and he could practically feel the anger radiating off Byakuya. "Are you telling me a mere boy has access to the most powerful state of a Zanpakuto?" Byakuya asked before scoffing at the teen. "It takes at least 10 years to learn your Bankai, and you have only just started using a Shurikai," the noble said to Ichigo. "King, can I have a go at him?" Diablo asked Ichigo as the hollow spirit grew bored with the man ahead of them. "I have to keep dragging this fight out for a bit so that Unohana can find the traitor," Ichigo told the spirit. "Fine, but can you at least use my mask?" Diablo asked him. "Now that I can do," Ichigo said as he stabbed the large sword into the ground. Byakuya looked confused as Ichigo moved one of the arms holding the oversized to just above his head. "What is he doing?" Byakuya asked himself. He gripped the air above his head as black and crimson ryatsu formed under his hand before pulling the arm down as his hollow mask formed. The mask had the appearance of what could best be described as a menacing skull covering his entire head, and it had 4 red spike-shaped marks, 2 stopping by the forehead and the other 2 stretching past the eyes and teeth, going past his chin. There are small marks resembling a heart, but with the top and bottom open, extending from the inner corners of his eyes. The mask features 2 long forward-pointing horns, with black strips extending from their center towards the tips. Byakuya looked deep into Ichigo's now golden eyes. "So you have the powers of a hollow?" he asked the teen. "Yes, and that of a Quincy as well," Ichigo told him with his voice slightly distorted. "So I'm going to need to end this fight here and now so that I can get ready for the real threat," Ichigo said as he took his other sword back in his hand. He lifted both swords as they were coated in black and crimson energy formed around his blades before he slashed at the air, sending out 2 waves of Riryoku at Byakuya. The captain saw them coming his way and called down 10 swords that took the waves, and the waves hit the sword. It caused a large cloud. Byakuya tried to see the cloud, then felt a rush of wind and saw Ichigo appear next to him with his swords raised. Byakuya turned to him, which gave Ichigo an opening as he brought down one of his swords that slashed at Byakuya's right shoulder, going down to the man's left hip as blood spurted and sprayed the floor in the crimson liquid. While Byakuya was reeling from the first slash, Ichigo slashed across the chest, spraying more of the man's blood on the floor. Byakuya's Senki eyes is about to fall apart, Byakuya heard the spirit of Senbonzakura say to him. But it was too late as Ichigo ran up to Byakuya with the blue flames around his sword. "Inferno Fuego," Ichigo called out as he moved past Byakuya as the purple flames formed on Byakuya. Sake started to fade, with Senbonzakura sealing itself, and Ichigo let his mask fade, as well as the Bankai, just as a gout of Ichigo's blood sprayed into the floor. "He managed to cut you as you passed him," Mon told Ichigo as he looked down and saw a cut to his midsection. He nodded as he could already feel his regeneration and turned to Byakuya, who was trying to walk forward with blood continuously spraying out of him. "You wanted to know why I would allow Rukia to be executed?" he asked the teen why as Ichigo let the blue flames die. "Criminals must be brought to justice once their punishment is decided. It must be carried out. That is the rule of the law," Byakuya told the teen. "You honor the law even over the life of your own sister?" Ichigo asked the man as he felt the need to call back his flames. And he knew that after that, they would be gray flames. "Sympathy to a relative, what could be more pointless?" Byakuya asked as he looked off into the distance. "How could you say that?" Ichigo said as he was now completely enraged by what the man was saying. "Feelings and emotions have no value compared to the law," Byakuya replied to the teen. "Luckily, I've never been burdened by such useless sentiments," he continued telling the teen. He then grunted as he turned to Ichigo. "The Kuchiki clan is one of the 4 great noble families," he told Ichigo as he still showed no facial expression. "Don't even try to twist it," Ichigo yelled at the man. "As a member of a noble family, she had a right to a trial but never got one," he told Byakuya, whose eyes showed the tiniest bit of emotion. "And as head of her clan you were meant to make sure she had a trial," Ichigo added. "I had to make sure that I made the Kuchiki clan would follow the law and serve as an example to the other Shinigami," he told the Ichigo before hanging his head. "How can we obey or follow the law if I can just use my title to do whatever I want?" he told Ichigo, who turned away. "I'm sorry for you," Ichigo told him as Ichigo now knew his responsibility. "But I still know that you should have given Rukia her trial, and that is why you are not fit for the title of brother," Ichigo told the man whose eyes shot wide. "What about the law?" Byakuya asked him. "The law is corrupt so that the nobles have more say than the rest of the Shinigami," Ichigo told the man. I see I was never his enemy. Byakuya thought as his eyes softened. What this boy has been fighting agent all along was the law of the Soul Society. He told himself before turning away from the team. Ichigo Kurosaki, because of your free spirit and reckless attitude, you have broken my fighting spirit on this day, he said as he walked away from the team. I will no longer go after Rukia. You have won, Byakuya added before falling to the floor. Phase 1 is done, Ichigo thought as he turned around. He saw his friends on their way over. All of them were dressed in shahakusho, and some had bandages on. The first was someone Ichigo knew was a half-Mexican, half-Japanese who was a dark-skinned teen with pronounced cheekbones and wavy brown hair with bangs that generally hung over his brown eyes. He is a muscular and extremely tall man who appears much older than he actually is. His name was Yasutora Sato, but everyone called him Chad. The next was the only female, a teenager of average height with brown eyes and long, waist-length, burnt orange hair with bangs tucked behind her ears with hairpins. Her most noticeable physical trait is her slender yet curvaceous figure for a teenager, especially her large breasts. Her name was Orihime Inoue. The following person Ichigo winced internally as it was a bespectacled teenager of average height and slender build. He has straight, chin-length black hair framing both sides of his face and is fair-skinned with blue eyes. From what Hao told him, his cousin from his mother's side Yuryu Ishida, one of the last remaining Quincy, was not in his grandfather's clutches, and the last one that caused another internal winch was a tall, muscular man with chin-length black hair and a partially missing left eyebrow. It was his cousin from his father's side, Ganju Shiba. Guys, you here, Ichigo said as he walked over to them. As his clothes started to fix themselves, I'm glad to see you all okay, he said to them with a gentle smile. We're not exactly okay, Yuryu said while adjusting his glasses. Ichigo relaxed slightly before turning to Orihime. Can you heal Byakuya, please? Ichigo asked her. The others were shocked, including a quiet Byakuya, by what Ichigo was asking. Why is that he's just the captain that you just fought? Chad asked him. Ichigo looked at the man for a moment. We're all being led like a puppet on a string and the person behind it all made this all transpire, Ichigo told them as he looked them over. And a lot more than just today as well, and me and a few others know that it's at least 4 things, Ichigo added. Orihime did as Ichigo asked as Yuryu walked up. What do you mean, Ichigo? He asked the hybrid. The first thing this grand puppeteer did was remove some captains, lieutenants, and the 2 heads of the Kido Corps, Ichigo told them as Byakuya turned to him. What? He asked the team. Ichigo nodded at the man as Orihime put 2 hands to her hairpins and called out, Shuna, I am Sotenhun, I reject, as 2 of her fairy formed a shield around the downed captain. Then there was the thing that ended up making me who I am, Ichigo said as he sat down. So this person in the shadows made you a hybrid of the 3 great enemies, Byakuya said as Chad looked confused. 3 great enemies? He asked Ichigo. It's the name Shinigami called the ongoing battle between the Shinigami, Quincy and Hollows as each side attacks the other 2, Ichigo told the man as Yuryu was shocked. You're a Quincy? He asked the team. Ichigo winced at that. I'll explain later. But let's move on to the third thing that they did. This involves my cousin on my father's side and your brother Ganju, Ichigo told the man. Why was he killed by a Shinigami that was Rukia? Ganju told him. But Ichigo shook his head. No, the puppeteer made a hollow that would work like a parasite and invade the body, Ichigo started saying, but Ganju had already got the picture, and Ganju could tell he was not lying because of the sadness in Ichigo's eyes. So this bastard in the shadows used Cayenne for a ING test subject, Ganju yelled as Ichigo nodded. Byakuya took all of this in before asking, what was the final thing that they did? But he already knew why. Rukia's execution without a trial, Ichigo said as the eyes of the other widened in shock and anger. Byakuya closed his eyes as a tear fell as a memory popped into his mind. What is the plan, Ichigo Kurosaki? He asked the team. Ichigo turned to the man. When you're healed, get ready to go, Bankai. The moment we get the message, Ichigo told him. And as Byakuya cocked his head, confused, he added, Unhana and Isane is going to flush them out of Central 46. And they are going to bring Rukia back here for their price, but Ichigo started as Yuri nodded. They are too strong to fight on your own, and maybe with some other Shinigami where you could win, he said to Ichigo before spotting something. How do you have 3 swords now? He asked him. For the second part, these 2 are my Shinigami Zanpakuto Zangetsu's real Shurikai, Ichigo told them as Yuri nodded at him. And this Zanpakuto is my hollow Zanpakuto Diablo Luna, he said to the spectacle-wearing teen. So your hollow powers are now for you to use like your Shinigami ones, Yuri said before looking over the teen. What about your Quincy powers, he asked. Ichigo held up his left hand, which had his ring. This is my Quincy weapon, as it's not a sword, but it can release into something that can be used to cleanse hollows, not kill them, Ichigo told his cousin. Ichigo then shook his head as if to get himself back on track. Anyway, here's the plan, Ichigo told them as they all nodded. Outside Central 46, Unohana was walking up the large building with Isane before spotting two people at the gate. The first that they noticed was the taller of the two, a woman with long and wavy blonde hair, blue eyes, full lips, and a beauty mark under the right side of her mouth. She is well known for her curvaceous figure, of which her most distinctive trait is her huge breasts. She was dressed in a shihakusho, though she let her robes hang loose for her ample bosom to be revealed. She had a thin golden necklace tucked between her cleavage and a long pink scarf over her shoulders. In addition, her lieutenant's armband is worn on her uniform's sash, as opposed to around the arm. She carries her Zanpakuto behind her back. Her name was Ranjiku Matsumoto. She was the lieutenant of the 10th Division. Next to her was someone, a shorter boy with turquoise eyes and short, spiked, white hair. He wears a standard sleeveless captain's haori with a green sash around his shoulders, held together by a round, star-like clip with the sash that holds his Zanpakuto-s sheath in place on his back and is tied to it at either end. He is relatively young by Shinigami standards and appears like a child. He was the captain of the 10th Division, Toshiro Hitsugaya. There should be someone guarding the gate, they heard Ranjiku say. But I don't see anyone, she added as Unohana narrowed her eyes while Isane took a deep hold of her courage. Yes, it's odd, Hitsugaya said as he reached out to touch the gate. Hello, Captain Hitsugaya, Unohana called out from behind them as they both jumped. Both members of the 10th turned around to see both women. Captain Unohana, Isane, what are you doing here? Ranjiku asked the two women as she slowly reached for her Zanpakuto. I would like to think the same as you two, Unohana said as she walked up to them before her eyes became sharp. I must swear you two now that we may find something in there that will shake your view on someone. Be ready, she told them as she pushed open the gates. Ranjiku was not happy. The gates are normally locked, she said as Isane looked around. It's as we thought, Captain. It's deserted, she told Unohana. Both members of the 10th turned to them. What do you mean, Lieutenant Kotetsu? Hitsugaya asked her. Isane looked over to the shorter captain. We have some insight on this and with what is going on, but we do not know all the details, she told him. So, with the information you have, you came to a conclusion that there would be no one here, he asked her. That is correct, Captain Hitsugaya, Unohana said. They walked up to the main building. Unohana walked up to the door and checked it. It's locked from the inside, she told them as she looked at Hitsugaya, who nodded as the lieutenants stepped back. Open the doors as it is a matter of emergency and grave importance, Unohana called out. But she had a feeling that there was only her target within there. I am Captain Unohana of the 4th Division, along with Captain Hitsugaya of the 10th Division, she said to the air. Blades shot across the door while more blades dropped, forming a barrier across the entrance. So the emergency lock has activated, Isane said as Unohana drew Minazuki's sealed form. This gets stranger each minute, Hitsugaya said as he brought his hand up to cup his chin. Unohana, on the other hand, just slashed at the door as the swords and the door crumbled to the floor. Captain Unohana, you just broke down the door to Central 46. Are you insane? Ranjiku asked the medic. Hitsugaya looked at his lieutenant. The alarms haven't gone off, he told her as she looked back at the door. What? She asked him. Breaking down the door indeed activated the alarm, but it didn't, Hitsugaya informed her as her eyes started to widen her eyes. Let's not forget that there are no guards here, Isane said to her fellow lieutenant as Ranjiku nodded. There is something wrong here, so someone must have killed them and dragged their body away, Hitsugaya said as Unohana nodded. And when the person got inside, they resealed the door and deactivated the alarm behind them to keep things quiet, Unohana added as the captains ran in. Both lieutenants were not that far after them as they ran now the building with the doors opening, and they rushed down the stairs until they reached the main chamber. Both members of the 10th looked shocked at what they saw while Isane turned her head away while Unohana narrowed her eyes at the Sean around her. It seems I was right. They killed all of them, she said as around her was 40 men dead and blood all over the place. I can't believe what I'm seeing, Hitsugaya said as he looked at the bodies littered around. How can something like this happen? He asked before he gathered himself and descended the stairs. Isane walked up to one body and tried the blood there only to find that it was hard and flaking. If I got the math right in my head, these bodies are weeks old, if not months, she told the others. The last time Central 46 gave orders was just before Rinji was defeated, Hitsugaya said aloud to the heir. That's right, and we've been under martial law, and this hall has or should have been locked down with no one allowed to enter or leave, Unohana added for him as she nodded with her eyes scanning the room. Let's not forget that the defense system was engaged, and there was no sign of forced entry, Hitsugaya said as he joined the medic and looking around them to try and find someone. What does that mean, Captain? Ranjika asked the younger captain. It means that A. All of the judgments and decisions until recently were fake, he told her, and B. The person that did this is here now, Unohana said as she turned to a brown man with glasses looking at them. Isn't that right, former Captain Sosuke Aizen? She asked the man. Aizen was a mild-featured man with scholarly brown hair enhanced by square glasses and soft brown eyes. He was dressed in the standard Shinigami uniform with a captain's heiori. I must say that you arrived a lot sooner than I thought you would have, Captain Unohana, Aizen said as he walked past them. But it was in my plan that Captain Hitsugaya. So it's not a complete loss, he told them as another man walked out beside him. The man was dressed in a standard Shinigami uniform with a captain's heiori. He had short silver hair, his eyes narrowed to be in his early to mid-20s and a wide mocking smile on his face. This man was Jin Ikimaru, captain of the 3rd Division. Isane looked behind them to see someone she did not expect was a woman Rukia's age who had brown eyes and wore a standard shahakusho, with her black hair pulled into a bun held in a tied cloth. She wears the 5th Division's lieutenant armband in her Shinigami robes. This was Momo Hinomairi. Why are you here? Isane asked as Unohana looked at her. And how are you alive? Ranjika asked him. Or is this some trick? Hitsugaya asked as he kept his eyes on Jin. Oh, it's me, Toshiro, and I must say I do hope that Momo is devastated by my death, he told the smaller captain. Momo hid at the entrance wall so they would not see her and covered her mouth as, in her mind, the words he was speaking did not go with the person who brought her into the 5th. But in the main room, the air became colder. What did you say? Hitsugaya asked him. Oh, nothing really, just saying that I hope it broke her spirit, is all, Aizen said with a smile. And Jin has been helping you since you faked your death? Ranjika asked him. Oh, he's been helping me way before then, Aizen said as he turned to the woman. Jin's been with me from the very beginning. From the moment I became captain, there was no one suited to be my lieutenant, he continued telling the young captain. So you deserved us all? Unohana asked him sadly. Well, I never thought of it that way, Aizen said as he looked at the 4 of them. It's just it became very obvious that no one was capable of understanding my true identity was beyond theirs, he said, keeping a carefree smile on his face. What does he mean by true identity? Momo asked herself as the part that still believed in his was telling her that it was Jin doing this. But another quieter part was saying that he was always like this. Momo looked up to you. And you do this to her? Hitsugaya asked him. Yes, I know. And that's why she was easy to control with her blind admiration, Aizen said to the white-haired captain. You also told me that her abilities are why you made her your lieutenant, Jin said to Aizen, who nodded. That is true. She was the perfect subordinate, the former captain said to them. This is a lesson that you two would want to take to heart, that all subordinates are expendable, Aizen told them as Hitsugaya drew his Zanpakuto as a cold air burst out around him as both traitorous captains jumped out of the room as Momo ran to take cover. Banka, Hitsugaya started saying before Unohana placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder. What are you doing? He asked her. Using you, Bankai, will not help us here as he will take you out with his Zanpakuto as you are still caught in his illusion, she told him as Aizen looked at her. So you know about my Kyoka Sujetsu and her Kenzen Simon? Aizen asked Unohana as he raised his sword. That's right, and thanks to the Haosama's heir, me and a few others are immune to your Zanpakuto's power, Unohana told him as Ranjika looked at her. The Soul King has an heir, she asked as Aizen narrowed his eyes. I see, so that was why Rukia's execution was delayed by 3 weeks, he said with Unohana nodding her head. So is that what made you work with the Soul King's heir? Aizen asked her. No, after a few days examining the body you left behind, I realized that something went wrong, and someone told me about your Zanpakuto's power, Unohana told him. What do you mean? Ranjika asked her. But Aizen answered her, those that see me release my Kyoka Suigetsu are caught in my Kenzen Simon, and will always be affected by it, he explained to them, and since a blind man can't see, you release your Zanpakuto, Aizen said to his as both members of the tent's eyes shot wide. So Tozen is also on your side, Hitsugaya said as the man nodded. With Renji and Rukia, Senzekyu. Ranji ran as he watched for the next part of the plan while Rukia was regaining her powers at a slow rate. How are things going? Renji asked her. I'm nearly at the point where I can use my shuriken and call on my mask, Rukia told him as he shook his head. I still can't believe that you have hollow powers now, Renji said to her before looking down at her. Rukia, I just wanted to tell you that. He started speaking to her, but she cut him off. I know, Renji, but Ichigo and I are, Rukia said before Renji nodded. It's okay, he told her as he looked down at her. I just wanted to tell you that if he ever harms you in any way, no matter whether him being the heir to the Soul King and godlike hybrid or not, I will kick his ass as your brother, Renji told her. She looked shocked at him. But I have Byakuya as my brother, she said to him. Yeah, but with the way Ichigo is and what you told me about him, I really do think that Ichigo is a good brother, Ranji said to her as she cocked her head. Well, when you have Ichigo as a standard as a brother, Byakuya is not fit to be one, so I'll give it a try, he told her before he focused his eyes on someone. It was a dark-skinned man with a dark brown braid with the rest tied back in a ponytail. He has dressed in the traditional Shinigami Shihakusho with the sleeves rolled up to the shoulders. The uniform is tied with a purple obi sash. He wore an orange scarf around his neck, white boots, and black, fingerless gloves, and over his eyes were clear goggles. He was Kanem Tozen, the third member of the traitorous captains of the Godai 13 and the current captain of the 9th Division. So this is Phase 2, Renji thought as he got ready for whatever was going to happen next. Tozen then pulled out a long piece of white cloth wrapped around both Renji and Rukia before it tightened around them, before a bright light formed before they were teleported away. Central 46. Outside the Central Underground Assembly Hall, Jin pulled out a cloth and pulled it as it wrapped around him and Aizen. It seems that Phase 2 is almost done, Aizen thought as she watched on. I want to commend you for finding out about me this early in the game, so I congratulate you all and bid you farewell, Aizen told them before the cloth started to tighten around them. I don't think that we will see any of you again, he told them before the cloth glowed brightly. Aizen, quick, it's Phase 3, and we must find them before we alert everyone, Unohana said as she got ready to leave. Hitsugaya quickly turned to the woman. That's right, and tell the Ryoka as well, he told her. Aizen nodded, pulled out some coal, knelt down and started to draw in a circle on the ground while chanting, Heart of the South, Eye of the North, Finger of the West, Foot of the East, arrive with the wind and depart with the rain. She then slammed her palms down. Bakuto number 58. Kakushitsuijaku, Aizen called out as her circle gave off a blue glow as numbers shone. As the glowing from the cloth faded, showing that Aizen and Jin had teleported, Aizen looked up at her captain. They're heading to the Sokaika Hill, she told Unohana, who nodded. Alert them, she told her lieutenant before looking over to a corner. You can come out now, Lieutenant Hinomari, she called out to Momo. Momo, Hitsugaya asked her but was cut off by the chanting from Aizen. Silken net of black and white. 22 bridges, 66 crowning sash. Footprints, distant thunder, pointed peaks, revolving grounds, nightly prostrations, sea of clouds, the pale ranks of troops, complete the grand circle and surpass the heavens, Aizen chanted as she drew roots on her arms as a black square form in front of her. Bakuto number 77. Tentikura, she yelled out as thunder reverberated in the area. All members of the Godai 13, Ryoka and Team Saberberry Cat. This is Lieutenant Kotetsu of the 4th Division, Aizen called out into the square. Sokaika Hill, execution grounds, Ichigo, Byakuya, and Ichigo's friends heard Aizen's voice in their heads. This message will not be repeated, so listen closely. This is an emergency report from Captains Unohana and Hitsugaya regarding the real traitors in our midst, Aizen said to everyone. A healed Byakuya got ready to drop his sword while Ichigo prepared to slam his sword together as two cloth cocoons formed ahead of them. As grim as what I may tell you, but what I will say is the truth, so Soke Aizen, Jin Ikimaru and Kaname Tozen are traitors to both the Soul Society and the Soul King, Ising said as the cocoon started to unravel as Ichigo Ryatsu began to skyrocket as his friends each got ready to attack as well. Sosuke Aizen has killed all members of Central 46, and he is the reason why we have lost so many captains and lieutenants over the years that he had been a Shinigami, and for Team Saberberry Cat, it is now Phase 3, she told them. When the cloth faded, Aizen looked at Renji, not seeing both Byakuya, leave Rukia where sh. Aizen started saying before voices called out the same word, Bankai. Both Ichigo and Byakuya said as Byakuya dropped his sword and 2 rows of 1,000 blades formed out of the ground. Senbenzakura Kagyoshi, Byakuya called out as the swords turned into cherry blossoms that he sent at Aizen. Aizen jumped back at an explosion of Ryatsu from Ichigo as he slammed the pommels together. The 3 traitorous captains turned to see Ichigo as the Ryatsu faded. Ichigo now had waist-long black hair with his swords turning into one blade. A large crescent pitch black that was the size of him that had an enclosed handle near the base of the sword with a black chain going up one sleeve and down the other. It is connected to a small manji that was attached to Ichigo's left hand. Ichigo's shihakusho was replaced with a long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat with red and white lining, armor covering his chest, arms, shoulders, and feet, with a stripe running across his face. The jacket is closed at his chest and left to flare into ragged ends, and under the coat was an utterly black bodysuit with light bluish-gray bandages forming tightly wrapped around his face, ending just beneath his eyes, what was now crimson. Tensa Zangetsu, Ichigo said as Aizen looked the teen up and down as Byakuya looked at the teen. So that is his Bankai, Byakuya thought as he felt the power from Ichigo, or tried to, as he could feel nothing from him. But he knew that it held power from the release of the Bankai. Senbenzakura Kagyoshi can be both easy and hard Bankai to track as it can follow your eye movements, and it can cut you to pieces, Aizen said as he jumped around, avoiding the cherry blossoms. Thank you for telling me that, Byakuya said as he sent a stream at Aizen. I'll guard Rukia, Ichigo said as he appeared next to Renji. Renji jumped at Ichigo's sudden appearance. What? He asked the teen. Join your captain. I stay with Rukia and with me near her, Ichigo stated as the red-haired man nodded. She'll regain her powers and can join the fight side you as a partner, Renji finished as he let Rukia down, drew his sword, and jumped off to join his captain. Roar Zabimaru, Renji called out as his Zanpakuto transformed into an even longer 6-part segmented blade. Each segment is wider than the one preceding it from the hilt, with 2 pick-like protrusions on the front and back of each part, with the ones on the front much longer than the ones on the back. We're nearly ready, Rukia, Sodi no Shiryuki said to her mistress. Rukia looked at her clothes as they slowly turned back into her shihakusho. We need them only to hold off for a few moments, Ichigo told her as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Rukia felt a rush of power return to her before Ichigo removed his hand, and he could feel something in his hand. Just tell me when you're ready to fight, Ichigo told her as she nodded. Renji slashed at the air, sending out the parts of his sword that moved out like a whip and sent it at Aizen, who stopped the blade with his hand as he saw an energy blast heading his way Chad had sent at him. Interesting powers you have there, Aizen said as Jin and Tozen went after Chad. Ichigo raised the blade of Tensai Zangetsu before bringing it down, sending a silent Getsuga Tensho at them. Both traitors looked over at the now black-haired hybrid. Now that was uncalled for, Jin said to the teen, old to duck from a Kido that Rukia sent his way, and that was not nice, he told Rukia with a frown. Oh, stick it up your ass, Rukia said as her eye briefly changed to that of a hollow as Jin jumped back. Aizen brought his sword and cut Zabimaru but saw Renji smiling before he sped away as a spiraling drill of Senbenzora was heading his way. Tsubaki Koten Zanshuin, I reject, Oriheim called out as she steeled her will, and her belief in Ichigo gave her strength as the fairy flew at Aizen. Interesting, Aizen thought as he watched the attack coming his way before jumping out of its way. So if by what she said she can reject something, he thought as he saw the fairy zoom past as Senbenzakura chased after him. Are you ready, Renji? Byakuya asked his lieutenant. Renji looked at the man for a moment. I am captain, Renji said as he raised his sword hilt. I'm sorry, Zabimaru, but this will only hurt for a bit, Renji told his sword. That's alright, Renji. But make sure you get this bastard, the monkey part of the spirit told him. Right, Renji said to her before slamming the hilt into the ground. Here we go. Zabimaru Higazeko, Rinji called out as the broken parts of Zabamara gave off a red glow before they started to float in the air. Jin looked ready to jump in as Senbonzakura formed a cyclone around Aizen with the blades of Zabimara flying into the hurricane. Heido number 58. Tenran, they heard Aizen call out as a blast of wind shot off the tornado. An unharmed Aizen walked out. Now I must get the thing I came for, Aizen said as he turned to Ichigo and Rukia. Only to see that Rukia regained her powers, she held out her Zanpakuto. Dance, Sodi no Shiryuki. Rukia called out as she turned her Zanpakuto a circle counterclockwise. While she is turning it, the blade, hilt, and Tsuba turn completely white. The Tsuba becomes a hollow snowflake-like circle and a white ribbon forms from the pommel. She and Ichigo then pulled a hand to their faces before pulling their arms down, calling their masks. While Ichigo's Ryatsu says the same mix of colors, Rukia's changed from pure white to black with a fluorescent blue outline as the mask formed on her head. The mask looked like a fix of animals, with the top part of the mask looking like a rabbit kabuki mask and the bottom part like a fox snout. Within the ears were colored cyan as it had cyan markings around the mask's eyes with 3 cyan stripes on both sides of the mouth. Byakuya looked at the two of them, and he saw a captain and his lieutenant ready for battle. Byakuya, we'll fight Aizen. You get the other two, Ichigo told the man before turning to Aizen and holding up something to the man. Is this what you're after? Ichigo asked him. Aizen looked over to Ichigo to see that he was holding up a bluish-purple orb. May I kindly have that? He asked the two of them with a smile. Channeling her inner Ichigo, Rukia turned to him. How about you go yourself? She told him as Ichigo laughed. You heard the lady, Ichigo said as they both went after Aizen, with both of them attacking the man while Byakuya was sending waves of cherry blossoms at the other two traitors, with Chad sending out energy blasts, and Oriheim sending out Tsubaki to aid both teams of Shinigami in taking out the traitors 3, while Yuryu and Ganju were running around setting traps around the place. Ichigo went for a strike with the sword of Tensou Zangetsu, while Rukia went for a stab with Sodi no Shiryuki. But Aizen blocked the strike and the stab with Kyoka Suigetsu. Daiden Shurtsukiken, Ichigo called out as the manji on his left hand started spinning before it changed into a black greatsword blade with a pair of onyx wings acting like a cross guard. Ichigo brought the arm blade up and went to slash at Aizen's neck, but he moved his head out of the way while Rukia stabbed the ground with Sodi no Shiryuki as ice formed on the ground and on Aizen's feet. Rukia pulled her sword out of the earth as Ichigo and Rukia crossed their swords and glowed their respective colors before bringing them down on Aizen. Aizen brought up his sword to block the strike as the two energy, and he broke out of the ice with his Heori tearing at the hem. Aizen, a giant of a man, yelled as he appeared behind the traitor and brought his sword down on Aizen. The giant man was actually an anthropomorphic light brown furred wolf. He was dressed in a shihakusho with a captain Heori with shoulder weights over the Heori, a high collar with a similar build to the shoulder weights and large, plated boots instead of sandals. Over his hands were armored gloves with bracers and a kamuso hat to conceal his entire body. He was Sajin Kamamura, captain of the 7th Division. But he stopped the blade with an open hand. It's been a while since the last time I saw your face. What's brought on the change of heart, Sajin? Aizen asked the humanoid wolf. Has something happened? He asked innocently. Aizen, how dare you to stand there and smile like that? Sajin growled at him. You betrayed everybody, and you will not be forgiven, nor will you too, Sajin said to them as he raided his fist to and brought it down on Aizen, who jumped back. Or Sajin saw his jump back as Ichigo, Rukia, and the rest of Ichigo's friends saw that Aizen had just moved to the side. Do you two have an explanation? I want to hear it now, Sajin asked Jin and Tozen. Jin looked at Tozen as they jumped out of another blast of cherry blossoms. Do you know what to say to the man? He asked the blind man. Be silent, Jin, Tozen told him as they evaded. Too bad then, Sajin said as he started to gather his energy before. Bank, Sajin began to call out, but then he looked down at Aizen, whose smile changed. Heido number 90. Kurohitsuji, Aizen called out as he held up a hand. A black and purple energy box formed around Sajin as it grew spear-like protrusions. He then turned to return to his fight with both Ichigo and Rukia. As the Kurohitsuji faded as Sajin fell to the ground with cuts all over him. Before, a shadow loomed over him as he looked up to see a literal giant falling over them with a one-armed woman with black hair on his shoulder. The giant was a muscular man who easily towered above most Shinigami with his hair tied into a ponytail that extends down to his waist. He has long sideburns, which continue down onto his neck and are long enough to be tied up in small ponytail-like tufts. The other was a youthful-looking woman of average height with green eyes and bandages over her messy black hair, parted down in half at the small of her back. She wears a white skirt and provocative red robe exposing her ample bosom. Her right arm was replaced with a prosthetic that had, and she has a tattoo on her left arm with bandages around her right shoulder, and both ankles on her feet were wooden sandals and cloak on her back. They were Kakaku Shiba and Jidanbo Ikanzaka. Ichigo looked to Rukia to see a crack forming on her mask. Phase 3 is almost over. We just need some more time, Ichigo thought as he looked down at her. Phase 3 is almost over, so I'm going to need you to stay here, Ichigo said to her as she nodded at him. Sprinkled on the bones of the beast. Sharp tower, red crystal, steel ring. Move and become the wind, stop and become the calm. The sound of warring spears fills the empty castle. Kakaku called out as she appeared over Aizen. Lightning forming in her hand, Heido number 63. Raikoho, Kakaku yelled out as she sent a blast of lightning at Aizen. Aizen jumped away from them as Ichigo jumped at him with the crescent blade of Tensai Zangetsu raised. And Aizen black as the two fought each other for a while. He black with Kyoka Suigetsu. And the two attacked each other before Ichigo noticed a shadow move past him and bumped into him as he dropped the orb. The shadow that bumped into him was revealed to be both Yoruichi and Suifeng. Sorry about that, Ichigo, Yoruichi told the team. This is another face I haven't seen in quite some time, Aizen said as the orb rolled in between his feet. Don't do it, Yoruichi told him as she stared into his eyes with a glare. If you move so much as a muscle, she began as she looked at Aizen. They were going to cut off your head, Suifeng told the man. Yes, I can see that, Aizen said as Jidanbo walked over. Yoruichi, not removing her eyes off the man, called to the woman on Jidanbo's shoulder. Hey, Kakaku. Hey Yoruichi, I had a little 3 times on my hands, Kakaku said to the dark-skinned woman. So since I was out, I thought I'd check in, she added. Jin landed a bit away. Well, that was flashy. What should I do? Jin asked himself before someone appeared behind him. It was Ranjaku who put her Zanpakuto at Jin's neck. You shouldn't even move, she told him as Unohana, Hitsugaya, Aisane, and Momo dropped down from the sky. Jin looked behind him at Ranjaku for a moment before turning to Aizen. Sorry, Captain Aizen, I got caught, Jin told him. The same has happened to me, Tozen said as he was within a cage of Senbonzakura. So it would seem, Aizen said as the rest of the captains and lieutenants arrived on the hill with Aizen looking around the area. It's over, Aizen, Yoruichi told the man but noted that he did not seem worried, and he even laughed. And what's so funny, she asked him. I'm sorry to do this, but the time has come, Aizen told them as both Yoruichi and Suifeng jumped away from him as a beam of light shot down and shielded Aizen. Ichigo looked up to the sky as he rid his hollow mask. So there are 13 of them, Ichigo said as everyone turned to him. Then it's time to wipe them out, he added. They all looked up to see that there was a hole in the sky with 13 hollows. All were 6 stories tall hollows, easily dwarfing everyone there. They all had white masks with elongated noses, with their bodies covered from their head to their pointed feet with a black covering reminiscent of a cloak, and around their neck is a row of thin white spikes. The Gillians, just how many of them are coming through? Omida asked as he looked at the sky. As the Gillians descended to the ground, someone else called out, No, wait, there's something else up there. They all saw titanic purple eyes as something sent down 2 more beams of light shot down as Ranjaku jumped back, and Byakuya called back Senbonzakura to him. The ground that the 3 of them were standing on started to float up into the sky within the pillars of light as a Shinigami got ready to attack them. Stop, Ichigo told them as they turned to him. That is a hollow ability called negation that all types of Minos and higher use to rescue their allies. And once enveloped by that light, they are immune to all attack, and they cannot attack, he then added. The prince is right, Yamamoto said as he walked up to Ichigo. I am sorry, your highness, as we did not know that he had this planned, he apologized to Ichigo. No, there is no way that we would know that Aline himself, with the Minos, Ichigo told Yamamoto, who nodded. Most people looked shocked at the title that Yamamoto had given Ichigo. So you're the heir that I was told about, Aizen said to Ichigo. Why have you joined the Minos? Yukitake asked him. Aizen looked down at the white-haired man. So that I can keep reaching higher, Aizen told him. Have you become that corrupt? Yukitake asked the man. Aizen looked down at them all. Your self-righteousness blinds you, he told them all, as most of the people looking up at him were angered by his remarks. From the beginning, no one has ever stood at the top, Aizen said to everyone on Sokaika Hill. Not even the gods, he added as he took off his glasses and swept back his hair. But soon, that unobtainable vacancy at the top will be filled, Aizen told everyone. From now on, I alone will stand at the top, he told him. But Ichigo just shook his head and held up Tensai Zangetsu's sword. The blade was coated in a black mist formed over the edge and slashed as he sent out the smoke with a call of Yamamatoi Mumio Jirai. All the Shinigami saw as the black smoke flew through the air and into the Gillians, slicing them in half. Aizen watched as the Gillians disintegrated as their essence started to move off to somewhere in the Soul Society. Stand at the top alone, Ichigo asked as Aizen looked at him. Stop talking shit, Ichigo told him. Aizen narrowed his eyes at Ichigo. Farewell, Shinigami and Soul Prince, he told them as the light carried them into the hole in the sky. Unohana walked over to Sajin and looked him over before she started to heal him as Renji collapsed along with Byakuya. Senbonzakura sealed itself as Ichigo sealed his Bankai. Orihime, if you could, Ichigo asked her as she was already on it. Shuna, I am Sotenhun, I reject, Orihime called out as the oval shield as she started to heal them. Rukia's mask dropped off her face as she fell to her knees, taking deep breaths. That took a lot out of me, she muttered as Ichigo walked up to her. Well, train later, Ichigo told her before he nudged his head to the side, indicating to Byakuya. You know that I'm against it, but go talk to him, Ichigo told her. Rukia nodded as Ichigo helped her up, and they walked over to where Orihime was healing Byakuya. Hello, Rukia, Orihime said as she healed the two Shinigami. Byakuya looked at the petite woman for a while. Rukia, I have something I must tell you, he told her. Rukia looked at him as she was ready to listen to what he had to say. Around 50 years ago, I lost my wife before the Baika blossomed, he told her. I know, Hizana-sama, Rukia said with a nod. People would always tell me that I look like her, she continued telling him. Byakuya nodded at this. That is correct, as I was the one to tell them to say that. But that is a lie, he told her. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at him as he took in the information. She's Rukia's sister, isn't she? Ichigo asked him. Rukia looked over at Ichigo with wide eyes before she turned back to Byakuya. You are correct, Ichigo Kurosaki, he told the teen. Hizana told me that both of you had died in the world of the living during the war, Byakuya told her. Ichigo and Yuri gained a shocked look while Yuri gasped. What is it? Rukia asked them. Ichigo gained a sad look on his face. We just figured out when you died, he told her. Byakuya looked at the teens. When was it? He asked them. It was during the Second World. Japan was bombed twice, and a lot of people died in both attacks. The lives lost numbers in the thousands, Ichigo told them. The two were Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Yuri added after him. Byakuya closed his eyes before he looked at them. She told me that she lived in Hiroshima, but anyway, he told them before focusing on Rukia again. She lived with you in the Rukongai and struggled to make a living, Byakuya told her. So she made the best choice she could make at the time and left you and ran away, he told her. Ichigo placed a hand on Rukia's shoulder as Rukia looked down. Hizana suffered greatly for what she had done. Byakuya looked her deep in the eye. She would look at you almost every day after we got married, he told Rukia as Ichigo nodded at this. But during our 5 years together, she made me swear to her to find and look after you before she passed away, Byakuya added. I then found you the following year and welcomed you into the family that same year, Byakuya told Rukia as she looked down at him. But, like with Hizana, the clan elders did not like the fact that I brought you in from the Rukongai and told me that it was against the law to do so, Byakuya told them as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. But I did not care about that as I gave my word to Hizana. But I was told by one of the elders that I disgraced them, Byakuya said to them. And so I swore on my parents' grave I would not break the law again, he told her. But with Rukia's execution you had struggled with holding 2 vows, and you did not know what to do, Chad said, with Byakuya nodding as the teen. So Ichigo Kurosaki, I thank you, Byakuya told Ichigo as the teen nodded. I'll leave Rukia with you, but I have one question for you, Ichigo asked Byakuya. What is it? Byakuya asked the orange-haired hybrid. How did your wife pass on? He asked the noble. I do not know, Byakuya said as he looked saddened. All I knew was that one day she started to grow weaker until she passed, he told the teen. Ichigo nodded at him as he walked away while thinking about something he sensed in Bankai within the Soul's Society. Yamamoto stood in front of the remaining captain lined up ahead of him. Now that we are all here to discuss the events that had transpired yesterday, he told them all. Yamamoto got nods from around him. As most of you know, the captains of the 3rd, 5th, and 9th divisions have betrayed us and are working against the Soul King, Yamamoto told them all. The other captains looked at each other. What are your orders, Captain Commander? Sui Feng asked him. Before you answer that, Sensei, I think that we need to ask, Yukitake said as he stepped forward, looking at the man ahead of him. Captain Kuratsuchi, where were you during the call to action, Yukitake? Asked the captain of the 12th division. Kuratsuchi's had golden eyes slightly more like that of a hollow with the appearance of a skeletal look to it with a skull-like visage. He had his face painted entirely white with the inner portion of his face painted black except for his nose. His ears are seemingly replaced with stubbed golden cones, and his fingernails are painted blue, except the fingernails on his right middle fingernail is as long as the finger itself, with his whole body covered in white and black paint. On his head was a white hat with 2 ends that pointed to his right and a large purple scarf around his neck. Apart from that, he was dressed in the standard Shinigami captain uniform. I had more important things to take care of, Kuratsuchi said to the man. Oh really, what was that? Shunsui asked him. I don't think I have to tell you, he told the man. I think you should, as my lieutenant told everyone that Aizen had murdered all members of Central 46 and for multiple reasons that other captains throughout the history had disappeared or been exiled, Unohana told the man as she stepped forward. So where were you? She asked him. Yamamoto banged his staff on the ground to get the attention. He can talk about this later. But first, Ichigo Kurosaki, the heir to the Soul King, was told what actually was going on throughout the years. Yamamoto told them as they returned to their positions. He is on the way with his friends, he told them all. Are the lieutenants going to know as well? Byakuya asked his leader. Yes, they will be along shortly, along with both of the 3rd seats of both 11th and 13th divisions, Yamamoto told them while Kenpachi looked confused. Why is Ikako on his way? He asked Yamamoto. That I do not know, as it was one of the spirits of the heir's Zanpakuto that told him that you would need to send for your 3rd seat, Yamamoto said as he looked at the man before he turned to Unohana. Do you know anything that is going to be said today? Yamamoto asked him. Both me and Aizen only know a small bit, and Yoruichi has filled in some of it, Unohana said, with Sui Feng nodding. Yoruichi-sensei told only a small part about what happened 100 years ago, Sui Feng said as Yamamoto nodded. I see, the oldest captain said as they all waited for everyone else to arrive. The first to arrive was the lieutenants of the 1st, 4th and 10th division as they stood behind their captains. You're early, Ranjaku, Hitsugaya said as he turned to look at the woman. What does that imply, Captain? Ranjaku pouted at the younger man. I'm implying that you are lazy and tend to skip out of doing actual work, he said to her. But she waved him off. Oh, I have already done all my work, she told the petite captain before leaning forward. And I think that this Ichigo Kurosaki might know what happened to Captain Shiba, Ranjaku whispered in his ear. Are you sure? Hitsugaya whispered back. I told no, but this is the best that we have for now, she told him as another 3 lieutenants it was Rinji, Nanao and a lieutenant of the 7th divisions. The 7th division lieutenant has a distinctive haircut, and wears black sunglasses with his standard Shinigami uniform, and carries his Zanpakuto as a small blade inside his uniform. His name was Tetsuziman Ibe. How are you, Nanao? Shunsui asked as she stood behind him. I'm doing better, Captain, Nanao told him. Yamamoto turned to her and bowed his head. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Ic, but I needed to test you to see if you could handle the power of my releasing my Zanpakuto, he told her. And I failed, didn't I? She asked him. You did, but you lasted longer than I originally thought. So I would recommend training with Unohana and the prince so that you can get used to that level of power, Yamamoto told her. Yes sir, she said as Shunsui hid a smile as Omida, Momo, and the lieutenant of the 3rd division walked in. It was a man with blue eyes, and shoulder-length, blonde hair that was combed into 3 points, with 2 in the back of his head and a 3rd search to cover his left eye. He also wears the standard Shinigami robes and the 3rd division's lieutenant armband on his left arm, and his name is Izuru Kira. Yamamoto looked at Izuru and Momo for a moment before telling them, stand in the spot where the 3rd and 5th division captains usually stand. Yes, Captain Commander, they both said as they walked over to the spots with Azura facing Suifong and Momo facing Unohana. How are you, Lieutenant Hinamori? Unohana asked her with the voice of a mother talking to her child. Confused mostly as a part of my brain is telling me that the world around me is wrong, and another part is telling me that it's right, and I don't know what to do or believe, she told the older woman. I see, but don't you worry now. Your new captain will help you out, she told her as Momo and the others looked confused. Captain, are you saying that Isane started? Yes, as we both know, he is more than capable of being one, and he has completed 2 out of the 3 needed to pass as a captain, Unohana said. Do you mean the prince? Yamamoto asked her as Momo looked at him, and then back at Unohana. That's right, but I'll say more on that later, she told them. Ichigo Kurosaki is still alive, Byakuya said as he turned to her. She shook her head. No, you see, when Rukia awakened his powers, his human body could not handle the strain of holding his power in his body for long, and with him jumping in and out of his body, she said as the noble nodded. I see, Byakuya said as he turned to Renji. How is Rukia? He asked. Renji looked at his captain before scratching the back of his neck. She and the others are on the way. But Ichigo had to go and check something out, Renji told him. Everyone looked at each other as Sajin turned to him. What is he investigating? The wolfman asked him. It's something that only when he is in Bankai he could sense, Renji told them. Everyone looked frightened by that knowledge as they could not sense his power when he went into that release. He told me that it was hidden. But when Ichigo went into his Bankai he could sense it. But all Ichigo got was something confusing, he continued as the others. Did he tell you what was confusing him? Yamamoto asked the redhead. Renji shook his head. No sir, he told the older man. Yamamoto stroked his beard with a nod. I shall ask him after he is done telling us the real truth instead of the illusion that he has been put under, Yamamoto told them as they all nodded as Momo winched. The last 3 lieutenants arrived along with the 3rd seat of the 11th Division. First was the lieutenant of the 9th Division, who was a tall and lean-built man with dark gray eyes, short black hair and 3 scars straight over his right eye that lead down his cheek with the number 69 tattooed on his left cheek, as well as a blue striped tattoo running across his left cheek and over the bridge of his nose. He wears a choker around his throat, matching armbands on both upper arms, and a sleeveless shahakusho with his lieutenant insignia tied to his left arm. His name was Shuhei Haseijai. Then there was the 3rd seat of the 11th Division, a tall and muscular bald man. His eyes each have a slight red marking at the outer corner, and a scar running down the left side of his chest. He wears the standard Shinigami shahakusho, except for no tabi with his sandals. He was Ikka Madarame. On Ikka's shoulder was a tiny young girl with pink hair, dark pink eyes and a perpetual blush on her cheeks. She wore the normal Shinigami robes and a lieutenant's insignia on her arm. Her name was Yuichiro Kusajishi. Or was it? The final person was a slender, youthful, well-endowed woman with green eyes. Her black hair was pulled back into a long braid with slightly parted bangs. Her clothing consists of a short black kimono with a traditional wide white obi, fastened with a red cord, which extends to mid-thigh, with a white nagajuban underneath. With the sleeves of her kimono is not as comprehensive as those worn by most Shinigami. The upper parts of the sleeves are puffed, and her left sleeve is her lieutenant's armband. She also wears white gloves, covering only the back of her hands and wrists, and a dark red choker. Her name was Nimyu Kuratsuchi. Yuichiro jumped off Ikka's shoulder and landed on Kenpachi's. Hey Kenny, she said to the man. Hello, Captain, Ikka said as he stood behind Kenpachi. Unohana looked at Yuichiro out of the corner of her eye. Minazuki, is she asked her Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto spirit, yes. But as he cannot hear her in her sword form, so she made a body so that she could talk to him, Minazuki told her. That's sad, Unohana thought with a sad look in her eye before she became focused. I will fix my sin, and we will have a power that Aizen and Yawach will not be able to stand against us, she told herself. After another 4 minutes passed, the time Ichigo and his friends arrived at the meeting. Ichigo bowed to Yamamoto. Sorry I'm late, Captain Commander. I went to investigate something, Ichigo told him. Yamamoto nodded. That is all right, my prince. As Lieutenant Abarai said, you were looking something up, that you were investigating something, he said to Ichigo. That's correct, the teen said as he raised from his bow. But I can continue that later, Ikkyo continued as he walked up to Yamamoto. Yorichi turned to the others. Go stand behind one of the captains, she told them as they made their way in. Yorichi walked up to stand behind Suifome. Yuria stood behind Momo, and Oriheim stood next to Ising. Chad walked over to Nanao as Ganju walked over and stood next to Ikaku, and Rukia stood behind her captain. Ichigo turned to everyone as he looked at everyone who had assembled. First, I would like to say that all I'm about to say is the truth and some of the knowledge of what happened all those years ago, Ichigo told the assembled captains. They all nodded and got ready for the information. Now, about 100 years ago, Sosuke Aizen experimented to see if he could bridge the gap between Shinigami and Hollows, Ichigo said to everyone as they took the information. Why did he do that? Hitsugaya asked the teen. From what we can gather, he's trying to find a way to reach a state of being that is close to that of Hao or that of my grandfather Yawach the First Quincy and their king, Ichigo informed them as they all looked at each other while Kuratsuchi had a slight twinkle in his eyes. Anyway, when he found out that his experiment was a success, he moved on to the next phase of his plan, Ichigo explained to them. Everyone looked at each other as they tried to think of what would be the next part of the plan. He took a Shinigami from the fifth, whose name was Hakutenshi Akijigoku, and experimented on them along with a hollow that made seemingly fuse them. Ichigo told them as everyone, bar Kuratsuchi, was sickened by this. It made a new hollow was created by the name of White that was not your regular hollow as it had a soul of a Shinigami. Ichigo told them as they looked confused by that. Are you sure of that, Ichigo? Yuria asked him. Yes, as it is the tale of how I'm a hybrid, Ichigo told them all. It starts here in the Soul Society 30 years ago with my father, Isshin Shiba, who was the captain of the 10th Division at the time, Ichigo told them. Rukia looked shocked by this. He could not see spirits, she said to Ichigo. Byakuya narrowed his eyes at this as both members of the 10th Division looked conflicted on what to do. I think he was protecting both of you from Aizen by acting not to see them, Byakuya told her as Rukia looked to the man and nodded. Anyway, he went to the world of the living to investigate a series of Shinigami deaths only to find White there, Ichigo told them as they all nodded their head. During the fight with White, from what Hao had seen, was growing stronger by the second, and it could reach the power of a Vasto Lord from consuming the soul of each Shinigami that it killed, Ichigo told them. That is not that unusual, Yukitake said to Ichigo. Ichigo nodded at the man. You're right. It's not unusual for most hollows to do this over the years. But this happened within a week from unseated officers with barely enough power, Ichigo told them as Yorichi decided to take over for a while. When both me and Kasuke found out about White, we both hunted high and low for it. But it was Kasuke that found it along with Isshin, Yorichi told everyone as they turned to her. Fearing what might happen if Isshin caught him, Kasuke did not aid him but was ready to do so at a moment's notice, she told them all. Kasuke then messaged me and was on my way over, and if someone did not interfere, Isshin would have died as he was not allowed to go into Bankai, she told them as they growled at the mishap. And before White would wound and possibly kill him, someone intervened, Yorichi told them as they looked at each other. Who was it? Oriheim asked her. It was my mother, Masaki Kurosaki, one of the 5 children, and only daughter of the Quincy King Yawach, Ichigo said as Ranjaku turned to him in shock. Your mother saved him, and a Quincy at that, she asked. Yes, and not just any Quincy, the princess of all the Quincy and trained by 2 of the best, Yawach himself and her uncle Soken Ishida, Ichigo told everyone as Yamamoto turned to the young prince. Yawach had other children, Yamamoto asked the teen. Had is the right word, as all bar my mother did not meet his expectations as Tezukoken could not gain enough followers to join him. So Yawach took away his powers and moved on to Imhotep, the second eldest, Ichigo told the older man. But he only worked for the love of a woman, so he removed most of Imhotep's powers and immortality, and let him die along with his love, Ichigo told him as Yuria sickened. Then there was the third eldest, only cared for hunting, so he was thrown away. And the second youngest was not even cared for, while my mother had learned everything that a Quincy could know, and she even made some things that Quincy uses nowadays, Ichigo told them as Yamamoto nodded. Anyway, when my mother turned up, she saw that my father was going to need a hand and fired an arrow at White, he told them. Yukitake cupped his chin in thought. Don't Quincy arrows kill hollows? He asked the teen. Normally, you're right. But my mother was aiming for one of White's horns, and it was Vasto Lord, so 1 or 2 arrows were not going to do much to it, Ichigo said to them. The man stepped back to let Ichigo continue with his story. Anyway, As my mother joined the fight against the Hollow Aizen called it back as both my parent talked, and my father both found out that she was the princess of Yawatch, and that she did not care for the rivalry between the Quincy and Shinigami, Ichigo told them as they nodded. So they joined forces to take down White when it showed up once more. But my mother was bit by White, he added. Everyone winced with Yoruichi looking down. It then used all 3 of its powers to try and kill them, Ichigo told them. First, it used its self-destruct to try and blow them up, but all it managed to do was destroy my mother's clothing, Ichigo said as most people let out a breath. But that was only a distraction, Ichigo told them. The non-hybrid Quincy narrowed his eyes for a second. It had something to keep itself alive, he said. Ichigo nodded at that. It started to hollowify her. But she used Quincy's hollow suppression powers to slow it down. As Urahara appeared and told my father that he could help him, Ichigo told them all. The note, Ranjika said as her eyes shot wide. Yep, my dad returned here for only a few moments to tell the Captain Commander about White and to leave both of you a note, Ichigo told her before turning back to everyone. My father then went back to Urahara to went into my mother's soul and fought White once more, and both my mother and father used their powers to seal White away, Ichigo told them. Or so they thought, he added. What do you mean? Rukia asked him. When my parents sealed their powers, it moved to one of the eggs in my mother's ovaries, Ichigo told them as they looked at him. In other words, they moved both of their powers to me, he explained to them. Ichigo shook his head. Then Aizen deemed that White was a success. So he made another hollow and put it within the 13th barracks 9 years ago, Ichigo told them. Metastasia, Yukitake growled under his breath. Yes, Ichigo nodded. For those who do not know, Metastasia was made in the same way as White but had different powers, Ichigo told them. Are they on the same scale as this White or more monsters? Sajin asked him. The second one. As Rukia and Yukitake know, Metastasia can fuse with someone's body as it did with Kai and Shiba. And the second power it had was the ability to destroy Zanpakuto, Ichigo told them as they all looked shocked while Ganji clenched his fist as blood started to flow. After Yukitake had killed Metastasia, Aizen had begun to sense that Hao was watching him. So Aizen used his Hogyoku to hide from Hao, Ichigo informed them. As Ichigo finished speaking, the rest of the hall was quiet, and if a pin were to be dropped, it would sound like an explosion. Yamamoto thought deeply about what Ichigo had told them. What was the last Hao-sama saw of the traitor? He asked. The last thing Hao saw was Aizen entering Central 46. And that was the day after when we entered the Soul Society, Ichigo told them as they looked at each other. So that means that they have been dead for about 4 weeks, Oriheim said as Unohana nodded. While all this was happening, Momo was increasingly confused and did not know what to do. What are your orders? Sajin asked Yamamoto. Yamamoto closed his eyes as he took himself in deep meditation before he opened his eyes. The first thing that we must do is to fill one of the empty captain positions, Yamamoto said before Ichigo reached into his shahakusho and pulled out a scroll. Ichigo told me to give you this scroll when you said you were going to fill the spots, Ichigo told him as he handed it to Yamamoto. Yamamoto opened the scroll before humming. So they had the same thought as Retsu, he thought as he looked at Ichigo from the corner of his eye. Ichigo Kurosaki, Soul Prince and head of the Kurosaki clan, do you think you are fit to become a captain? Yamamoto asked the team. Ichigo looked shocked at what was asked of him. I don't know, as I never lead anyone, and before someone says anything, I did not lead my friends. They just went along with my crazy plan, Ichigo said as Shunsui laughed at that. That is the sign of a good leader, Shunsui said as Ichigo looked at him. When those around him or her do not question what plan is put in front of them, they just trust their leader to get them the best result, he told Ichigo. And it's sad that I have to say this, Ichigo, but I think he's right, Yuria told the Karatope team. What about the tests like the proficiency test? Ichigo asked them as he looked at Yamamoto. When you fought Aizen, you were in Bankai fighting him as I was there along with most of the captains in this very room, Yamamoto told the team. And let us all be honest here, as you would have just needed the 200 members to watch your fight with both Captain Kenpachi and Captain Kuchiki when you beat them, Yamamoto told him as Ichigo took the information in. The other captains around them finally took in what had happened that day. And then this scroll holds names of 4 captains that are higher than me as they are the Royal Guard plus that of both Retsu and the former captain of the 2nd Division Yoruichi Shihoin, Yamamoto told the team. Ichigo looked shocked as he could have done 2 needed 3 to become a captain. But who would approve of me? Ichigo asked him. Four captains stepped forward: Byakuya, Shunsui, Yukitake and Kenpachi. Why have you four stepped forward? Yamamoto asked them. Ichigo Kurosaki is not only capable of fighting for the best of the bringing the Soul Society into a new age, Byakuya said as he stepped back. While him being the heir to the Soul King helps him, I think that he can bring some fresh air to the Godai, Shunsui said to Yamamoto before returning to his spot. He's helped me realize that I was fighting the wrong way, and I need to know the name of my Zanpakuto to get stronger, and I have been working on it, Kenpachi told Yamamoto as the old man winced at that. I think that he can fix some of the wrongs that we have done to both the Shiba clan and Rukia, Yukitake said before returning to his spot as Byakuya looked away with Ranji clenching his fist. There you have it, Ichigo Kurosaki, so what do you say? Yamamoto asked as he looked at him. Ichigo looked down before the glow of his ring caught his eye. What do three think I should do? Ichigo asked the three spirits that resided within him. I say go for it, King, Diablo told Ichigo. I agree with the insane one, Hogyoku said as Diablo yelled at her. What about you, Mond? Ichigo asked the Quincy spirit. Ask yourself one question: do you want to do it? The wisest of the spirits asked him with Ichigo closed his eyes. I'll take up one of the captain positions for you, Ichigo told Yamamoto as the older man nodded. Yamamoto looked Ichigo up and down before turning to Chojiro. Can you bring me a 5th Division Heori? He told his second in command. Chojiro nodded before he walked out, and after 5 minutes, he returned with a captain's Heori. I believe I have one that would suit the prince best, he said to Yamamoto. The Heori was normal Heori with a scarlet inlay with the number 5 on it. Yamamoto looked from the Heori to Ichigo. Kneel, your majesty, Yamamoto told Ichigo. The teen did as asked as he looked up at Yamamoto. Do you, Ichigo Kurosaki, swear to guard the Soul Society until you die or take the throne? Yamamoto asked the teen. I do, Ichigo said. Do you swear to aid and protect all the souls? Yamamoto questioned Ichigo. I do, Ichigo said. And do you swear to protect life from the evil that would harm the worlds? Yamamoto asked him. I do, Ichigo said one final time as the Heori was unfolded and placed on his shoulders by Chojiro. Now stand and join our ranks as the captain of the 5th Division, Yamamoto told Ichigo as the teen stood up and walked to stand where the 5th Division captain would stand and waited for the rest of the meeting to be finished as he could hear the gears turning inside Yurio's head. You can do your alteration so long as I can have my input into it, Ichigo told the Quincy. Yuria pushed his glasses to the bridge of his nose. That's fine by me, he told Ichigo. Yamamoto then banged his cane to get everyone's attention. Now, before we move any further along with this, we must make sure that we have no more traitors in our midst, he told everyone. Captain Suifoam, have your men go thou the Rakungai to make sure that Aizen's has not reached them, Yamamoto told her. Yes sir, Suifoam said to him. For the rest, if you look through your divisions to see if anyone else has joined Aizen, Yamamoto said as they all nodded. Captain Commander, I have an idea. But it may sound insane, Ichigo said from his spot. It may sound insane, but it could also aid us in the fight, he told the teen and held out a hand, telling Ichigo to say his idea. Why don't we bring back the wizards? Ichigo said as some looked interested while the others looked conflicted. Your plan has some merit. But how would it work? Shinui asked Ichigo. Shuinsui's right, as there is a law that states that all Shinigami with hollow powers must be put to death, Yukitake said as Rukia winced. Don't worry about that, as we are currently under military law, and Hao said I can change a few laws that he found annoying. To say the least, Ichigo said as the others looked shocked. He made all the laws, Sajin said, but Ichigo shook his head along with Yorichi, Unohana and Aising. You don't know how wrong you are in saying that, Captain Kamamura, Unohana said with a shake of her head as Byakuya looked at her. What do you mean? He asked her. The first law with no substitute Shinigami was after the mess you made with Kogojino. But he made the law only make a substitute Shinigami if there was no other option, Yorichi told them all. So that means, Renji said as he was told why Rukia gave Ichigo her powers. Rukia was innocent all along, but with Central 46 changing that law, Ichigo said as he could feel the sadness flowing from Byakuya. Oh, I see, Renji said as he looked at his feet. The second law about Forbidden Kido was only a warning that he sent down, Aisane said to them as Yamamoto started to massage his temples. They're all ing idiots, he said under his voice. Must everyone heard him. The third law is something he made, so that's alright, Ichigo said as everyone sighed. The fourth law was not, on the other hand, Ichigo added. Why is that, Ichigo? Chad asked him. You see, after talking to Hanataro, Jin Ikimara should have been brought in and questioned, as a lot of people thought that he was the one that killed the fake Aizen, Ichigo said as the others nodded. But being a captain, he could hide behind the law, Byakuya said as he wanted to bang his head on something. The fifth rule is also one that was correct, Unohana said as people nodded, along with the sixth and seventh rules she added for them. The eighth rule that how handed down is that a Shinigami that has gained hollow powers must be in control of them, and their training must be under the watch of one of the captains in case the hollow takes over, Yoruichi said as Ranjika face-palmed at. The ninth rule was the same reason as the fourth, as a noble might commit a crime within sight of a Shinigami, and they can do nothing about it, Aizen said as she had her fair share of seeing them. But if you see them break the law, Oriheim said, confused by what she was saying. The noble could say that they were getting their affairs in order, so that falls within that law, Byakuya explained as a headache formed. If the other laws were something, this one is going to be a doozy for you, as how did not even pass down the 11th law, Ichigo told them as Yamamoto started to bang his head with his cane. And as everyone's Shinigami in this room, the last law was made by Yamamoto, Unohana said as they looked at him, hoping she was right. She speaks the truth, as I spoke with how to see if this was passable, Yamamoto told them. He then turned to Ichigo. I think that the both of us should change the laws then, he told Ichigo. That sounds like a good idea, Ichigo said as he looked at Momo. I don't think I would be too long. But can you gather the division and the officers for when I get there, he asked her. Yes, Captain Kurosaki, Momo said to him, but Ichigo waved her off. You can call me Ichigo, as I have an important mission for the both of us later, and maybe it can shed some light on some things, Ichigo told her as she looked at him with shock. Right, she said. They both turned back to Yamamoto. Very well, once Captain Kurosaki, my lieutenant, and I look and edit the laws, I shall go to the world of the living along with Yoruichi Shihoin to find and talk with the wizards and Kasuke Urahara to ask them to return so that he can fight together against Aizen, Yamamoto said as Kuratsuchi was angered by this. Why should we ask him? He stepped out of his line. The captain commander looked Kuratsuchi dead in the eye and said, I want him to look over everything that you have done over the last 100 years to make sure that it was for the betterment of the soul, society, and not for yourself, he told him. The scientist opened his mouth, but Yamamoto slammed his cane. Kasuke Urahara will enter the 12th on his return, and if he finds anything that is missing, replaced or destroyed, you will return to the maggot's nest, Yamamoto told him. Am I understood? He asked him. Yes, sir, Kuratsuchi said with a frown. May I accompany the three of you, sir? Byakuya asked the elderly captain. Yamamoto looked over at the clan head and nodded yes, as I think that you could aid in fixing some of these rules, he told him. The rest of you know your orders, Yamamoto told them as he banged his cane once more. The doors opened as everyone started to filter out the room. Rinji. I will need you to look over everyone in the division, while I'm aiding the three of them, Byakuya told his lieutenant. Yes, Captain, Rinji said before he walked out. Ichigo looked at Yuryu as he took off the haori and folded it up. Let me contract Senjumaru so that she can help you make this, Ichigo said as he took off the shoulder plates and the cloak off and handed them to Yuryu. Who is Senjumaru? He asked Ichigo as he accepted them. She is the woman that made these, and as they are self-repairing, I thought that the two of you would come up with something excellent, he told his cousin. Ichigo held his left hand to his ear as the letter C formed on it, and it looked like it was from a dial phone handset curved into a C. Senjumaru, I require your skills once more in making something for me, and there is someone here that can help you with its creation. Interested? Ichigo said into the air as the C glowed gold for a second. What are you doing? Oriheim asked him. Ichigo's using C the communication. It allows him to send a message to someone so long as he knows them, but only for a short range. But with a technique called sending that allows him to message between dimensions, Yoruichi told her. How can one be short range while the other is long range, as it's from the same power? Chad asked her. Well, short range is butting it mildly as it's up to 120 feet. But the reason is that a standard message is like an email, Ichigo said to them as they nodded, while sending is like a letter that is handwritten and posted, Ichigo told them. Oh, so how long until you hear back from her? Yuria asked him. In a few minutes, and that gives you enough time to make a design for her to look at, Ichigo told him as Yuryu's eyes shone, and so Ichigo turned to Momo. Take my friends with you as they can help you and good luck, Ichigo told her. Yes, sir, Momo told him as she led them out while Ichigo walked over to Byakuya and Yamamoto. Shall we go? Ichigo asked them. We shall, Yamamoto said as they walked out. After an 11-minute walk in silence, they reached Central 46. They entered the building and found the Room of Laws. So shall we see how bad this is going to be? Ichigo said as he opened the door. The four of them walked into the room and started to scrape together the laws that were put in place before Ichigo found something. Hey, this is a new law that was just put in place, Ichigo said as he looked at it. What is it? Byakuya asked him. Ichigo read over it once before his eyes shot wide. That can't be right, can it? Ichigo said as he rubbed his eyes before rereading it. Oh, for sake, Ichigo said before he handed it to Byakuya. I can see why you used that course of words, he said as he handed it to Yamamoto. To think that they would stoop this low saddens me, Yamamoto said with a shake of his head. What is it, sir? Chojiro asked him. Read this, Chojiro, Yamamoto said as he handed the paper over to him. If an heir to the Soul King is found, he or she must marry as many women as they can so that a new clan can be formed within the Soul Society. Chojiro read aloud as his face became angered. Who made this law? He asked. Ichigo looked at the name on the envelope. Akira Shimura. But it's worse, and we thought, Ichigo thought as he looked at another paper. Why is that? Yamamoto asked the young prince. As stated by the Soul King how, any law put in place must last 200 years, Ichigo read. Everyone sighed at that. Well, at least we have found the laws that need to be changed, Yamamoto said with a shake of his head. The four of them gathered the laws and started to edit them with some input from both Yamamoto and Byakuya. After 15 minutes of editing, they were done, and they walked out. Hey Byakuya, how old is Rukia? Ichigo asked him. Around 150, Byakuya said with his usual calm tone. Why? He asked the teen. Oh, I thought that you said Rukia was 50 years old, Ichigo said as the man shook his head. Sorry for the confusion, but her sister, Hisana, passed away 50 years ago, he told the teen. So, by thinking about what you said yesterday about her living during the war, it was not Nagasaki or Hiroshima, Ichigo said as Byakuya turned to him. Do you have a year that she died? Ichigo asked him. He closed his eyes. May I ask why? Byakuya asked him. Rukia was asking me about the wars that Yuryu and I told her about. But we were wrong, Ichigo said, with Byakuya nodding. I see well from what Hisana told me. She was killed after her father told her to take Rukia and run. But I can't remember the year she told me. But I think that it was during the 1800s, Byakuya said with Ichigo nodding. Right, I know what happened now, Ichigo said with a sigh. To keep a long story short, two sides argued to see if Japan should use the things foreigners used to keep them out, Ichigo told him. And I take it some did not like it, he asked the teen. Yep, as the traditionalists won out and people that were seen doing Western science were put under house arrest, told to commit suicide or outright killed, Ichigo told him. And with me telling you that Hisana and Rukia died, then you must have their age in your mind, he asked Ichigo. If I'm getting the maths right, they are at most 161 and dead on 150, depending on the year, Ichigo said as he tried to work it out. Do you have any more information? He asked the roble. She told me that she remembered that her father's name was Uchimoto. But that is all the information that I have, Byakuya said after a few moments of silence. Ichigo's eyes shot wide as he looked at him. I now know some of her histories for you, Ichigo said as Byakuya looked at him. Please explain, Byakuya asked him. Uchimoto Fujiwara was a scholar of Western science during the Bakumatsu period in Japan, Ichigo told him as Byakuya's eyes shot wide. It was told that he and his family were killed in 1851, and it is stated to have two daughters, one of them an infant, while the other was 25, he finished explaining. And that makes Rukia exactly 150, Byakuya said with Ichigo nodding. They both walked up to a turn in the road that, as Byakuya was ready to turn off, keep walking until you find the wall of the Suriidai, then turn left, and keep going. Then you will find the 5th Division's barracks, Byakuya told him. Thank you, Ichigo said as he bowed his head to the man. Both men parted before he heard Byakuya shunpa off. Ichigo rolled his eyes as he continued his walk to the division that Ichigo was going to lead as he started to make a mental to-do list. First thing I am going to need to do is to decorate my office and make it more me, Ichigo told the spirits. Like a lick of paint or something, Diablo asked him. Ichigo walked past some members of the 4th as they looked at him. Excuse me, He called to them as they jumped slightly. Can you direct me to the 5th, please? Ichigo asked them. They looked at each other for a moment before turning back to Ichigo. Do you see that turning there? One of them said as she pointed up the road. Yeah, Ichigo said as he saw the open gate. Go thou there, and after a 2.5-minute walk, you'll reach a right turn where you'll find the 5th area, she told Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said with a bow as he walked to the gate. And no, not just some paint, some furniture as well, Ichigo told Diablo. So we are returning to the world of the living so that you can get your things. And I have a feeling that your father will get something that you need, Mon Ritter said to Ichigo. You're right, Ichigo replied to him. Ichigo continued following the directions that he was given as he saw that Renji was walking up to him. Hey there, Ichigo, Renji said as he waved to Ichigo. How are things, Renji? Ichigo asked him as Renji joined him. Nothing much, as I was relieved of duty for a while, he told Ichigo as they walked. So where is your Heori? Renji asked Ichigo. I gave it to Yuria because I need something that aligns with my Quincy heritage, Ichigo told him. So he's going to change it a bit, Renji asked. I don't know, but all I want is only a small Quincy influence, Ichigo told him. They turned right and found an entrance that led to the 5th division. I get what you're saying, Renji said with a nod. But I have to ask what influence is needed, he asked the team. Look at me and point out the Quincy part, Ichigo asked the red-haired Shinigami. They both stopped as Renji looked him up and down before he shook his head. No, I don't see anything, Renji told him. That's because the only Quincy thing I have on me is Mon Ritter's sealed form, Ichigo said as he held up his ring. But aside from that, I have nothing else that counts as Quincy, Ichigo told him. So you want some sort of clothes representing your Quincy half? Renji asked him. Kind of, Ichigo said as they continued walking. They then entered the 5th. They saw Momo running up to them. Captain Kurosaki. Momo called out to him. What is it, Momo? Ichigo asked her. They're gone, sir, she told him as both Ichigo and Renji looked at each other. Who's gone, Momo? Renji asked her. All the 5th seated officers, Momo told him as Ichigo's eyes shot wide. What do we do? Momo asked him. Let's get to the barracks to see if we can find out if anyone knows where they live or places they like to visit, Ichigo told her with Momo nodding along. But if that is not the case, we have to know if anything has happened to them, Ichigo told her. Momo led them to the barracks, where members of the 5th division were standing there looking confused and concerned. Momo led Ichigo to the front, where Yuria was holding his Heori for him. Thank you, Ichigo told him as he put it on. Senjimara said to me that she would be on her way shortly with materials so that the two of you can work, Ichigo told him. Yuria nodded as Ichigo turned to his division. Hello, everyone. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, your new captain, Ichigo told them as they looked at him. Everyone looked at him, not knowing what to think about him. Now, as my lieutenant has told me, our seated officers are missing. So I would like to ask, when was the last time anyone saw any of the seated officers? Ichigo asked them. A man with black hair is neatly arranged, with a large portion flushed back and slightly to his left, featuring different layers where it sloped and changed direction, dressed in the normal shahakusho. I saw the second seat a while ago, sir, the man said as Ichigo looked at him. When was this, and where were they? Ichigo asked him. I think that it was around a few weeks ago, the man said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes, and she told me that she was heading home as she was not feeling well, the man continued. Do you think you can find her? Momo asked him. I think I know where her home is, he said before turning to Ichigo. Then go and see if they are still here, Ichigo asked him. Yes, sir, the man said before running off. Ichigo turned the rest of his division. As for the rest of you, those that have come back from missions, go rest while the rest of you slipped into teams of 3 and spread thou out the Suriidii, and see if you could find any of them, Ichigo ordered them. Yes, Captain, everyone called out. They all ran off, with some going to get rest while the others set off in their groups. What should we do, Captain? Momo asked Ichigo as she looked up at him. I told you, you can call me Ichigo, Ichigo told her as he looked down at her. And as much as I want to look for them as well, I'm going to need to see my division, Ichigo told her with a sad look in his eye. Renji walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder. He's right, Momo, he told her. Momo let out a sad sigh before nodding. Alright, this way, she told Ichigo. Momo walked into the main building filled with doors. This is the main barracks for our members. Each has a bedroom that has a small bedroom and a small living room, Momo told him. It also has a communal washroom and cafeteria, she continued walking. Ichigo nodded as they walked through the hall until they reached a bridge and walked across it. This building is our training hall, and it holds all types of bakken that we use to train in Zanjutsu, Momo told them. What about Kido? Ichigo asked her as he opened the doors to the training hall. The hall looked big enough to hold at least 100 people, with a wooden floor with bakken and other weapons on the west wall. We have targets and dummies that we can use for Kido training, Momo told him as Renji looked around. This brings memories back, he said as he looked into the hall. They then walked out of the training hall as Momo pointed at some of the other buildings around. They are the other barracks. But this morning that arrived here and replaced your office. And it had a note saying that it was also your new home. Momo pointed at something that had the symbol of the fifth. Ichigo looked at it before he face-palmed. I told him that an ordinary house would be fine. But he had to make my office and home the visitor center from Jurassic Park, Ichigo said. They walked up to Ichigo's home and office, and Ichigo's human friends were trying not to laugh as they knew that Jurassic Park was one of Ichigo's favorite films, but they could see that it had some slight changes to it. The building was made of decorative sekiseki that followed an unusual concave curve, with the lower front section having flowing water ducts and ornamental foliage on either side, following a convex curve, and was split in half by the stairs which led up to the main entrance door, as with the left of the stairway was a ramp. Upon the tinted door was the symbol that Ichigo decided for the Kurosaki clan, which was a skull with a 5-pointed quincy star at the back of the skull, and engraved all over the door frame were phases of the moon, and the symbol of the 5th division adorning the top of the door. 6 tall black tinted windows, 3 on either side, spanned the building's facade, and the top had 3 thatched with a tiki hut-styled roof with a larger one in the center to house the main entrance hall. The top also had guard rails for use as an observation deck, and lush rainforest trees surrounded the area, along with a large pond and other decorative plants. Ichigo opened the door to look inside and saw the main entrance hall leading off to different parts of the building. They all walked into the building to see a staircase leading to the balcony walkway, and above that were glass windows bringing light into the hall. In the middle of the hall was a fountain that looked to be made out of white marble with 4 smilodons spraying water into the basin. Once again, the hall was made of sekiseki with wood edges, and the floor was laid with what looked to be black marble. The downstairs had 4 doors. 2 were right at the very back, double doors made out of rosewood with metal handles. Between the doors was a long illuminated painting of all of the remaining captains of the Godai 13. Well, this looks impressive, Renji said as he looked around. Let's have a look around, Ichigo said as they walked to the door on the far east wall. They went to it that led to a long corridor with doors that opened to the kitchen. It was equipped with state-of-the-art equipment, stainless steel cupboards, various utensils, pots and pans of every kind, and it also had a large walk-in freezer that looked to be filled with food ready to use. They saw that there was a set of double doors affording passage to and from the kitchen to somewhere, so Renji, who was the closest to the door, opened it to find a movie theater. So you can watch films in here on your days off, Renji said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes and thought. I can also use this room to help plan the movement of troops, Ichigo said as Renji looked at him. I'm the captain of the 5th. I'm going to need to lead my men into battle, so this room could help in that, Ichigo said with a scowl. They walked through the theater to the doors, and once Chad opened it, they found that they were back at the main entrance. So they walked past the painting. Am I the only one that saw that the painting was moving slightly? Momo asked them. I saw it as well, Yuria said as Ichigo opened the door to find that it was a vast, wide-open ornate room with 6 windows and a high ceiling with 2 stick-like lights. The ceiling also had the kanji for 5 printed on it. In the back of the room, there was a long table. What's this room for? Yuria asked as they walked in. Momo walked over to the table and saw that there were missions. I think that we assign missions here, she told Ichigo. Well, that's good to know, he said as he looked around the room before they left the room and went to the last room on the ground floor. They found that it was a large room that could hold many people. They left the room and walked up the stairs, and they found 2 pathways. The first set had a sign that said office while the other was left blank. So the office is this way, Ichigo said as they walked to the corridor on the left. They kept walking until they found a door. Ichigo opened the door to find his new office inside and found a large circular room with a small step. A crimson rug with a black outline filled the room, and several cabinets lined both sides. 3 desks were within the room. Ichigo could see that the desk at the back was his, which overlooked the division with tinted windows. The room also has a rest area and a set of doors leading to a large balcony. So that is where my desk went, Momo said as she walked over to the lower desk on the right. But why is there another desk, she asked. I don't know, Ichigo said as he walked over to it to find a 5th lieutenant armband and a note next to it. Ichigo, I know that you're going to become a captain, so I thought you would want to have 2 lieutenants to make your job easier for you and your current lieutenant. How? Ichigo read as Momo looked at him in confusion. Does that means if you were made the captain 3rd or 9th, you would have been given the same note, she asked him. With long I've known how yes he could have, Ichigo told her as Momo released a sigh of relief. Orihime looked at the note. There is something on the back, she said, pointing at it. Ichigo turned the note over. Look outside, Ichigo said as he looked at the others, confused. Chad walked up to the window that looked over the division to see that the buildings had changed to similar to the building they were in. You might want to have a look at this, he told them. Everyone walked over to the window to see that all the buildings had changed. All the barracks took the shape of large oval buildings that looked like they could hold 50 people. Each had a thatched roof as if joining in with the facilities. The main barracks looked like a smaller version of the one they were in at the moment, and the training hall had primarily stayed the same. Only now it had a thatched roof. Before anyone could say anything, a set of shoji doors opened behind them as Senjumaru, who had rolls of materials in each of her golden skeletal arms. So my prince, what am I making you? She asked Ichigo. Yurio walked up to her hand and handed her a piece of paper. This is what I think would work for Ichigo, he told Senjumaru. She looked at the paper and gained an impressed look. This looks good, and I can tell that you put a lot of work into it, she told Yurio. Who are you? Momo asked her. Ichigo turned to Momo and leaned into her. She's Senjumaru's Shotara, one of Hao's royal guards and the woman to make the shahakusho that all Shinigami wear, Ichigo told her as Momo's eyes shot wide. Wow, she said as she gained stars in her eyes. Ichigo turned back to both Yurio and Senjumaru before they turned to him. Shall we make your new clothes, Ichigo-sama? Senjumaru asked Ichigo. Ichigo nodded as he led both of them to his room so that he could change. 3 hours and 27 minutes later, Yurio and Senjumaru walked out of the entrance to Ichigo's room as the others were waiting for them, each with a satisfied smile on their faces. It is done, they said as Ichigo walked out as well. Both Yurio and Senjumaru had changed Ichigo's kosode for black body armor made from a unique material that had only been discovered by Senjumaru, which consisted of a tight black and sleeveless shirt with a thin white line that goes down his chest and around his collar, with 2 bits of white armor that curve around his body and cross in front of his chest and on his back, but he kept the same black hakama. They also kept the white tabi, but they could see that he had black sandals with a scarlet outline which appeared to be attached to his body armor. Over his shoulders was a short white coat with long sleeves that covered his arms and were cut off, showing his upper torso and midriff, with 2 scarlet lines running down each side of it, with the back showing the number of the 5th division within a rhombus. Over his hakama had a separate white open skirt, which ended above his shins with the top fashioned and tied with an ejimaki knot with the hem left to flare out into ragged ends and having the tri-diagonal diamonds and spots of a Captain Haori. He wears 2 gloves, with his right hand having a black shooting glove and a black glove which extends up the forearm, stopping 2 inches from the elbow with a white palm. You look good, Cap Ichigo, Momo said to Ichigo, quickly correcting herself. Thank you, Momo, Ichigo said to her as they all walked over to his office. And thank you for this, Senjumaru, Ichigo said to the royal guard. It is no problem, my lord, and it will change with your bankai. As I was told by Name, you gain a with a long-sleeved, ankle-length black coat as your white coat was over the one your bankai gives you, Senju-sama told Ichigo before she opened a gate and returned to the palace. Captain, everyone heard a yell as someone burst into the room. It was the man that Ichigo sent to find his 3rd seat. What the matter? Ichigo asked him. I found her in her home and found a barrier around it, he told Ichigo as the new captain narrowed his eyes. But that is not the worst part, he said to Ichigo. What is it? Momo said as she looked at him. She's dead, he told them. Ichigo looked at the man he sent out to find his 3rd seat and narrowed his eyes at him. What do you mean she's dead? He asked. I went to her home to see her as you instructed me to, the man said to him. But first, I saw that all the buildings changed around me to rounded buildings with thatched roofs, he told Ichigo as the teen nodded. That's alright, As how did all of this so that all of the 5th matches my home/office, Ichigo told the man. Anyway, continue, Ichigo ordered him. Right, he said as he shook his head. I got to her door and knocked on it a few times and called out her name. But I got no response, he told Ichigo, who nodded. But Momo cocked her head. Maybe she was sleeping, she said to him. The man nodded. That's what I first thought as well before I moved to her window after I heard a noise from inside, thinking it was her waking up. But I saw her sitting in a chair with one arm hanging with a red streak going down her arm, he told them. I see, so you saw that she was in a seat, possibly dead, Ichigo asked him with narrowed eyes. No sir, she was dead as the noise that I heard was a rat eating her toe, so I tried to break down the door. But a barrier formed over the house, he told Ichigo. Ichigo stood up and looked at the man with narrowed eyes. Take me there so I can see for myself, Ichigo told him. Yes sir, he told Ichigo as the team turned to Momo. Momo, can you go and get some members of the 4th so we can give a burial when we get her out, Ichigo told her. She turned to the man. Where did she live, she asked him. He turned to her. On the border with the 8th, he told her. Right, she said as she stood up and made her way to the door. As Ichigo walked out, he picked up the 2nd lieutenant badge before nodding his head. Momo, are you alright with me having a 2nd lieutenant, he asked her. Momo stopped at the door. If I say no, what would you do, she asked him back. Then I would find another way to save the person I have in mind, Ichigo told her. Were you thinking of Rukia? Orihime asked him. Ichigo nodded at her as Renji cocked his head. What do you mean to save her? He asked him. She's not on the chopping block anymore, Renji added. Renji, like me, she has hollow powers and unlines me. She does not have the title of heir to the Soul King to keep her safe from the Kichiki clan, Ichigo told him. But he looked confused. Rukia told me that even with Byakuya telling the clan elders that Rukia was off limits, they still tried to kick her out of the clan, Ichigo explained to Renji. Everyone's eyes shot wide. Why would they do that? Momo asked him. Rukia, even though she is the sister of Byakuya's wife, is of common blood. And what do the nobles call people from the Rukon? Ichigo asked Renji. Impure, he told the teen as his eyes shot wide. And with Rukia having hollow powers, they will say that she is not pure enough to be a member of the Kichiki clan, Renji growled. Yes, and me and Rukia have thought of ways to save her. And I think that Hao might have heard me, Yorichi and Retsu spitballing, Ichigo told him. And what is your backup plan? Momo asked as she looked him in the eyes. Well, to start, it's not my plan. It's Rukia's, Ichigo said as she nodded. But me and Rukia agreed that we could do something that neither of us wanted to do, Ichigo told her as Renji looked confused. Momo, what are you doing? Her Zanpakuto asked her. What is it, Ichigo? Renji asked the young captain. What do you mean Tobium? Momo asked her Zanpakuto. Why are you not helping him? She asked Momo before Momo could tell her sword off. He is the captain of the 5th division now. But you are still thinking at Aizen. A traitor is your real captain, Tobium told her. Announce mine and Rukia's engagement, Ichigo said as everyone's eyes shot wide as they looked at him. Yes, we are engaged. And before you say anything, I told Byakuya about it when we were fixing the rules that were changed by Central 46, Ichigo told them. Momo was quiet for a while before saying, I don't mind if you have another lieutenant, she told Ichigo, who looked at her, and it could help relieve some stress from the two of us, Momo added. Ichigo nodded as he and his subordinate walked out with him as Renji looked down. I've lost her, he thought. Renji started to walk out of the building and started to make his way back to his division. Are you going to give up, Renji? Zabumaru asked her master. He stopped where he was standing. What do you mean? Renji asked the baboon spirit. You've been looking to reconnect with Rukia. But when you talked to her in the Shishinro, you wanted her to lose hope, Renji heard a young male voice say. And he knew it was the voice of the snake tail from the baboon. Renji said nothing to the spirit as he stood there. Renji felt that the baboon half of Zabumaru was patting him on the back. Renji, I know that you wanted to stand on equal ground as Byakuya so that you could talk with Rukia. So I sympathize with you, she told him as he nodded. So what you need to do now is to help her through the next part of her life as a friend, she told him. Renji looked up and nodded. You're right, Saru, Renji said before he held his head up high. I can now stand next to Rukia as a friend and brother, he said as he used Shunpa to jump away. With Ichigo. Ichigo walked with his subordinate as he got ready to send a message. The C that looks like a phone handset formed on his hand. Rukia, meet me at the border between the 5th, and the 8th place, Ichigo said to the heir. What was that, sir? The Shinigami within him asked. It's one part of my Quincy powers called See the Communication, Ichigo told him, and at the moment, I have only 2 parts of it, Ichigo told him. The man looked amazed by this. That is an amazing ability, sir, he said to Ichigo as they found many people standing in front of the building they were walking up to. Ichigo turned to the man next to him. What is going on here, he asked. Before bringing the problem to you, sir, I asked for 2 members to see if they could get through the barrier or for them to guard it, he told his new captain. You did good, Ichigo told the man as he raised 2 fingers to his lips and got out a sharp whistle as everyone turned to him. They all turned to see the new captain of the 5th standing there, looking at them as they stood at attention. Can I get past? Ichigo asked them as they parted like the Red Sea. Thank you, Ichigo said. Ichigo and the man next to him walked up to the barrier to find that it was a transparent barrier with a rainbow-like hue made up of multiple hexagons that surrounded the house. Just ahead of the barrier were a man and woman on either side where they would see a door. Have either of you tried to get in? Ichigo asked them. She looked like a middle-aged woman with blue eyes and short gray hair. She wore red lipstick with golden earrings and dressed in the standard Shinigami uniform. Yes, sir, I just tried not so long ago, but as you can see, it did nothing, she told the teen. Ichigo nodded as he turned to the man on the left. And you, he asked. The man had dark skin, with purple eyes and white gold hair, dressed in the standard Shinigami uniform in a sleeveless purple hoodie. He wore golden earrings, 3 bands of neckwear, an armband on each arm, and 5 bracelets on each arm starting from close to his elbows down to his wrists. I tried using my Zanpakuto, Fumetsuvu, to burn away but the flames just washed over it, he told Ichigo as the teen walked up to it. Right, Ichigo muttered as he looked at the barrier. Someone head to the 4th and let Momo know that we may need a handful of medics as well, Ichigo called out as someone stepped forward. What do you mean, sir? He asked. He was a man of average height with short spiky brown hair, blue eyes, and a small chip in his tooth with the standard Shinigami uniform with a long blue scarf. I have sent Momo to the 4th so that they could have someone here to get her body ready for her funeral. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. I think he means 3rd seat no Kami Inawa, the woman on the left of the door said as Ichigo nodded. Right, the man from the crowd said as he stepped back. A man who looked around 44 stepped forward. He had brown skin, dark brown hair shaved at the sides with the back in a top knot, and blue eyes. He was dressed in the standard shihakusho with bandages around his forearms and wrists, with black fingerless gloves. I'll inform her, sir, he said and ran off after a nod from Ichigo. Ichigo turned to the others. I shall need another person to go retrieve Rukia Kichiki, who is on the way here, Ichigo called out as another man stepped up. It was a tall, handsome man with a slim frame, finely boned hands and face, thick brown hair that he had slicked back with pale skin scattered with freckles, and large, dark brown eyes with the rest of his face clean-shaven, apart from the sideburns. He was dressed in the standard Shinigami clothing but over it was a light brown duster-type overcoat. I'll do it, sir. But do mind if I ask why she is on her way, he asked. When Rukia get there, I will ask her if she would like to become my 2nd lieutenant, Ichigo told him as the man nodded his head before running off. As for the rest of you, I still want to know where the other seated officers are, Ichigo told them with a scowl as they all ran off. Ichigo turned to the ones that guarded the barrier. You two can go have a rest if you would like. If not, then try and find the seated officers. You can go as well, Ichigo told them as they nodded and walked off along with the man that led him here. Ichigo turned back to the barrier. As he looked at it, he clenched his left fist while the ring was pointed down at the ground. Do you think that you get thou it, Mond? Ichigo asked the Quincy spirit. If you use my erste Gestalten, Mond told him as Ichigo nodded. Try using Boca Infernal to make a crack in it first, Diablo said to the young captain. Right, Ichigo told the hollow spirit as he sent his hollow Riryoku into his right hand as a mouth similar to his hollow mask's mouth. Ichigo then placed the hand on the barrier as he felt the mouth on his hand eat at it. Captain Kurosaki, Ichigo heard behind him. Ichigo turned to look at the person but kept his hand on the barrier and turned to see Suifeng standing there looking at him. Can I help you, Captain Suifeng? Ichigo asked her. I was on my way to challenge you to a spar as we were both trained in Hakuda and Hoho. Only to find you here, she said as she walked up to the barrier. So why is this where? Sui Feng asked him. The 5th, 3rd to 20th seated officers are missing, haven't seen for some time, Ichigo told her as she turned to him with narrow eyes. A member of my division found my 3rd seat in here dead, he added. How did he see her through this barrier even if it is slightly transparent? Sui Feng said as she turned back. He told me that after he tried to break down the door, this barrier formed around the house, Ichigo said as he looked back at the barrier and used his left hand to point at the door. And from the look at it, the door has been busted inward, Ichigo said as Sui Feng nodded. So, are you going to believe him? She asked the teen. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt at the moment, but I'll use something to look into the past to see what was going on when the barrier formed, Ichigo told her as she turned with a cocked head. And what is that? Sui Feng asked him. I'm going to use one of my Quincy script to look back in time, Ichigo said as she nodded but still looked confused. I'm going to use why the yesterday, and it allows me to look back in time, unlike my letter A, Ichigo told her. And the letter A? Sui Feng asked as the sound of chewing filled the air. And what is that sound? She asked him. For the second question, I'm currently using one of my hollow powers to literally eat out the barrier, Ichigo said as she raised a brow. And the letter A is called A, the Almighty, he informed her. And is it the opposite of the letter Y and allows you to look into the future? She asked him. Yes, but as there is always more than one outcome of something, so with A, the Almighty, I can see up to 8 futures, Ichigo said to her as they could see cracks form around Ichigo's hand. He then moved his hand out of the way, and Sui Feng could see that Ichigo's hand had a hollow-like mouth. So that is one of your hollow powers? She asked as she pointed at the mouth. Yes, my hollow abilities grouped together are called Accumular, and one of these abilities is called Boca Infernal, Ichigo told her. Horde and Helm Mouth interesting, Sui Feng said as she felt his Ryatsu start to build before calling out something as his left hand clenched with the gem of the ring pointed at the ground. Rain Judgment, Mon Ritter, Ichigo said as the glowed gold before flowing over his arm. Once the light had died down, it showed that the ring had taken the form of a metal cannon strapped to Ichigo's arm with a skull's face over the hand and a barrel aimed out of the skull's mouth. It had another head mounted on the rear end of the cannon. What is that? Sui Feng asked as he raised Mon Ritter's release form. This is my Quincy version of a Zanpakuto that I have named Geist Totenbogen, Ichigo said as he raised the cannon into the barrier. What does that mean? They both heard as they turned to see Momo walking up to them. Spirit Slaying Bow, Ichigo told her as the front skull of Mon Ritter's release form gave off a scarlet glow. Supreme Cannon, Ichigo called out as he sent out a blast of Rature. The blast flew over the house before colliding with the barrier as more cracks formed. Momo, can you fire a strong Heido to the other end from where I just fired? Ichigo asked his lieutenant as he pointed at a spot as she looked at him confused. Bust held up a hand. Heido number 31. Shikaho, Momo called out as she fired a ball of red flames that exploded on impact, and the barrier started to fall and dissipate. Why did you need your lieutenant to do that? Sui Feng asked Ichigo. Ichigo looked at her before turning back to the house. My power will always be a fusion of a Shinigami, Hollow and Quincy, so when it attacks a barrier like this one, it would just leave cracks or a small hole, Ichigo explained. So, with your powers weakening slowly over time, you needed something that was just Shinigami power, Momo said as Ichigo nodded. That right, Ichigo said as he raided the arm that Mon Ritter was on as he called on another power, Sight-Sicked. Ichigo called out as the mouth of the skull sent out a slightly transparent beam. The beam lit up the entire house as it looked like the barrier had reformed. Momo raised her hand again. This is not real, Momo, Ichigo told her as she turned to him. This is just a projection of the past, Ichigo told her. Seeing that it was going slowly, Sui Feng turned to Ichigo. Can you speed it up? She asked him. Ichigo nodded as he fed more power into Mon Ritter. The eyes of the skull gave off a scarlet glow, as the projection then showed all that had happened only a few moments ago by faster, and went back to the man Ichigo originally sent out. They watched the barrier being formed as the man tried to kick down the door, look in the window, and knock on the door before disappearing, and then a lot of nothing happened. Ichigo glazed down at Mon Ritter, and saw that atop Mon Ritter were 7 sets of 2 zeros that were changing numbers. Well, the first 3 sets were changing numbers. Well, at least we know that he was telling the truth, Sui Feng said as her assassin eyes took everything in. Momo nodded as the project's speed started to go faster. They heard someone walking up to them, and they turned to see Rukia, who looked at them in confusion. Why have I been called here? Rukia asked them as Momo looked at the lieutenant badge on her arm before she nodded. Captain Kurosaki has asked if you would like to join the fight as a co-lieutenant with me, Momo asked her. Sui Feng raised a brow. While having 2 lieutenants is not unheard of. Why are you doing it? She asked him. Ichigo took another glance at the top of Mon Ritter and saw that the 4th set had started to change as well. Well, as it's a 2-for-1 as the Kichiki clan cannot kick her out as she is not only a lieutenant by my lieutenant, Ichigo told the 2nd division captain. There's more to it than that, Sui Feng said to him as she looked back at the projection. Each of us then has 2 people watching their backs, and I have 2 of the strongest Kido uses watching mine, Ichigo said as Momo and Rukia turned to him. Momo has 2 hollow power users and ice users on her side, Ichigo told them as Momo turned to Rukia with a surprised look. And Rukia has 2 fire and long-range users, Ichigo added as Sui Feng nodded. All the Shinigami stood watching the projection as a member of the 4th looked at Ichigo. Sir, why are we not going to retrieve the dead body? She asked him. That was my fault. If you had gone in there now, it would have restarted the projection, Ichigo told them. Ichigo sped the projection up once more as the numbers flew by before Rukia noticed a foot enter the perfection as they walked away. Ichigo, slow it down, she told the team. Ichigo looked where she was looking, saw the same thing, and did as she asked. Coming into the projection was the 3 traitorous captains that had fled. What are they doing here? Sui Feng asked as she narrowed her eyes as she watched them enter the house. Ichigo kept the projection going as they kept watching, and every so often, all 3 of the captains would enter and leave before they found a woman walking out of the house. That's her, Momo said as she pointed at the woman. That's our 3rd seat, Nokami Inawa, she added. Nokami Inawa was a woman of medium height with tan skin, black hair that she had shaved at the side with the back tied into a ponytail, and olive green eyes. She was dressed in a shihakusho with a purple sleeveless haori that had the symbol of the Kido Corps on the back of it. So this is the last time she entered her home, Ichigo said as he looked down at the and was shocked by how long ago it was. What is it, Ichigo? Rukia asked him as she walked up. Ichigo showed everyone the numbers on Mon Ritter, and they saw 05, 36, 02, 25, 03, 10, 00. What does that mean? Momo asked as she looked at the numbers. This scale goes from seconds to years, Ichigo told them as they felt what he was saying. The last she entered her home was 10 months, 3 weeks, 25 days, 2 hours, 36 minutes and 5 seconds ago, he added as he stopped the projection. I gave a slight nod at the members of the 4th as they entered the house, and after a few moments, they left with a body bag. 4 others were silent as they watched them carry off the body of the 3rd seat. Here you are, Rukia, Ichigo said as he reached into his clothes, pulled out the 2nd lieutenant badge, and threw it over to her. Rukia looked at it before looking back at Ichigo. I didn't say that I would do it, she told him. Ichigo raised a brow at her. Rukia, we both know you're going to accept, so you might as well just put the badge on, Ichigo said as Rukia rolled her eyes. Well, talk to Yukitake and tell him about your promotion later, Ichigo told her. Right, Momo and Rukia said as all 4 walked into the building, and they found that the room was bare, with only a single chair that had cut ropes on the floor. Momo, Rukia go to each side of the room and use Mon Ritter to show from when she was last seen to when she died, Ichigo said as they nodded. Rukia walked to the left side of the room and Momo to the right of the room while Sui Feng walked in as well and jumped into the rafters as everyone looked at her. While you lot look down here, I'll look from up here, she told them as Ichigo nodded. He stood in the door, raised Mon Ritter, and called out, Sightsicht. Time set 05360225031000, sound, and the transparent beam shot out again, but this time it was in the room. The room then showed a sofa, a coffee table and a couple of cabinets. The projection showed that Nokami walked through the door. Hello, 3rd seat Inawa. They heard Aizen's voice as he entered from the room next to Rukia. How was your work today? He asked her. It was fine, sir, Inawa said as she looked at him. What were you doing here? She asked him. Bakudo number 38. Hakafuku, Aizen called out as her eyes started to drop. Jin, Tozen, tie her to the chair, he ordered as Jin and Tozen walked into the room. They both did as the man asked. So, Captain Aizen, do you think that she has the information that you want? Jin asked him. Ichigo looked over to Momo, who looked confused about what to do. Oh, I know she does, as she is the one that is in control of the records of the Senkamen. Aizen said as both men nodded. All three men went quiet for a while as they waited for the woman to wake up, and when she did, she looked around the room before she spotted Aizen. Hello, now I want some information, Aizen said to her. The four Shinigami watched as Aizen, Jin, and Tozen tortured her for days as she gave them nothing. They gave her beatings and pulled her finger and toenails out before having her, and then growing them back. They cut her arms and legs and electrocuted her over and over. Why had water constantly dripping on her? And they burned her. And after 5 months of torture, she started begging to be let go. I'll tell you anything, Nokami told them as Aizen smiled at her. Where are the records of the Senkamin kept? Aizen asked her. In the Senzakyu, go to the Kojin, then go to Red Room 10, and you will find the records to the Senkamin, she told him. I see. Is there anything else we should know about? Jin asked with a creepy smile. No, that's all, she said as she shook her head. Now, can I go? She asked them with hope in her eyes. Yes, you can, Aizen said before he turned to Tozen. Kenaim, you may release her now, he told the man. Tozen drew his sword and stabbed Nokami's chest right down the heart. Your death will help bring true justice to the world, he told her as the life faded from her eyes. Look at Jin, Ichigo called out as everyone turned to the projection of the man to see that it showed sadness. When did she die, Ichigo? Rukia asked as the projection paused. Ichigo looked at Mon Ritter and saw 47 to 28, 15 to 12, 05, 05, 00. Atop of the arm cannon, 5 months, 5 weeks, 12 days, 15 hours, 28 minutes and 47 seconds ago, Ichigo told them. Then the next month, I was sent to the world of the living, met Urahara, had the Hogyoka put in a Jugai and lost my power briefly, Rukia said as all three women walked around the room. Momo and Rukia did while Suifeng scouted from her spot on the ceiling. What's that by Tozen's foot? She asked them. Momo, who was the closest to him, walked his projection and looked down. It's a list, Momo called out. Rukia walked over to the list. It has names on it, she said. Momo read over the names, but she shook her head. I don't know any of them, she said with a shake of her head. Neither do I, Rukia said as she looked at Ichigo. Said Captain pulled out a notebook and pen and threw them over to her. Write the names down, and then we can investigate them later, Ichigo said as Rukia nodded. Suifeng jumped down to examine the list. I think I know this person, she said as she pointed at a name. Rukia read the name that the ninja was looking at, Nezuko Ajakuta. She read the name before looking over at Suifeng. How do you know them? She asked her. She was a member of my division before she was transferred into the Central Guard, Suifeng told her as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Have you got the names down? Ichigo asked Rukia. Rukia finished jotting down the names before turning to Ichigo. Yes, I got them, she told him. Turn a page and write down this time so that we can always look back at this place until we have everything done, and know everything, Ichigo said, with both Rukia and Momo nodding while Suifeng looked to be in thought. Could she have been killed by Aizen? Or is something worse with her Shirkai ability? Suifeng thought as she narrowed her eyes. Do you think Aizen could have taken her Tokiyama from her? Suzumabachi asked her master. With what he had done with making the prince and those artificial hollows, I would not put it past him, Suifeng said back to her. She then turned to Ichigo. I'll investigate to see if Ajakuta is still alive or is missing, she told him before speeding off. Momo looked over at Ichigo as what she had just watched was playing over and over in her head, and the part of her brain that was telling her that it was all lies was getting quieter but was still there. What should I do? Momo asked herself. I think that you need to take everything that has happened and you have seen and come to a conclusion, Tobium said to Momo. But he was so nice, Momo said to her Zanpakuto spirit, who sighed at her. But was he nice to you for a reason? Momo heard another voice in her head, and it sounded male. Who are you? Momo asked the voice. My names are Mon Ritter and Zangetsu, Mon Ritter said as Momo looked over at Ichigo to see that he was talking to Rukia about getting transferred over to the 5th. Ichigo does not know that I have used shadow to come over to your mind, he told her. So why are you here? Tobium asked him. I know what it is like to look up to someone as I looked up to Yawatch, Mon told the lieutenant as Momo nodded. Then, when Ichigo entered the Soul Society, I felt that to become stronger, he would need to become like Yawatch, Mon told her. Momo looked back at Ichigo for a while, then I felt the power he had just to save Rukia, and that was when I knew that I needed to be me, not him, Mon told her. Mon-san, I can't help but ask where you are going with this, Momo asked him. You looked up to Aizen, and you wanted to become like him, Tobium said to her as her eyes shot wide. But when he felt you had trouble accepting who he was and the Shinigami and lieutenant part of you was telling that part of you that he was evil, she added. So what do I need to do? Momo asked the Quincy spirit. Abandon your fear. Look forward. Find the truth, he told her as she nodded. I must go now so that my brother and Ichigo's hollow do not do something stupid, he said to her, as she felt his presence leave. Are you okay, Hinamori? Rukia asked as Momo looked to see that Rukia had walked over while Ichigo was walking around the room. Momo shook her head before turning to Rukia with a slight smile. Yes, I'm fine. Just thinking about something, Momo told her before smiling at Rukia. And you can call me Momo, she said. Rukia, who smiled back. And you can call me Rukia, Rukia replayed. Ichigo smiled at the two of them before walking up. Now, before we can do anything else, let's make our way over to the 13th so that we can have Rukia transferred, Ichigo told them as they looked confused. What about looking up the names on the list? Momo asked him. Ichigo looked at her and then out the door. Did you notice anything out there that sticks out from everything else? Ichigo asked her. Rukia and Momo looked back at each other before turning back to Ichigo. No, they both said. Ichigo looked back at them with a fierce look. All the buildings that belong to the 5th have changed to match my home and office, Ichigo told them as they nodded. But on my way here, one building did not change, and we have a lot to do before we check that out, Ichigo said as they narrowed their eyes at him. And what is that, Ichigo? Rukia asked him. Ichigo turned to Rukia with a sad look. It's nearly noon and tomorrow, Oriheim, Yuryu and Chad are returning to the world of the living, and I have to go and tell my family about where I am, Ichigo told Rukia. Are they going to be alright? She asked him as Momo turned to Rukia. What do you mean? She asked her co-lieutenant. Ichigo has twin little sisters that could be like him, Rukia said to her. Momo turned to Ichigo with wide eyes. So there are also Shinigami, Hollow, and Quincy hybrids, she asked him. But Ichigo shook his head. No, they are, at best, Shinigami and Quincy hybrids or just Shinigami in human form, Ichigo told her. Rukia and Momo turned to each other before they turned back to Ichigo. Are you going to bring them to the Siriidii so that they can train their abilities? Momo asked him. Ichigo let out a sigh with a shake of his head. I don't know if I bring them in now. They could be involved in the fight with those three, Ichigo said as Momo nodded. But if I don't tell them about this I would be a bad older brother, Ichigo said as Rukia looked down. What else are you going to do? She asked him. The first thing that I'm going to do is graduate early as me, Tatsuki, and Yuryu can graduate early. We three are head of the carve, Ichigo said as Rukia looked down and Ichigo chopped her head. Even if you did not give me your powers I would have ended up with power that day anyway, Ichigo said to her. Momo looked confused at him. What do you mean, Cap Ichigo? She asked him and corrected herself. When the Hollow attacked my home and Rukia was injured, and I gained my powers, Ichigo said as he walked out with the two of them following him. Diablo Luna told me that when Rukia would have killed it, I would have absorbed its power and awakened by power, Ichigo told them. Rukia looked at him with wide eyes. So it was either me awakening your power, or it would have been time, she asked him. Ichigo turned to him and gave a gentle smile. That's right, and when it would have awakened, I would have had a 3% chance that my body would have survived the awakening, Ichigo said as Momo's eyes shot wide. But because Rukia made you a substitute, your body would survive, she said as Rukia turned to her and then back at him. Is that true? She asked. Ichigo stopped and turned to her. Yes, he answered her. And Rukia jumped at him and hugged him tightly. Momo looked at them with a smile before thinking, Rukia is so lucky to have someone like him in her life. Ichigo and Rukia parted as they continued walking. So Rukia, can you lead us to the 13th so that we can get the transfer out of the way? Ichigo said as Rukia nodded. The three of them made their way over the 13th as they walked, and caught Rukia up on everything that they had found it out with the 5th as she put a hand on her chin and thought. So when is the wedding? Momo asked them as Rukia became crimson while Ichigo just sighed. Rukia's head snapped to him with the devil's eyes. What was with the sigh, Ichigo? Shiba Kurosaki, she asked him. Ichigo looked freaked out by her eyes. A member of the minor clan put forth a law in Central 46, Ichigo said as Momo narrowed her eyes. What clan was it? She asked him. And more importantly, what was the law? Rukia inquired with narrowed eyes. Well, for the what clan, it was the Shimura clan, Ichigo told Momo, who nodded as Rukia clicked her tongue, and for the law, it states that I must marry as many women so that I can make a new clan within the Soul Society. Ichigo continued. I'm okay with that, as Yoruichi and Unohana are dating you as well as me, Rukia said, but Ichigo shook his head. Rukia, I have to marry a lot of women, and did you know about the incest laws in the Soul Society? Ichigo asked her. Rukia looked at Momo, who looked back at her before they looked at him. No, she said to him. It's another reason I don't want Karen and Yuzu to come here, as I will have to marry them so that I can keep them safe, Ichigo said as Rukia looked shocked. And can't you do anything about it? I mean you, the Soul Prince, Momo asked him. I do have 12 vetoes a year. But Yamamoto and Byakuya both agreed that I should hold on to them so that we can overrule them when they up, Ichigo said as both women nodded. They continued walking until they reached the 13th barracks, where they found 2 guards standing in front of it. Rukia walked past them along with Ichigo and Momo as they found Yukitake talking with both of his third seats, and saw them walking up to him. Oh, Captain Kurosaki, Lieutenant Hinamori, Rukia, what can I do for you? He asked them. Captain Yukitake, I would like to transfer Rukia to the 5th as my second lieutenant and a co-lieutenant, Ichigo told the man. Yukitake looked shocked for a second before he nodded. I knew this was going to happen when you were made the captain of the 5th, he told the team. Ichigo, Rukia and Momo looked at each other before they looked back at the white-haired man. Kion, can you get the form, please? He asked his female third seat. Yes, Captain, Kion said as she walked out of the room. Yukitake looked back at Rukia with a frown before turning to Ichigo. Does Captain Kuchiki know about this? He asked the younger captain. Yes, and it was one of the plans we two came up with to save Rukia from the Kuchiki clan's elders, Ichigo told him. Yukitake narrowed his eyes at him before turning to Rukia. What does he mean? He asked Rukia. The clan always say that I do not belong to them as both my sister and I come from the Rukon. They hate that we were brought into the clan, she said as the man nodded along with her. And when the Byakuya brought me into the clan when his aunt died, they told him that Lord Sojin and Lady Hinata was disappointed in him, she told Yukitake. Yukitake cupped his chin and thought, if I think on it, no, they would not as I knew the both of them, he told the 3 of them. In fact, they would have loved to meet you and your sister, Yukitake, added with narrow eyes. Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other before Rukia looked back at her to be former captain. So they would have expected us? Rukia asked him. Yes, they would have done everything in their power to ensure your sister was kept safe, Yukitake told her. Rukia fell quiet as Kion returned with a handful of papers and a fountain pen and placed them on a coffee table. Thank you, Kion, Yukitake said as he pulled the cap off the pen. He then started filling out some of the papers before he nodded. Rukia, if you would, Yukitake asked the Kuchiki as he held out the pen. Rukia took the pen from him and started to fill some things before she handed the pen back. Yukitake looked at it before smiling, held the bottom right corner of the paper, and when he moved his thumb away, it showed that it had 2 fish chasing each other before he handed it to Ichigo. Do you know what you have to do? He asked the teen. Ichigo nodded as he held the bottom. Yeah? How showed me what to do, Ichigo said as he moved his thumb away to show what looked like his hollow mask. Ichigo then placed the paper on the table as it glowed with 4 colors, Ichigo's gold, crimson and black, along with a cyan blue. All 3 colors swirled together into a vortex of color before it floated off the paper and turned into another one with the same writing and symbols. Yukitake looked at them before nodding and turned to Rukia. I thank you for all you have done for the 13th, he told his ex-subordinate. Rukia could feel tears forming in her eyes as she quickly rubbed them away. I will never forget what you have done for me, Rukia said to him with a bow. Yukitake smiled at Rukia before he turned back to Ichigo. Is there anything else you need? He asked the teen. Ichigo shook his head before he looked the man dead in the eye. I just have a quick question for you, Ichigo asked him. Yes, what is it? Yukitake asked. Can you tell me all the symptoms of your illness? Ichigo asked the man as he pulled out his notebook and pen. Yukitake raised a brow at him before he started to list them off as Ichigo wrote them down. And that's all really, he told the teen. Ichigo looked over the notes he had made before smiling. Alright then. I think that I know all that I need to rid you of your illness, Ichigo said as the others looked shocked. What do you mean, Captain Kurosaki? Sentaro asked Ichigo. Ichigo looked at the male third seat of the 13th. You see, from the information that I have received from Yukitake, I now know what ails him, Ichigo said before he turned back to the white-haired captain. and when I return the world of the living for a while to inform my family, I can ask my father if he has the medication that you need, Ichigo said as Rukia hugged Ichigo and started thanking him. Ichigo turned back the white-haired captain while Rukia held him tight. When I get the confirmation from my father and Retsu, I can get the medication that you would need, Ichigo said as Yukitake nodded. Anyway, we must be off to see if any of the fifth-seated officers have turned up, Ichigo continued as the three of them got up. Two of them stood up, and Rukia soon turned into a human koala and had Ichigo carry her. Yukitaka laughed as he watched Rukia not move from her new captain before tuning to both of his third seats. You both can have the rest of the day off if you want, he said with a smile. Yes, Captain, they both said as they got up and started to walk off. Yukitake got up and walked over to his lake before looking over it. To think that when he returns, I will have my illness fixed, Yukitake said before looking at his shadow. What do you think, Mimihagi? He asked aloud as his shadow started to change. When it stopped shifting, it showed an eye. When you are receiving your treatment, your lungs will return so that they can be healed, the being known as Mimihagi told Yukitake. And your thoughts of the next king? Yukitake asked the shadow. The eye in the shadow seemed to shift to look off in the distance to look at Ichigo. He truly is worthy to become the next Soul King, Mimihagi said as Yukitake's shadow turned back to normal. And when he was ready to inherit the power that he needs from how I can rejoin with him and give you a gift, it added before going quiet as Yukitake looked at his shadow. With Ichigo, Momo and Rukia. Rukia was no longer koala hugging Ichigo as she was back on the ground with the three of them making their way back the fifth to see if any of the officers had been found. Do you think they found any of them? Rukia asked Ichigo and Momo. I don't know, but I've seen them around, Momo said before she looked at Ichigo. Do you think that it could have been an illusion? She asked him. Ichigo brought his thumbnail to him, his lips and thought, while I do think that 18 people can disappear and people would not notice with an illusion over everyone, Ichigo said as both women nodded at him. I do think that something is up and I hope I'm wrong, Ichigo said as Rukia narrowed her eyes at him. You think they are all dead, don't you? She asked him. Ichigo closed his eyes and nodded slightly as Momo looked confused. But why kill them? She asked. Rukia cupped her chin in thought as she mulled over what Ichigo had said and Momo's question before her eyes shot wide. Maybe they each had something that those three wanted, so they would be made seated officers so that it would be easier to get at them, she said as both Ichigo and Momo. Then the only place that would have that knowledge would be, Momo said as Ichigo and Rukia nodded. Let's hear what everyone else has to say first, Ichigo said as they started to make their way into the 8th and out to the 5th. It took them about 5 minutes to reach the 5th. They made their way to see if they found the 5th members. And find them they did as they were all standing in front of Ichigo's office / home. One person saw them coming up as all of the members of the 5th turned to them. Did you find them? Ichigo called out. 3 people stepped up, and Ichigo looked at them. As he opened his mouth, getting ready to talk to them, I found the body of the 9th seat Han in a river when you were at the 13th. The only woman of the 3 said as Ichigo looked at her. Did you get the members of 4th to examine the body? Ichigo asked her. Yes, sir, and they said she was drowned, she told him as Momo narrowed her eyes. She lives by a river, doesn't she? Momo said as the woman nodded. Ichigo looked at her with a nod. Alright then, I want a full report on what you found and where she lives, and then you can take the rest of the day off, Ichigo told her as she nodded. He then turned to one of the men. What did you find? He asked him. I found the 20th seat's home and found that it was ransacked and found nothing in there, he told Ichigo as everyone looked at each other. Full report, please, and if you could also write down the state of the room, Ichigo told him. Yes, sir, he told Ichigo as the man stepped back. What did you find? Rukia asked him as he looked at her before looking down. I used my Zanpakuto Idaiju to try and track down any of them, and the tracks that I picked were of the 10th seat. And the tracks led to the 12th division, he said. But Ichigo raised a hand to stop the man from speaking. Thank you for telling me that. But as of this moment, we cannot do anything, Ichigo said as the man looked confused. And before any of you ask why, at the moment as Captain Kuratsuchi is currently under investigation from the Captain Commander, Ichigo told them as they nodded. Ichigo then told the man that he could have the rest of the day off. So he walked away before Ichigo turned to everyone else. Right, in about half an hour, Rukia or Momo is going to be sent back out to say that a team is going to be formed that you will be needed to head to my office to hear about it. So everyone goes rest for a while, Ichigo told them as they nodded as everyone dispersed. The three of them walked into the building and headed to the office. Why are you making a group, Ichigo? Rukia asked him. Ichigo leant on his desk as he looked at the two of them. Tomorrow I'm going to the world of the living to gather my things, bring my family, punch Urahara for Rukia and make a story of why I'm not going to school, Ichigo said to both of them. Momo cocked her head to the side. What about Rukia and me? She asked him. You both are going to be going over all 3 reports that are going to be brought in. And once that is done, I want the both of you to do some investigations yourself. I will need Rukia's head to the river to look over, Ichigo told them as he looked at Momo. You are heading to the 20th house and see if you could find anything out of place, Ichigo told her. Both women nodded, and they went on for hours making the team before all 3 of them before they decided the team that would search the only building that did not match the 5th. The next day, 1st Division, Senkamin Gate. Ichigo stood in front of the Senkamin along with his friends as Yamamoto walked up to them. Captain Kurosaki, do you know how long you are going to be? He asked the younger captain. I think I will be back by either tomorrow afternoon or tomorrow night, Ichigo told the man. And I will be bringing back my family with me, he added. Yamamoto nodded at him. Do you believe that your family could handle the change? He asked the team. Ichigo turned to look at the Senkamin for a while before he turned back. It will take them some time. But I do know that they could, Ichigo started saying before he shook his head. No, I know it would be easy for them to fit in and I'll take them into my division, Ichigo told Yamamoto. The older man nodded as a butterfly flew next to Ichigo as the members of the Kido Corps came up to the gate. The butterfly was utterly black with purple wings and a black outline. Yamamoto looked at the gate that was slowly opening and banged his cane on the ground as everyone turned to him. Now Sosuke Aizen may have picked your town to fight or find something there, Yamamoto told them as they nodded. Now Kasuke Urahara said that he would meet you on the other side, Yamamoto told them. The gates creaked open as a bright light seeped out, blinding them all as Ichigo walked to the front so that he stood ahead of his friends as the butterfly was next to him. The Senkamin is now open, a member of the Kido Corps said as Ichigo started to walk thou with his friends following him. Along with Unohana and Aisane, the 6 walked through a long hallway with the butterfly leading them. They found a set of doors in front of them. The door opened as they all stood and looked over a small town that all the humans and the hybrid knew and called home. Used to in the case of Ichigo. This was Karakura town. As they stood looking over the town, what could only be described as a paper aeroplane flew up to them with 2 men, Yoruichi and 2 children sitting on it. The first was a tall, muscular, lightly tan-skinned man with his black cornrowed and a large handlebar mustache connected to his long sideburns. Covering his eyes was a pair of rectangular-shaped glasses, and the rest of his attire consisted of a white muscle shirt with regular pants and a blue apron. He was Tezai Tsukavashi, former head of the Kido Corps. Next to Tezai was the PLA of the paper aeroplane, a tall, lean man with light skin and gray eyes with a shadow caster over them from his striped dark green and white bucket hat. He had messy and light blonde strands framing each side of his face and hanging between his eyes, and he had chin stubble. He was dressed in a dark green samya that was the same green as his hat with a black haori that looked reminiscent of a captain's haori with the diamonds around the hem of the haori, and over his feet was Geta. This was the former captain of the 12th Division and founder of the SRDI, or Shinigami Research and Development Institute, Kasuke Urahara. Then there was a young boy with red hair dressed in a white t-shirt with the Urahara shop logo printed on the front and blue 3/4-length trousers, the bottoms of which were noticeably turned up. At his side was a large iron club. His name was Jinta Hankari. And then the last one was a young girl with a perpetual blush on her cheeks who wore a white t-shirt with the Urahara shop logo in pink print and a knee-length, pink skirt with white dots. She has round purple eyes and long, black hair with a purple tint. She has it parted down the middle, with 2 strands of her bangs in the middle of her face, opposing each other, with the rest of her hair and pigtails with pink ties. At her side was a multi-barreled shoulder cannon with a cloth wrapping around the entire thing with some writing scrawled over it. Her name was Yururitsu Mujiya. As the paper aeroplane got closer to them, they could see that it was made out of some cloth. "Hello, everyone," Urahara said as they stepped onto the cloth aeroplane. After all 6 of them were on, it started to fly over the town. "Yoruichi has filled me in on what and who you are now," Urahara said as he did not look ahead as the cloth aeroplane flew. Ichigo thou said nothing as he stood up. "And I take it that you also have heard about me and what I have done," the former captain said as Ichigo nodded. Ichigo looked at the man with narrowed eyes. I have, Ichigo said as Urahara took off his hat, turned around and bowed his head to the team. Words cannot express how sorry I am for what I have done, and the captain commander told me that you all may need me in the future, and I will gladly give you my aid, he told Ichigo. Yamamoto has already given you an order, and I would like for you to do something else for me, Ichigo said to the man. Everyone looked at him in confusion. And what is that? Urahara asked. A member of my division found out that my 10th seat went into the 12th and did not come back out, Ichigo told him as Urahara's eyes became downcast. I see, Urahara said as he thought back. It was a mistake to let him out, and no, the Soul Society is suffering from it, Urahara thought. Don't do that to yourself, Kisuke. Urahara heard the gentle voice of his Zanpakuto. You needed all the help you could when you were building the SRDI, and you knew that he would help you in making it, she told him. Thank you, Beneheim, Urahara thanked the spirit. Yuria looked as he spotted his home. Mr. Urahara, could you drop me off here? He asked the man dressed in green. The cloth plane floated down before Yuria jumped off. Yuria here, Ichigo called out to the team. Yuria turned to him and saw something flying his way. It was a handheld computer of a similar size to a palm-top computer. What is it? Yuria asked as he looked it over. It can be used to communicate with me in the Soul Society. And I want you, Cad and Oriheim, to have them just in case, Ichigo told him as Yuria looked up. I know that you hate Shinigami for what happened to your grandfather, but I want to help you make your grandfather's wish a reality, the team captain informed the Quincy. But I have no powers now, Yuria said. But Ichigo looked at Oriheim and back at the teen with glasses. Why did you? Oh, I am an idiot, Yuria muttered as he walked away. As they continued flying, they dropped Oriheim and Chad off as they made their way to Ichigo's home. Urahara loaded the cloth as Ichigo, Unohana and Isane got off. Ichigo, before you go and tell your family, I told Ishin about what had happened, and he knew that you would have to take your sister to the Soul Society with you, he told the team. Ichigo nodded as he looked over at Yorichi. I know you are not a part of my division, but can you look? Are any of my seated officers are missing? Ichigo asked her. Yorichi nodded her head with narrowed eyes as she looked in thought with Ichigo, and both members of the 4th walked up to the door and then walked in. The first person they saw was a tall, muscular man with spiky black hair and brown eyes and he had thin facial hair around his mouth and on his cheeks. He looked in his 40s and was dressed in a red shirt and black trousers. He was Ishin Kurosaki, formerly Shiba, the previous captain of the 10th Division. Then the next one they saw was who Ichigo knew to be the eldest of his twin sisters, who had dark gray eyes and black hair that was straight and cropped to hang around her face, just above her shoulders. She was dressed in a baseball shirt and knee-length leggings. Her name was Karen Kurosaki. And then, the final member of Ichigo's family, his youngest sister, walked into the room and saw them, and her appearance was a stark contrast to her sister's. She had short light blonde hair, with short bangs hanging over the right side of her forehead with a red hair clip on the left side of her head. While Karen had a harder look in her eyes, she had a softer look to her eyes, and instead of dark gray, she had dark brown. And while Karen dressed more tomboyish, she dressed more girlish and was wearing a white skirt, a green hooded sweatshirt, and an apron over it. Her name was Yuzu Kurosaki. All three of Ichigo's family looked at him, Unohana and Isane, while Ishin had a scared look on his face. I'm home, Ichigo said as his sisters ran up and hugged him. Ichigo looked down at his two sisters as they hugged him, and he returned the hug. Ichigo looked over at his father. Have you told them? He asked him. Only a small bit, Ishin said as him. Ichigo nodded before he looked down at his sisters. What do you know? Ichigo asked them. Karen looked up first. We know you're dead, called a Shinigami and in charge of your battalion of Shinigami, she told her older brother. Ichigo nodded at her. That's true, but there was something that Dad missed out on, he told his sisters as they let go of him. They all walked over to the table. What did Goat-chin miss out? Karen asked as Isane raised a bow. Goat-chin, she muttered while Unohana smiled. Your heritage and what I am now, Ichigo told them. What do you mean? Ichi and Yuzu asked him. Well, our heritage is that of the king of the Quincy King, thou our mother, Ichigo told them as they cocked their heads. Please tell me you told them what a Shinigami is along with a Hollow and Quincy, Ichigo asked his father. Ishin shook his head as he looked at the table. Unohana looked at the former 10th Division captain. Can you tell us why you did not tell them? she asked him. I didn't want them to worry about their grandfather coming after them, Ishin said as Yuzu turned to look at him. What do you mean, Daddy? She asked him. But Ichigo was the one that answered her. Our grandfather is a man that was to disturb the balance of life and death, he told Yuzu as she turned to him. But how would he disturb the balance? Yuzu asked him. As of this moment, we do not know, Unohana told the younger Kurosaki twin. But from what we know, he may be after your great-grandfather, the Soul King, she told them as Ishin looked at Unohana. Wait a moment, you mean to tell me that all 3 of my children are related to the Soul King? He asked the 4th Division captain. Yes, Yawatch is the one and only son of the Soul King, Ichigo said before he turned back to his sisters. Anyway, Shinigami has a duty to the souls and the afterlife, he told them. They nodded as they took in this information. What is their duty? Yuzu asked them. A Shinigami's duty is to help the spirits of the dead to move on to the afterlife, and then guard it against the lost souls, he added as Karen narrowed her eyes at Ichigo. What do you mean by guarded against the lost souls? She asked him. He means from hollows, Unohana said as both girls turned to her. When a soul loses their heart to despair or regret, a hollow is born, and until they are slain and purified by Shinigami, they will continually eat other souls to fill the void that replaced their heart, Ising explained to them. But Quincy or normal Quincy, that is not you two or your brother, kill hollows with their bows, Unohana told them. Both sisters nodded. But how does that disturb the balance between life and death? Karen asked them. You see, each soul needs a chance to join the reincarnation cycle no matter what they did before they died, Ichigo explained to his sisters as they nodded. Now, as Retsu said, Quincy uses bows while Shinigami, like us 4, Ichigo said as he pointed at himself, his father and both members of the 4th. Yuzu and Karen nodded along with them. We use our swords or Zanpakuto to purify hollows and allow the soul a second chance in the afterlife or to be reborn, Ichigo explained to his sisters as they looked at him. And as we have said, normal Quincy kill hollows and destroys their souls with their bows, he continued as both his sisters looked shocked. So Mom would happily, Karen started saying, but Ishin cut her off. No, she went against her father at every turn and swore that she would never kill a hollow, he told his daughter. Dad's right, and she even aided in marrying one of Quincy's greatest enemies, a Shinigami, Ichigo said, and having just realized what he had said and who he pointed to earlier, both Yuzu and Karen's eyes shot wide as they looked at their father. You're a Shinigami? Yuzu asked him. He's the former captain of the 10th Division of the Godai 13, Unohana said as she let loose another bomb. You were like Ichi and I? Yuzu asked him. Karen rolled her eyes at that. I'd bet he just pawned his work on to others like he does to Ichi and I, Karen said as Ishin felt hurt. Name one time when I have ever done that, he asked his children. Ichigo looked at the man with a raised brow. Do you really want us to answer that? Ichigo asked his father. Feeling dread? Ishin pushed all that down. Yes, the older Kurosaki man said to the teen. When you had me look after that little girl who scraped her knee, Ichigo said as Ishin looked at Ichigo and started opening his mouth. I had a shit ton of homework to do, and on top of my previous substitute Shinigami duties to follow, the teen added. You had me restock the clinic's shelves when you were drinking tea and then took a nap, Karen pitched in. And all 3 of us have a job around the house as I cook. Ichi and I does the washing and Karen always sets the table while you just watch TV, Yuzu said as Ishin started to feel depressed. And that does not count the number of people that were sent to me by your lieutenant from Burnout, Unohana said as Isane looked at her captain. What do you mean, Captain? She asked her captain. As they know, Ranjaku is lazy. But the reason behind that is the man in front of us. And she did it to help Captain Hitsugaya as they both lost the man they looked up to, Unohana explained to her lieutenant. Anyway, back to what I was saying before. When I went to the Soul Society to save someone, I met our great-grandfather, Ichigo said. Who is he? Yuzu asked him. Well, his name is Hao, and he is known as the Soul King, Ichigo said as they looked confused. He also likes to do things that are overkill, Ichigo said as Unohana nodded. Ain't that the truth? Unohana muttered. Anyway, even the Soul King's job is to ensure the balance between this world and all the afterlives, he added. Both sisters nodded at what he said. After a brief moment of using my 3 powers at the same time, Hao told the spirits of my Geist Toten Bogen and Hoja Alma, who are also the spirits of my Zanpakuto, telling them that I need to get something. Ichigo told his sisters. What do those words mean? Yuzu asked her brother. Geist Totenbogen means spirit slaying bow, while Hoja Alma means soul blade. Ichigo explained to his sister, anyway. After getting 3 Asachi from someone teaching me Hoho, or how to move at high speed, Ichigo told his sisters. They nodded, and thanks to both of them, I not only got some extra powers, but I also managed to become the true hybrid, Ichigo said to his sisters. What do you mean? Karen asked him. Ichigo put both his swords on the table with the hand that had Mondritter's sealed form. This ring is my Quincy Geist Totenbogen, that goes by the name Mondritter, Ichigo said as the then pointed at his pure white dato. This dato is my Hoja Alma Diablo Lino, and finally the pure black dato is my Zanpakuto Zangetsu, Ichigo told them as his sisters nodded. After I gained these and became the full hybrid by learning how to use my full hollow powers, learning all of the Quincy techniques, and finally learning all of the Shinigami arts, Ichigo told both of them. Yuzu then cocked her head as she looked at Unohana. What does he mean? She asked her. Your brother was trained by the best of the best in each of the Shinigami arts. He had the spirit of Diablo Luna teach him about his hollow powers, Unohana told her, and for his Quincy powers, he had the spirit of Mondritter, Unohana added as the girl nodded. And with being named How's heir by the insane bastard by the name How, Ichigo said as Issen looked confused. How is he insane? He asked his son. While I do not mind him naming me his heir, Ichigo said as both his sisters, How decided that all the buildings in the 5th need look like they had just come out of Jurassic Park, Ichigo said as his sisters giggled while his father looked at him. Please tell me that you are kidding, Isshin asked him with dread on his face. Oh, that is not the end of it, Ichigo said with Unohana and Isane nodding along. Isane, who gained a slight blush. Karen narrowed her eyes at her older brother. What did he do? She asked him. Before I was named captain of the 5th Division, I was engaged to 4 women, Ichigo said as he looked at Unohana. So, who are my future daughters-in-law? Isshin asked his son. Well, I'm one, and so is Isane here, along with Yoruchi and Rukia Kuchiki. Really a Kuchiki? Isshin asked his son with a raised brow. She came from the Rukon along with her sister, and she is the sister-in-law to the captain of the 6th Division, Ichigo said as Isshin narrowed his eyes before his eyes shot wide. Oh, her. I think she would fit into the family nicely, Isshin told his son. Ichigo rolled his eyes at him before his face became serious. Now that you two have been told that you two must know a few things, Ichigo said as both his sisters looked ready to hear it. As by the ancient law of the Soul Society, all my family members have to come to the Soul Society with me, Ichigo said as Isshin narrowed eyes. It's the incest law, isn't it? He asked his son. Ichigo nodded his head as Karen, who looked sick, turned to her father. What do you mean by incest law? She asked him. It was a law that can only be changed by the Soul King himself and possibly by Ichigo, Isshin said but looked at his son, who shook his head. Why is that? He asked his son. Ichigo turned to his father with a look that spoke 1,000 words. Even though I now have the title of Soul Prince, I have one rule that I must follow, Ichigo told him. Like what? Karen asked him. The first rule is I must follow the same laws that the Shinigami follow, Ichigo told them. Do you have any powers as the Prince of the Soul Society? Isshin asked him. I have 12 vetoes a year to remove or change the laws passed in Central 46. Remove any and all convictions that someone has one people and remove a captain or member of the Kido or Central 46, Ichigo said as Isshin nodded. And you've used them all? He asked his son. Almost all of them. I used 7 to change the 12 main laws to 11, Ichigo said as they nodded, and edit 7 of those to make sense, the teen captain added. So you only had 4 left. And with the shitstorm that Aizen and his cronies had left there for you lot, Isshin said with a nod. I had to use 3 vetoes to allow Hat and Clogs, Yoruchi, Tezai and the Visor back into the Soul Society, Ichigo said as the people nodded as Unohana looked at him in shock along with Isane. And I used half of my last veto to allow Yamamoto to put Urahara back as the captain of the 12th if Kuratsuchi is not helping the Soul Society, and only himself, Ichigo said as Unohana looked confused. Yamamoto has that power anyway, she told the team. You would be right in the ordinary circumstances. But with how the 12th is run and with the needed power of people that would have to go in and see what is going on, Ichigo started as Unohana nodded. He would need the power of the Soul Prince, she said. Karen coughed into her hand as everyone turned to her. What is the incest law? She asked them. Right, sorry, Ichigo said as he turned to his sister. The law states that because you two are my sisters and you do not have the same powers, Ichigo said as he looked at his sisters, or at the same power level as me, so to stop others from trying to marry into the family thou you two, Ichigo started as he began to scowl. Have to marry you don't we, Yuzu said as she looked at her older brother. And you can't get rid of this law, Karen asked him. Yeah, I have to marry you too and not at the moment and sadly. With how the idiots that are put in Central 46, I'm going to need all my vetoes to either get rid of them or all of Central 46, Ichigo said as he rubbed his eyes. Are they really that bad? Yuzu asked her brother. All four Shinigami looked at her with the same expression and said simultaneously, yes. Soul Society, Suriidii, 5th Division, Ichigo's home, Ichigo's office. Momo and Rukia sat at their respective desks as they looked over reports brought in. All 3 desks had towers of paperwork. Momo looked over some reports handed in as her face started to look confused. It makes no sense, she said as Rukia looked up at her. What makes no sense? Rukia asked her. Momo looked up at Rukia. Looking over the reports about going down the old office and the rest of the building, she told Rukia, who got up and walked over to her. This one said as the 3rd room on the left had nothing in it, while this report found that the 3rd room on the left had a painting of a woman, Momo said as she passed both reports to Rukia. Rukia looked them both over, and her eyes started to narrow as she looked at them. You're right, Rukia said after she was done reading them. What should we do? Momo asked her. Rukia looked out the window to see that it looked like the sun was almost set. It seems like we're going to finish around tomorrow afternoon with all of these, Rukia said as both women looked at the mountains of paperwork. It's going to take us all tomorrow night, isn't it? Momo asked her. And then some, Rukia said to her. The next day, World of the Living, Karakura Town, Kurosaki Clinic. Yuzu walked down the stairs to find Ichigo cooking breakfast. You're up early, Ichi-ni, she said as she walked over to him. Being a captain has me up with the sun, Ichigo told her as he watched the food closely. Can you set the table? Ichigo asked his sister. Yuzu nodded as she grabbed the plates. How many are going to be eating? She asked him. Well, I've made enough for me, you, Karen, Dad, Retsu, Aisane and Yoruchi, Ichigo told her as she looked at him. I got a message last night from Yoruchi saying that she's coming over to help us move our stuff over to the Soul Society, he added. Yuzu looked at her the back of her brother with a sad look. Do we really have to go? She asked him. Ichigo turned to look at her with a matching sad look. If I could, I would have left the both of you ignorant until you both died, Ichigo told her. Yuzu looked up at her brother. And about this marriage thing, she asked him. I have been made head of the now-born Kurosaki clan that has been created. And while we do not have the same powers, Ichigo started. Yuzu shook her head. I don't have any powers, she told him as blue lines formed over her arm. Yuzu, Ichigo tried to say, but she shook her head. And oh, I'm a normal person, she told him as the lines went over her hand. Yuzu, your arm, Ichigo said as she looked down at the blue lines. She looked at the blue lines on her arm before they faded. She could not say anything as she just looked at her arm. That was one of the many Quincy powers that Mum made. It's called Blunt, Ichigo explained to his sister. And you sensing spirits, I was like that at your age and... Ichigo started as Karen walked down. What does this blunt do? She asked her brother and helped Yuzu set the table. It makes it so that you have a defense from a blade or something that can be shot at you, Ichigo told her as Yuzu looked at him. Mommy made this, she asked him. And many other techniques that are used by Quincy, Ichigo told her as Yuzu started to calm down from what Ichigo had said. So we're moving to the afterlife? Karen asked him. Yeah, and to make sure that no one tries anything with the two of you, I'll teach both of you myself, Ichigo told them. What about Goat-chin? Karen asked him. Ichigo turned back to the food as he started to plate it up. I'll send him off to the 10th, where he can fix the mishap he made with his former division, Ichigo said as Isshin jumped down the stairs with a leg forward. Good morning, Ichigo, he yelled with his flying kick. Mon, can you deal with him so that I can cook food? Ichigo asked his Quincy spirit, which formed next to Ichigo, and in one quick movement, he grabbed the flying person named Isshin and threw him over to the table. Isshin flew through the air and landed perfectly in his chair as he looked shocked. Thank you, Ichigo told the Quincy spirit. Mon Ritter nodded as he returned to Ichigo's inner world. Why did you not ask me to stop him? Diablo Luna asked him. Do you really want me to answer that? Ichigo asked the hollow spirit. No, not really, Diablo said as Ichigo rolled his eyes. Ichigo started to move the food over to them, with Yuzu helping move the food over as Isane and Unohana walked down along with a black cat. Yuzu squealed as she looked at the cat before she picked it up and started to hug it. So Yorichi, are you ready for breakfast? Ichigo asked the cat. That I am, Yorichi said in her cat form. Can you let me go now? Yorichi asked the younger Kurosaki twin. Yuzu's face became red as she set Yorichi on the ground, and when she was on the floor, smoke started to filter out of Yorichi as she turned into her human form. Isane's eyes shot wide before she threw a large towel over the Catwoman. Did you really need to do that? Yorichi asked, moving the towel off her to show that she was dressed in the clothes that she fought Suifeng. Well, forgive me for that. But every time you went from cat to person, you would be. Isane told her as Karen looked over to the dark-skinned woman. So you like flashing people? She asked her. The former 2nd Division captain laughed. Oh, I can't wait to help in your trading, Yorichi said to her. I thought Ichini was going to train us, Yuzu asked as she slowly accepted that she was leaving the world of the living. Unohana and Yorichi nodded. You're right. It's a captain's duty to make sure that all members are ready for what is ever to come and that all their members are fully trained, Unohana said to the girl. And even now my little bee would let me take my position as the captain of the 2nd once more. I was thinking about joining the 5th, Yorichi said to Ichigo, who looked over at her. Are you sure you want to join the 5th with all the problems at the moment? Ichigo asked her. I don't mind, and I could help fix some of those problems. And I could help train the division in Ho-Oh, Yorichi said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes at her. Alright then, your first mission as a member of the 5th is when we get back. Try and find any of the missing seated officers, Ichigo told her as she looked at him with narrowed eyes. How many did you find so far? She asked him. The core of the 3rd seat who was killed by the 3 traitors, even with Jin showing slight remorse, Ichigo told her as she looked confused. That sounds strange, she told him. I know, and after having it go down my head over and over, I come to the conclusion that Jin does have some emotion to him, but he also did a lot of evil things. So I do not know, Ichigo said as Yorichi cupped her chin in thought. Anyway, the 9th seat was found drowned in the river that she lived by, Ichigo explained to them. Ishin looked to be in thought as Yorichi did not like what she heard. As I told you, the 10th seat went into the 12th and did not come back out, and the 20th is missing completely, Ichigo told her. What about the rest of the seated officers? Ishin asked. But Ichigo shook his head. None of them turned up, he asked him. Not a single one has been either seen or heard from in weeks, Ichigo told his father. Do you think Aizen has killed them? Unohana asked him. With all of the evidence going around, I can't help but think that, Ichigo told her. Who is this Aizen? Karen asked Ichigo. He was the former captain of the 5th that desired to become a traitor along with the captain of the 3rd and 9th, Ichigo told his sisters. And from what we have found out, the reason why your mother could fight or kill the hollow that killed her, Unohana said to the black-haired Kurosaki twin. What do you mean? Yuzu asked them. Ichigo turned to his sister. When Mum met Dad, they both fought a hollow together that went by the name of White, Ichigo told his sisters. But after they both used their powers to seal it away, but the power, well, it was sealed, Ichigo said to them as Karen's eyes shot wide. Her powers were moved on to us, she said as Yuzu looked at her looking over to her brother. Did she asked him. Ichigo looked at his little sister and saw the hope that was over her face. Yes. But your brother took most of it, and when the both of you were born, you took the rest, and even if there was not that much left anyway, Ishin told his daughters, after the 2 of you were born, your mother and I found out there she could no longer have any children, he explained to them. Ichigo narrowed his eyes as he thought about why that was before he looked at his father. Was it because of the fusion of powers that she had within her? And when the 3 of us were born, it took that away from her? Ichigo asked him. Yes, it was, he told his son, and when you 3 were younger and before your grandfather took your mother's powers away and a hollow killed her defending your brother, Ishin told his daughters. Ichigo's eyes seemed to cloud over with anger as he thought about that hollow. When I find that bitch I will kill him and send him to hell, the teenage captain thought. Don't worry, King, we'll get him, Diablo Luna told his master. Oh, I know. And when we do, I show that bitch why a devil is stronger and after than a hamster, Ichigo thought as he heard the hollow spirit howl with laughter. They all started to eat their breakfast as Yuzu looked around her. I'm going to miss this place, she said as they all turned to her. This place is actually going to stay in the family, And it will have a Kurosaki Senkaman door here, Ichigo told her. How? She asked her brother. Well, with how things are going with the 3 traders, Karakura town is going to be a hot spot for activity, Ichigo explained to her. Why is that? Karen asked her brother. Ichigo looked down at the table. I can't answer that, Ichigo told her. Isshin looked over at his son with narrowed eyes. What do you know? He asked the team. Karakura town was built here by one of the first captains of the Godai for a reason that I cannot tell you about, Ichigo told them. The former captain turned to Unohana, who had a frown on her face. What do you know? Isshin asked her. I do not know, as when I was the captain of the 11th back, then all I remember was that she was gone for a while, Unohana said as she shrugged. And that Ichi was the one that named the town, she told him. Another reason is that we were told by how to keep it a secret, and only disclose the information when it matters, Ichigo told his father. Isshin looked at his son and could tell that his son was telling the truth. Can you at least give me a reason or clue on why? Isshin asked, as he did not want to go against the Soul King. Ichigo looked at Unohana and Yoruichi as they were having a silent conversation before Yoruichi nodded. All we can tell you is that there is something here that needs to be kept safe, she told him. And even tell you 3, that is saying too much, really, Unohana told the 3. But you hardly told us anything, Karen said to her as Isshin narrowed his eyes at the captain of the 4th. Is an Oken, isn't it? Isshin asked them as he showed why he was a captain of the Godai. Ichigo, Yoruichi, Unohana and Isain looked at each other. Yes, Isain said as the 3 captains turned to her. Issue, Unohana said to her second in command. The tall, silver-haired lieutenant flinched as she looked at her captain. But he got it, she weakly said. Ichigo sighed. We know, but this knowledge must be kept secret with what it can do, he told her as Unohana, and Yoruichi nodded along with him. What is an Oken? Karen asked them. Ichigo looked the dark-haired twin in the eye. The Oken is the key into the Soul King's palace, where Hao lives, Ichigo told her. Karen looked over to Yuzu, who had looked confused before she looked back to Ichigo. So with this, Oken is here in Karakura town, Karen said as the captains nodded along. And what does this Aizen want with the Oken? Yuzu asked them. Ichigo looked at her before shaking her head. If we knew we would tell you, but with how his mind works, we do not know, Ichigo told his sister. Isshin, seeing that the mood was starting to go wrong, looked at Ichigo. So where are we going to be living from now on? Isshin asked his son. Ichigo looked at his father and sent thanks to his eyes. Well, both Karen and Yuzu, as they are near the age that people are sent to Shino Academy, are going to live in the Kurosaki manor, Ichigo told his father, while you, on the other hand, are going back to the 10th, the teenage captain said to the former captain. What, why? Isshin asked him. After talking to Yamamoto for hours about you, he said that you need to fix the mess you made there. Ichigo replayed as the man looked confused. What mess? He asked his son. They talked about what would happen for the rest of the time they had breakfast. It took them a few days for them to get things sorted so that everything that they needed would be brought over to the Soul Society with them would be there. Isshin, Unohana and Isain looked back and forth from the notes that both Ichigo and Unohana had made on Yukite's illness. On the other hand, Ichigo, Yuzu and Karen started packing their clothes and some personal items. But one thing that they made sure not to bring was a massive poster of their mother that Isshin had put up. On the last day that they would be sating in the world of the living, Ichigo looked up at the clock one last time before turning to his sisters. Right? I'm going to head off to graduate early and do my final exam before I come back, Ichigo told them. They looked up at him before they nodded as he went to his room to get changed into his school uniform, consisting of a white shirt, gray pants, red tie and gray blazer. He returned downstairs, grabbed his bag, and left for Karakura High School. Ichigo walked through the streets of Karakura town, and he looked around before he spotted Chad, Yuryu and Oriheim walking ahead of him. Chad and Yuryu were dressed in the same clothes as Ichigo, while Oriheim as she had a skirt instead of trousers and a red bow tie. Yuryu stopped for a moment, and looked back to see Ichigo walking up to them, and Quincy nodded to the hybrid. Ichigo nodded as he jogged up to them. What are you 3 doing? Ichigo asked them. Well, we that because you're going to graduate early so that you can be a captain of the 5th division of a group of Shinigami, Oriheim told him as Ichigo as he nodded. And so we thought and called each other yesterday morning and came to the agreement that we should join you over there, Yuryu said to the young captain. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at his cousin. Are you 3 sure that you want to do this and leave this town unprotected from Aizen? He asked. Yuryu, Chad and Orihime looked at each other for a while before the pureblood Quincy looked back at Ichigo. Yes, we are, he told the hybrid. And nothing that you can say to stop us, as we will follow anywhere, he asked the newest captain. Ichigo looked at her. Do you know that I'm going to have to train you in the Shinigami arts along with my sisters? He asked them as Ichigo's eyes swept over his friends. We know, but when have you never come though for us? Chad asked the orange-haired team captain. And I can show my father that I'm following my grandfather, not him. And I have a way to cleanse hollows, Yuryu told the team. Ichigo looked over at his friends once more. Nothing I say is going to stop you, is there? Ichigo asked the three of them. The three looked at each other before returning to Ichigo and said, No, there is not. Ichigo walked ahead of them as a thin smile formed on his face. Fine, just to let you all know that I will hold you to high standards, he told them. After a few minutes of walking, they started to see the school coming into view. They spotted a tall, lanky woman with brown hair tied back in a ponytail. Her eyes were also brown, she wore glasses over them, and she was dressed in a red tracksuit. She was their teacher, Misato Oki. She started to walk up to them as they stopped. So you're all going to graduate early, she asked them. They all looked at her as they nodded their heads at her. Do you all think that you can do it, she asked them. Ichigo stood tall as he looked at her. I think that we can do it, he told her. Oki looked over her students or soon-to-be former students before nodding and leading them to their classroom. Now, after going over your credits this morning, I can safely say that all of you finished by the day after tomorrow, she told them as everyone looked at the whiteboard. You first need to complete this exam before you start going down the classes that you will need to graduate, Oki informed them as she walked over to them and handed them a stack of papers. After they all had won, Oki looked at the clock before she called out, The exam starts now, she told them as they all opened the exam. For each of them, hours flew by as they did exams and lessons. They all gained all of the information they would need to graduate. And it looked like they were making good time as the top 3 students would go around helping the others out for the rest of the lessons they had, and once it was over. And when that was all done, they managed to finish it in one day. It made sense, as it was 1900 hours in the afternoon. Right now, as you are all done, I would like to thank you for the many years that you have done here. Oki bowed to them as they all stood up. And we would like to thank you for all that you have taught us, Ichigo told her as all 10 of them bowed to her. As they walked out of the building, when you all get home, you are going to need to put all of your personal items into a box and some other things. Then head to my home where we will have you moved over to the Soul Society, Ichigo said to them. They all nodded as they started to make their way home, and after 10 minutes of talking, a horrific howl filled the air. Ichigo narrowed his eyes as he looked off into the distance from where the howl came from, and he unzipped his bag as a lion plushie jumped out. Ichigo, did you really need to bring me with you or just have let me just play you? The stuffed animal said to the team. Kan, there are 2 things wrong with what you were saying, Ichigo told the lion doll. And what are they? Kan asked him. The first is that you are a coward, so when a hollow or someone picks a fight with you would run away from them, the teen told the stuffed animal. That a lie, Kan said, but as the 4 that went to save Rukia looked at Kan with a raised brow. Okay, it's true, he said to them. And the second reason you're a massive perv, Ichigo said as Kan nodded. That Faragugj, Kan said as Ichigo shoved his hand into the mouth of the stuffed animal. It flayed around Ichigo's hand before it became still. He pulled out a small green pill. Ichigo put the stuffed animal into him before he swallowed the pill as his soul was pushed out of his body. I'm going to make sure that nothing is going to go wrong, Ichigo told them 3 as he jumped off. Gather your things and meet me at my house, Ichigo told them before he jumped off. What the was that? They heard as Orihime turned to look to see 6 people looking at them. Or, more accurately, looking where Ichigo had jumped off. Chad, Yuryu and Orihime looked at each other, and said one word as they all thought the same thing. Karakura Shopping District. Oki walked through the shopping district and looked around to find something before she heard a ray filling the air. Oki looked around from where the roar came from and spotted something she did not think she would ever see. It was Ichigo dressed in some black body armor made from a unique material that she had not seen before, which looked like a tight black and sleeveless shirt with a thin white line that goes down his chest and around his collar, with 2 bits of white armor that curve around his body and cross in front of his chest, and on his back and a pair of black hakama. Over his feet was white tabi. But she could just make out that he had black sandals with a scarlet outline that appeared to be attached to his armor other than the tabi. Over his shoulders was a short white coat with long sleeves that covered his arms and were cut off, showing his upper torso and midriff, with 2 scarlet lines running down each side of it. On the back had the number 5 in kanji within a rhombus. Over his hakama had a separate white open skirt, which ended above his shins with the top fashioned and tied with an ejimaki knot with the hem left to flare out into ragged ends and having diamonds and spots. And to finish his cloths off, she could see that he was wearing 2 gloves, with his right hand having a black shooting glove and a black glove which extended up the forearm, stopping 2 inches from the elbow with a white palm. On either side of his were 2 swords, one pitch black and the other pure white, and looking at his left hand, and as she looked up at him, she could make out a ring on his finger, and she could see from the direction that he was heading to where the roar had come from, so she started to run after the teen to try and stop him. What does he think he is doing? Oki thought. But the main thing that she was thinking about why other people were not running away from the horrifying roar that sounded only a few moments ago. Oki saw that Ichigo had stopped on the top of a building and looked around for the source of the roar. He then looked down and saw Oki looking up at him. Shit, Ichigo muttered before he shunpoed down to her, and she opened her mouth. No one else can see me, he told her. She was about to say something as she watched people walk around them, not even looking at Ichigo. How? She asked the teen. Only those that have been around those with a significant amount of Riryoku or spiritual power for a long time can start to see spirits and other things, Ichigo informed her. So, are you dead? She asked the teen. Yes and no, Ichigo said to her as she looked confused. Let's just say that I'm special and was literally born with. Ichigo was saying before the roar that they heard sounded once more. They turned to see a creature with the body of a large sloth with long blade-like fingers, and its mask was that of an African Dan mask. What is that? Oki asked the teen as she felt fear. A soul that has been in the world of the living for too long and has been turned into something called a hollow, Ichigo said as he got ready to draw the pitch-black sword. What do you mean? Oki asked as the sloth looked over at Ichigo. When someone dies, the soul does not move on to the afterlife. They need a Shinigami to help them move on and protect them from the souls that have given to despair or have just been there too long, Ichigo said as the sloth started to run at Ichigo, who one quick movement and made a cut at the neck of the sloth with his black blade. The blade moved swiftly down the neck with just a thin layer of blood scattered across the floor as the body of the hollow started to disintegrate. Did you kill it? She asked him. Ichigo sheathed his sword. No, I just freed them from the despair and cleaned their souls, Ichigo informed her. Ichigo turned to her as she looked at the hollow. Is this why you graduated early? Oki asked him. Yes, you see this number on my back, Ichigo asked her as Oki looked at his back and the kanji for the number 5. This means that I have to lead a division of hundreds of men and women, Ichigo told her. Were you forced into it? She asked him, hoping that he said yes. But when he shook his head, why you? She asked him. Reasons that I only found out within the last few days, Ichigo said before he felt something buzz in his pocket. Ichigo pulled out a small computer and opened it, and he looked at a message and grounded loudly. What is it? The teacher asked him. It seems that the others in my friend group have found out, Ichigo said as he looked at the message. What are you going to do? She asked him. Ichigo looked at her before looking out at the shopping district for a while before turning back to her. I'm going to have to tell them what is going on, Ichigo said as he got ready to speed off, but Oki put a hand on his shoulder. The hybrid turned to her with a raised brow. Take me with you so that I know fully what is going on, Oki told him, and seeing that the teen had opened his mouth to speak, Oki beat him to the punch. You do know that I have the results of today in my bag. I can just not hand them in, she told the teen. Fine, Ichigo said as he put his hand on her shoulder and lifted her bridle style. She squeaked before they jumped off and watched as the town below her just sped by. This is amazing, she thought as she looked at Ichigo, who looked around for a second before seemingly knowing where he was going. Does he get to do this a lot? Oki asked herself and thought. Before long, they found that they were near a river and a bridge where they found 9 people standing there. When they landed, they first saw a female teenager with a tomboyish look, a lean, average height frame with black hair and brown eyes. Her hair is cut short and spiked out at the sides to keep in tune with her less than feminine appearance. She was dressed in black sneakers with navy jeans and a leather jacket that was zipped up. Her name was Tatsuki Arisawa, and she was Ichigo's oldest friend. Then there was a male teenager with medium-long brown hair, which flipped outward. His eyes were also brown, and he had a slim figure. He was dressed in a plain orange t-shirt and green pants, sometimes with a navy jacket and black and blue Nikes. His name is Kigo Asano, and Ichigo is sure he has brain damage. Then there was the smallest one, a teenage boy with short black hair and green eyes, parted down the middle with a stray bang in his face and the tips fanning out. He was dressed in white sneakers, blue jeans and a black shirt that said if it's not working, turn it off and on again with a small computer. He was the man in charge of looking after Kigo, named Mizuiro Kojima. Then there was a girl the same height as Orihime with short curly brown hair and brown eyes. She was dressed in a ruby shirt with the symbol of the Karakura Town Ruby Team, ironically known as the Spirits, that showed her E-cup breasts with black pants that looked to have some writing over her ass and black boots. She was Mehana Nasue, and she was the head of the girls' Ruby Team in Karakura Town. Then there was the tallest one there, not counting Chad. It was a teenage girl with a lean frame and long black hair tied back into a ponytail. She had brown eyes with a mole under her left eye. Like Tatsuki, she had a leather jacket on, but she also had a black skirt with dark leggings and a pair of flats. She was Ryo Kaneda, and Ichigo knew she was the one that taught Karen how to play soccer. And the last one, not counting Chad, Yuryu and Orihime, was a thin teenage girl with short red hair and purple eyes. Her bangs parted on both sides of her face, and she wore red-framed glasses. Like Oki, she was dressed in a tracksuit, but instead of red, it was a darker shade of pink, and she had black shoes on. Her name was Chizuru Hansho, and she often looked at Orihime's breasts. Ichigo said "Okag" on the grass as he turned to Yuryu. "I was only gone for 10 minutes when the hell happened?" Ichigo asked him. Orihime turned to him as she scratched the back of her head. "Well, when you jumped off to get the hollow, they saw you leave your body and shunpoed off," she told him. Ichigo rubbed his eyes. "What do they know?" Ichigo asked the three of them. "Only the basics," Chad told Ichigo. Ichigo rubbed his eyes once more before he turned to everyone. "Right, I'm getting tired, so I'll tell you this once, so listen carefully," Ichigo told them. It took him a few hours, but they finally understood what he was telling them. "So you're in charge of men and women that are there to protect the afterlife?" Tatsuki asked him. "Yes," Ichigo said. "You've been named the heir of the Soul King?" Kigo asked this time. "Yep. And you three are going with him?" Oki asked them. "That right," Yuria said to her as Chad and Orihime nodded. "Then take the rest of us with you," Kigo said to the teen as the other five nodded. Oki shook her head at him. "Even if you wanted to graduate early like them three, only one of you 6 can do the same," she told them as she looked at Tatsuki. "Don't worry, I would not accept them in the 5th anyway," Ichigo said as they all looked at him. "What, why?" Orihime asked him. "With Aizen out, only you 3 have the power to defend yourselves, with Yuria having his Quincy powers, Chad with his somewhat hollow powers and you with your Shun Rika," Ichigo said as Orihime looked at him with a sad look. "I get you to want to help them but without any powers," Ichigo said as Chad looked away. Yuryu turned to the hybrid while the others looked at his feet. "We'll be able to meet you at your home tomorrow afternoon," he told the captain. Ichigo nodded as he sped off. The glasses-wearing teen looked at the others with a straight face, the entire of the Godai, and got a lot on their plate at the moment with Aizen and his 2 followers. "You 6 would just get in the way," he told them as Chad nodded and Orihime did not look at them. The 3 then took a page out of Ichigo's book and walked off, leaving the teacher and her students there while Tatsuki looked at the retreating shape of Ichigo. "Just wait. We'll fight together one more soon," she thought before she walked away. The next day, Kurosaki Clinic. Ichigo stood in the living room with his family, both members of the 4th and friends, while they waited for the visitors to join them, and they're surrounded by boxes. They all had boxes that held their items ready to be moved to the 5th, or, in the case of Isshin, the 10th, and they found that Yoruichi was leading people other to them. The first was a man the same size as Ichigo, who had brown eyes and jaw-length blonde hair with a straight cut, and many of his facial expressions revealed his upper teeth. He was dressed in trousers, a gray dress shirt and a black tie, often supplemented by a newsboy cap and long coat. He was the former captain of the 5th Division, and goes by Shinji Hirako. Then there was a young woman with hazel eyes and short lime green hair on top of her head. She had a set of goggles and was dressed in a white bodysuit with orange gloves, boots and a scarf. She was the former lieutenant of the 9th Mishiro Kuna. Next to her was her former captain, a muscular man with sharp features, short silver hair and brown eyes. He was dressed in a dark purple A-shirt with white trim, green cargo pants, black combat boots, and a pair of orange fingerless gloves. He also has a series of piercings, with one on his left eyebrow and 3 on his left ear. He goes by the name Kensei Mugiruma. Then there was a tall man with brown eyes and a thick black spiked afro, which added to his above-average height, and he was dressed in a green jogging suit and wore mirrored sunglasses at all times. He is Rabu Ikawa and goes by Love, the former 7th Division captain. Then was a tall, skinny man with purple eyes, long, wavy blonde hair, and a perpetually bored expression. He was dressed in a black suit with a thigh-length black jacket. The shirt part of his suit was a white frilled shirt with frilled cuffs and a high collar, which he commonly keeps untucked. This was the former captain of the 3rd Division, and his name is Rojuro Odoribishi. He goes by Rose. Then there was the shortest, a brown-eyed, blonde-haired girl who wore her short hair in spiky pigtails with her bangs clipped together by 3 clips. On each cheek, under each of her eyes, she had 3 freckles, and she had an overly long fang protruding from the upper left side of her mouth. She was dressed in a white shirt and a red jogging suit, the latter with white lines running down from the shoulders and decorated with the first kanji of her name, as well as yellow flip-flops. Her name was Hiyori Saragaki, and she was the former lieutenant of the 12th. Next was a huge and rotund man with golden eyes, a pink mustache and pink hair with a black crossbone design in the center, who was dressed in an olive-green tuxedo with a yellow bow tie. Hachijin Ashoda, that goes by Hachi, and was the 2nd in command of the Kido Corps. And finally, there was a woman who appeared to be a young adult woman with turquoise eyes, red oval glasses and long black hair. Her hair has bangs in the front, and she keeps the back in a braided ponytail. She was dressed in a long-sleeved sailor fuku with a teal-green/blue collar and matching pleated miniskirt that ends at her stomach, complete with a pink neckerchief. Her name was Lisa Yadamaru, former lieutenant of the 8th. They were the Wizards. Shinji walked over to Ichigo and swiped a hand over his face and a hollow mask over his face, and it looked like a pharaoh mask with a short flowing hood beneath the back of his neck that had a double mouth. "I'm showing you mine. Now show me yours," Shinji said to the teen as Ichigo brought his hand up and brought it down, forming his devil mask. "Is this what you wanted?" Ichigo asked with his layered voice, and Yuzu and Karen looked freaked out as Isshin looked at the mask. So he really did take most of white from Misaki. Isshin thought as looking at the mask brought back memories of that fight with the artificial hollow. "Yes, it is, and from that, I can tell you in control, Your Highness," Shinji told Ichigo as they both banished their masks. "I was in control for the entirety of my life," Ichigo told him as Shinji narrowed his eyes at Ichigo. Before Shinji and Ichigo could talk anymore, Hiyori hit Shinji over the head with one of her flip-flops. "Come on. I want to get back home, you little bitch," she told him as the man covered his head. "So stop trying to have a dick measuring contest with the Prince of the Soul Society and get a move on," Hiyori said to him. She continued beating on the former captain as Rose came over. "Sorry about them. They act like brother and sister, you see," he told Ichigo as he nodded. "It's alright. We and these two do the same," Ichigo said as Karen and Yuzu nodded. "Well, now that everyone is here, I think we should head off," Love said as he looked around. "He's right," Hachi said as he clapped his hands, opened his hand, and formed a triangle with index fingers and thumbs. A golden box formed around the other boxes, glowing briefly before they all diapered. "Wow," Yuzu said, amazed at what she had just witnessed. "What was that?" Karen asked. Hachi looked at the girl with a small smile. "That was a storage Kido that I created," he told them. Yuzu looked at her brother. "Will we be able to do something like that?" she asked him. "Yeah, and I know, as I've made a few Kido myself," Ichigo told them as they looked at him in wonder, and Hachi looked surprised. Kensei walked up to both Shinji and punched them both on the tops of their heads. "Alright, you two knock it out," he told them. They looked at him as they rubbed their head. They all summoned their sealed Zanpakuto. Yoruichi walked up to the 5 that were not able to leave their bodies. "Here, these will help you leave your body," she said as he held out a hand, and she had pills in her hand. "And in your case, so you don't end up in hell," she told Yuryu as she held out a different pill. The one she showed Karen, Chad, Oriheim and Yuzu looked like the tiny pill that Mod Souls came from, but it was blue, and Yuryu's one was red. Karen raised a bow at that. Are we going into the Matrix? She asked the Catwoman. Yoruichi giggled at that as, I really can't wait to train you, she said as she gave Karen a blue pill. They all swallowed the pill as they were pushed out of their bodies and dressed in a shihakusho. But Yurius looked different from the others. His clothing was a black double-breasted trench coat with shoulder straps and a white button-down bib. The coat was bound at his waist with a cyan belt, which was further adorned with a decorative buckle and worn over both black hakama pants and trench boots. Both Karen and Yuzu were dressed in the Kaisen Shizuoka with a small, short white coat with long sleeves that covered their arms and were cut off, showing their upper torso and midriff, with 2 colored lines running down each side of it. With Karen had violet, while Yuzu had pink. And over their shooting hands, all 3 that had Quincy blood had black shooting gloves. Now this is cool, Karen said as she looked over her new clothes. Yuzu loved this as she looked at her clothing and now matched her brother, who looked at Yoruichi. So whose idea was it to have my sisters have the same jacket as me? He asked her. That would be Kasuke, she told the teen. Ichigo shook his head before looking at his sisters. Right when we head over there, I'm going to bring the wizards to see Yamamoto so that we can talk while I'll have Momo or Rukia give you the tour of the 5th, Ichigo told them. Ichigo then drew Zangetsu and stabbed the air as the blade of the sword seemingly disappeared. Release, Ichigo called out as he twisted the sword. From around Zangetsu, shoji doors formed before he pulled out his Zanpakuto. As the doors opened, 18 black butterflies flew out through the door. Let's go, Ichigo said as they walked through the door. They followed him as both Yuzu and Kane looked around at what looked to be a transitional Japanese house before another set of shoji doors appeared ahead of them. As the doors opened, it showed that they were known in a large area that was in a large city with a lot of transitional Japanese buildings and, if they looked to the left, a set of buildings that looked like they were from Jurassic Park. The wizards looked around as they took in all that they had missed from the last 100 years. It's good to be home, Shinji said as he took in the landscape. Ichigo spotted 2 people walking up to them, and he could see that both were his lieutenants. It's good to see you, Ichigo, Momo said as they neared him. What took you so long? Rukia asked him. A lot happened, and I'll inform you both later. But at the moment, and you 2 show my sisters around the 5th while I go talk to Yamamoto with the wizards, Ichigo said as both Unhana and Isane walked off to the 4th to start to make a plan for Yukitake. What about your father and Yoruichi? Rukia asked him. Ichigo looked at his father, who was gathering himself before he walked off. Well, my dad is off to the 10th to fix the mess he made there, and Yoruichi is now the 3rd seat of the 5th, Ichigo told them. Momo and Rukia looked at each other before turning to Ichigo. When you get back, we have something to tell you, Momo said as Ichigo raised a brow before they parted ways. Ichigo and the wizards walked up to Yamamoto's office. They found Chojiro at the door. Oh, Captain Kurosaki, how may I help you? The older man asked. We're here to talk to the Captain Commander, Ichigo said as Chojiro looked at them before he nodded. The second in command of the 1st got up from behind his desk and went to the doors next to him, and he disappeared through them. Then, after a few moments, he walked out. He will see you now, Chojiro told them. They nodded before they walked in. 2 hours later, 5th Division, Ichigo's home, Ichigo's office. Rukia and Momo led Yoruichi, Yuzu, Karen, Yuryu, Chad and Orihime into the office after giving them a brief tour around the division. So what do you want to know first? Momo asked them. Well, as the new 3rd seat, is there anything I need to know? Yoruichi asked them. Momo and Rukia looked at each other for a moment. With the combined efforts of the 2nd and 5th, we found the bodies of the 4th and 5th seats, Momo said as Yoruichi narrowed her eyes. That's 6 out of 18, she said as the others turned to Rukia. What do you want us to do? Yuria asked her. Momo and Rukia looked at each other before turning back to them. Nothing at the moment. As we are waiting for Asachi to arrive for the 5 of you, Momo said as Karen and Yuzu looked at each other. So only 5 are going to show up? Orihime asked them. But Rukia shook her head at the orange-haired girl. No, as Ichigo told us of your arrival yesterday, we managed to get 1 for both you and Chad, 2 for Yuryu, she told her as Orihime nodded, and then 3 each for the twins, Rukia told them. So 10 in general, Yuryu said as he got a nod from the lieutenants. But why am I getting 2 of these Asachis? He asked them. So that you have both close and ranged weapons, Rukia told him as the teen nodded. And from what Ichi and I said, for a Quincy, the Asachi will turn into a Geist Totenbogen that will take the form of Julera like his ring, Yuzu said as Yuryu nodded at the younger twin. And for a hollow, The Asachi turned into an Hoja Alma, that is the form of any weapon, she added as Karen nodded this time. They continued speaking about what would happen, and after a few minutes, a knock came at the door to the office. "Come in," Momo called out as a Shinigami walked in with 10 porcelain white Asachi behind them. "Where are the Asachi that you wanted? Why did you need 10? The Shinigami asked Momo. Rukia looked at him with a look that shut him up, the Kuchiki look. "All you need to know is that they can be used to aid us in the coming battles," she told them. "Right then," they said before they walked out, as Momo and Ruki looked at the others. The Asachi walked up to each of the people that needed one or more of them as they looked at their soon-to-be masters. "So what do we need to do?" Chad asked both Momo and Rukia. She was about to answer the team, but Karen stepped up to one of her Asachi as she remembered her brother's words and lessons before they had come to the Soul Society. The others watched as she placed a hand on the porcelain white humanoid, as it turned into a blob as green Ryatsu started to crawl down her arm and onto the Asachi as it changed into a shape of a katana. A curved katana, to be exact, with a light purple edge and a distinct blue hamon that had the appearance of flames. The tsuba is gold and shaped like a rounded cross, petite with the hilt looking to be wrapped in blue cloth. Karen looked at her Zanpakuto as she felt that the spirit of the sword was asleep as she looked up at Rukia. "It's asleep," she said as she looked confused. Rukia nodded at her. "That all right? As it still needs to spend time with you so that it can take in both your Shinigami Ryatsu and Riryoku," she told the older twin. Karen nodded back as she placed the katana on her hip as a sheath formed around. The sheath had a deep blue and pale blue stripe and continued the design of the hilt, having 2 gold clasps in short succession around its middle, which is a white wrapping, and the kojiri end cap also being gold. Karen then placed her hand on the Asachi on her right as the others felt hollow Ryatsu. They all saw blue Ryatsu burst out of her hand and over the Asachi before it started to shrink until it bade a silver fan. She then looked at the final Asachi and did the same once more by sending a wave of violet Ryatsu into it, and it turned into a blob. It started to condense itself over and over until it formed earring. It looked like a soccer ball with the Quincy cross over it, and some violet gems. Rukia walked up to her and looked over the 3 sealed forms with a crucial eye before she nodded. "You just need to speed a few hours for a few days, and then you will have the release forms for them," she told her to be sister-in-law and sister-wife. Yuria looked at Karen before he turned to Momo. "How will I get or awaken Shinigami powers when I am a pure-blood Quincy?" he asked her. Momo stroked her chin in thought as she looked at the glasses-wearing teen before she turned to Yorichi. "You were a former captain and have more skill than I do, so do you have an idea?" she asked the dark-skinned woman. Yorichi walked up, and she looked over at Yuria before she looked at Chad and Oriheim with narrowed eyes before a light bulb seemed to go off in her head. "I have an idea, but we will need to go to the training grounds to do it," she told them. Rukia walked over to her as she looked confused, as did Momo. "What's your idea?" she asked Yorichi. "When you were in the academy, were you ever shown the flow technique?" Yorichi asked them. Momo and Rukia looked at each other before turning back to the former 2nd Division captain. "I don't think so," Rukia said as she shook her head. While they were talking, Yuzu went over to her Asachi, placed a hand on the humanoid body, and sent a wave of orange Ryatsu, consuming the porcelain white humanoid and turning it into a blob like one that her sister had done. The Asachi tuned into katana with a hilt wrapped in red cloth and a golden sibyl with indentions at the 4 corners and crescent markings on the blade's sides. She then placed the katana at her side, but unlike Karen, who had placed her at her right, Yuzu put her on her left hip as a charcoal black scabbard formed around it. She then looked at the Asachi on the left and placed her left hand on it as she sent a wave of pink Ryatsu, and she placed a hand on the right one, and Ryatsu yellow called down her arm and into her last Asachi. The Asachi hit by the pink Ryatsu took the form of a tribal necklace with what looked like metal tiger-like teeth, and on the front orb was the Quincy cross. The other one that got hit by the yellow Ryatsu turned into a Chinese guandao with a curved blade, and as Yuzu looked at it closer, she could see that it could be collapsed so that she could carry it easily. She turned back to everyone who looked at her with raised brows. "What?" Yuzu asked them. "Nothing," Karen said as she turned Rukia and Momo. "So what are we going to do next?" she asked. "The 3 of us are going to give those 3 a small portion of Shinigami Ryatsu so that it can start within them," Momo said as she pointed at her co-lieutenant and the 3rd seat. "Oh right," Karen said as she nodded. They all walked out of the office and went to the training ground to give some Shinigami powers to the others. As they made their way, they saw Ichigo and the wizards heading their way. They saw that the wizards were all now dressed in shihakusho, but they all had differences in what they wore. Shinji had a long white scarf that he had tucked into his shihakusho. Rose had his white frilled shirt under his kosode. Mishiro kept her goggles, orange gloves and boots, and the sleeves of her kosode were longer that went down to cover her hands. Love had the top part of his tracksuit under his kosode. Hiyori had a red and white baseball cap on her head. Instead of the waraji, she had her wooden sandals. Lisa had a shortened hakama resembling a skirt, and altered her kosode to show off her midriff. Hachi had a small purple cape over his shoulders, and Kensei wore a sleeveless shihakusho that was open on the front, exposing his chest and tattoo, and tied it with a metallic belt. He also wore a sleeveless Haori white and a pair of black fingerless gloves that covered most of his forearms. And when they got close enough to talk, they all had the same expression. Ichigo spotted them as he walked over to them with the wizards in tow. "So you got your Zanpakuto, Geist Toten Bogen and Hoja Alma?" he asked his sisters. Both twins nodded as Ichigo rubbed both their heads as Momo looked and turned to Ichigo. "What's the matter?" she asked him. "Some of the clans that don't like me have made a law while there is no Central 46 around," Ichigo said as Kensei growled. "What was it?" Ichi and Yuzu asked him. Ichigo looked at his sister before pointing at some of the wizards. "Some of these guys here were former captains like Yoruchi," he told her as Yuzu nodded. "But this clan that liked to things up decided that those with hollow powers cannot be captains," Ichigo said as Yoruchi pinched the bridge of her nose. "So, are you no longer the captain of the 5th? Momo asked him. But Ichigo shook his head. "As the heir to Hao, they cannot force me out and stop me from being the captain of the 5th. As Hao would have them executed for treason," Ichigo explained as Momo let out a sigh of relief. Yoruchi looked up at the teenage captain. "Let me take a punt and say it was the Shimura clan," she asked him. Ichigo nodded as the others, bar the other Shinigami, looked confused at her. "What is the matter with the Shimura clan?" Oriheim asked them. Rukia looked at her. "They are a clan that wants to make a great clan, and they also hate all those under them. That means anyone from the Rukon, and they think that the Shinigami should only fight for them," she said as the others looked shocked. "That's not all. They are the smart ones that have placed laws that say that I must build a clan and made the incest law," Ichigo told them as Karen growled. "And it sounded like a dog." "Can't you do anything?" she asked her brother. Ichigo shook his head as Karen looked up at him. "Not unless they actually do something that could harm the Soul Society, or the world of the living," Ichigo told them. "And trust me when I say that we want them fed to a hollow or sent to the maggot's nest more than anyone," Lisa said as the other wizards nodded. "I thought about bringing them into the 5th, Ichigo said as Yoruchi nodded. "They can become some of the seated officers like I did," she told him as Ichigo looked at her with a raised brow. "From what Momo and Rukia told me, both the 4th and 5th seats' bodies have been found," Yoruchi explained to Ichigo. Ichigo thought about it as Shinji walked over to them. "Is the 5th seat open?" he asked them. Ichigo raised a brow at him. "Former captain of the 5th now wanting to be the 5th seat?" he asked. Shinji shrugged as he looked at the team. "Alright then, your first job is to look for the rest seated officers," Ichigo told him before he turned to Kensei. "And would you like to be the 9th seat, he?" asked the gray-haired man. "Same reasoning as Shinji," Kensei asked the team, who nodded. "Alright," he told his new captain. "Then can you join Shinji in finding the officers?" he told the man. "Got it," Kensei said as they both jumped off to see if they could find any of the officers. The rest of the wizards looked at him as he sighed. "So what are you lot going out here?" he asked them. Within Ichigo's inner world, both halves of Zangetsu walked up to the sole female spirit. "What do you need, Hogyoku?" Mon Ritter asked her. She turned to them, and they looked shocked as her form was changing. After Ichigo returned to the Soul Society, "Something this has been happening to me," she told them. Her black hair became darker, and whilst it looked wild and unkempt, her whole body cloak had changed to light bluish-gray bandages formed around her body and tightly wrapped around her torso, and over bandages was a long-sleeved, ankle-length black shihakusho with red lining, which is closed at his chest and left to flare out into ragged ends that looked like Mon Ritter's jacket. Her arms were covered by black gloves, with white X-shaped marks appearing on both the gloves and his forearms. Her figure changed as she now a curvaceous figure with large breasts. Her eyes changed from the green that they were to a deep crimson. "What the happened to you?" Diablo asked her. Hogyoku turned to the hollow before she looked past him. I'm somehow gaining a new name, and it has started to change my form to fit the name, she told them as they looked at her. What do you mean? Mon asked her. Hogyoku looked as if she wanted to tell them something, but something stopped her as she looked down. So she walked over to a building and sat down as the two others joined her. Every night that Ichigo sleeps, I feel that I'm gaining a name, she said to them as they looked at her. But something within me is stopping me from gaining that name, and I do not know what it is, she told them. Diablo looked at her before looking off into the distance. I know what it is, as you need to find out what you are, he told her as she looked at him. And I know somewhat you are on about, Diablo told her. Mon looked over at his brother with a raised brow. What do you mean? He asked. Diablo looked at him before letting out a long sigh. My full name is Diablo Luna Destructor, and I have recently found out that my form is not a devil but a dragon, Diablo said as Mon raised a brow. So what, it's still in our theme of being an angel that fell from heaven and became the devil, Mon said as the Hogyoku nodded. He's right, you know, as the best of revelation could be a dragon, she told him. I know, but as I think about it, I know that is my Ajucha's form. But when I reached Vasto Lord I turned into a devil. But I felt that I was missing my dragon parts, he told them as Hogyoku narrowed her eyes. Mon and Hogyoku looked at each other before they turned back to the hollow spirit and asked at the same time. Like what? Wings and a tail, he told them. The female spirit looked them both over as her eyes started to widen. Fisher is holding some of your power, she said as Mon's eyes shot wide. Now that you said it, I have been feeling slightly different, Mon said as they looked at him. When Ichigo fought Grand Fisher, I felt that he was holding Ichigo's powers, he told them. Diablo looked at his brother as he narrowed his eyes. But do you think that White and Ichigo's mom will become a spirit, and then replace us as the Geist Totenbogen and Hoja Alma? Diablo asked him. Mon Ritter looked troubled as he looked out at the distance with them. I really don't know. But I do feel something pull me away from something, he told them as both he and Diablo missed the depressed look that was on the face of Hogyoku. And I know when we kill Grand Fisher, Mon told them. But Hogyoku shook her head. I don't think they would replace you both. But I think that you will gain your true power, she told them. All three of them let the silence overcome them before Diablo walked off, and then Mon did the same, leaving Hogyoku alone. Or is that her name? Why could I not tell them that I'm slowly taking their name of Zangetsu? She thought as she thought about Ichigo's wolf necklace as it was slowly getting merged with the sealed form of Zangetsu. And how the hell could they not tell that I look like Ichigo's Bankai, she asked herself. She even knew that her form was becoming like Ichigo's Bankai state, frightening her. She had grown to look at both Mon and Diablo as her brothers. She then looked around as she held out her hand. Both blades of Zangetsu's Shirkai formed in her hands. And when we kill Grand Fisher, I will become Zangetsu. And you too will gain your full powers, she thought as tears started to fall as her form continued to change as her skin started to become more tan. She then remembered the words Hao had told her after Ichigo's training one day. The crumbling orb will soon break apart, and grow wings so that she can pierce the heavens, she remembered him telling her. Oh, how she wished she had known what he was on about that day. But the female spirit could not focus on that at the moment. She had to get ready to take the name, but all she could do at the moment was cry. 5th Division, Ichigo's home, Ichigo's office. Everyone was back in Ichigo's office as everyone now had a Zanpakuto. And in the case of Uryu, a Zanpakuto and a Geist Totenbogen. On Chad's left hip was his Zanpakuto, a katana with a green cloth wrap and a hand guard that looked like a wheel from a wagon. On the other hand, Oriheim's had a long katana, a black handle, a cross-shaped guard, and a black lacquered sheath. Uryu's Geist Totenbogen looked like his old Quincy cross but had a more gothic look, while his Zanpakuto was a tanto with a cyan wrapping and an hourglass handguard. Now that everyone is ready, I'm going to have out your first orders, Ichigo told them as they all nodded. Uryu, I'm going to need you to teach Karen and Yuzu the ways of the Quincy, Ichigo told him. Where will this training take place? Uryu asked him. Go to the Kido training hall, Ichigo answered him as the spectacle-wearing teen nodded and escorted the twins out. Now Oriheim, Chad, I'm going to need the both of you to this house and look it over, he told them as he pointed at a house on the map. Why is that, Ichigo? Chad asked. This was the home of the previous third seat, and I would like the both of you to look it over to make sure that me, Momo, Rukia and Sway Foam have not missed something, Ichigo told them as they walked out with the map. The rest of you, I want you to try and find the seated offices that are not in this room, Ichigo told the wizards, who nodded. He then turned to Momo and Rukia. As for us three, let's go have a look at that office, shall we? Ichigo said as he stood up. Ichigo, the reports that we got in from the looks at it shows that it is just a maze, Momo told him as he looked over at her. What do you mean? He asked. When we send our members in there, they say that it's full of illusions, that they get lost in the halls and room. Rukia listed off as Ichigo started to look troubled at what he heard, and from each room, someone has been in. We would get 3 different reports, she added. How different are the reports? Ichigo asked them. Momo said nothing but handed him 3 reports about the same room, and a scowl formed on his face as he read over the 3 of them. Ichigo looked back at them after reading them. Have either of you looked at this room yourselves? He asked them. I have, but it was different from what those reports say, Rukia said as she handed Ichigo her report. Ichigo over her report as the confusion was showing on his face. And this is all you saw? Ichigo asked her as he looked up from the report. Yes, Rukia told him as Momo walked over as Ichigo handed the report to her. So, yet another reason to be confused, Momo said as she looked over Rukia's report. And concerned about what that room really holds, Ichigo said. All 3 of them walked out and started to make their way to the building. As they walked out, they found 2 people walking up to them. It was Rinji and Byakuya. Captain Kuchiki, what are you doing here? Momo asked the noble. Byakuya turned to them. I have just heard from your new 3rd seat about what is going on, and I would like to offer my assistance, Byakuya said to them. Ichigo nodded. We would appreciate it, and I think you 2 can join us to check something out, he told them. Rinji looked at Rukia with a raised brow. What does he mean? He asked. She pointed at the only building that did not match the others as Byakuya and Rinji looked at it. That building has turned into a maze, and each room changes for every person that enters them, Rukia told them. Byakuya narrowed his eyes at the building. Do you think that it could be an illusion set by Aizen or a Kido of some kind? He asked as he looked at the building. I don't know, Rukia said to Byakuya, who turned back to her. He then turned to Ichigo, and they nodded as the 5 started walking over to the building. As they reached the building, Ichigo stopped as the others looked at him. What is it, Ichigo? Momo asked him. Ichigo turned to Rukia. Can you not feel that? He asked her. Rukia looked confused before closing her eyes and reaching out her senses before her eyes shot wide. Who is that here? She asked him. Momo looked between them before her eyes shot wide as well. There's a hollow here, she asked them. Byakuya closed his eyes to see if he could sense what Ichigo and Rukia were feeling and could only get a bit of it. From what I'm getting, this is not a full hollow but maybe a hollow's power, he said. What do you mean, Captain? Rinji asked him. Byakuya turned to him with a look that spoke of unease. Rinji, what do you know of hollow powers? Byakuya asked him. Rinji narrowed his eyes as he started to think before he shook his head. Not much other than a siro and that their skin can get hard to cut, he told him. That is the minimum of their powers, as they each have their own unique ability, Byakuya told him. Rinji nodded along as Ichigo turned to him. My hollow power goes by the name of Accumular, and it uses something that White left from my hollow, Ichigo told him as Rinji nodded at the need. And it allows me to take powers that will make me stronger, Ichigo told him. And from my hollow, I can use her power called Veed, which allows me to call on a small power of darkness, Rukia added as Rinji nodded. So are you telling me that a hollow is using its power to fool people's senses? He asked them. Both captains nodded as they walked to the entrance of Building 1. Not even 2 steps into the building, Ichigo could feel an illusion forming around them. An end formed on Ichigo's left hand with the front leg curing over the rest, looking like a shield. And after he used it, he felt that the illusion was fading around him. Let's keep going, Ichigo said as they walked forward. And they looked over the house as they found every room and cleared the illusions around them. But they still found nothing. Rain Judgment, Mon Ritter, Ichigo called out as he released his Geistoten Bogenzeitsicht, he said, starting to project the past. They stood still as they watched people walk around them. And Ichigo sped it up as projections of people flew by until there was no one. I'll show it down until any of you spot Aizen or someone, and then we will go in that direction, Ichigo said as the other 4 nodded. Minutes flew by as the 5 before Rinji had a quick look outside. There's Aizen, he said as he pointed outside. They all looked outside as Ichigo looked at the time and made a note of it before they all went outside to where they found the projection of Aizen. And once they were there, they all dotted around as Ichigo started the projection up once more from where they found Aizen, and all 5 of them began to follow the projection back until they found that a door opened with the movement of something. Momo, who was near it and watched how to open it, twisted a circle that was in a pillar. The ground next to her started to fall into steps that descended into darkness. Byakuya closed his eyes as he reached out and felt something that left him confused. And it showed on his face. "What is it, Captain?" Renji asked him. "I'm sensing something that I have not sensed for a long time," he told him. Rukia narrowed her eyes as she reached out her hollow senses and could feel the hollow within there. "The hollow is in there. But it feels weird," she told them. "Weird how?" Momo asked as they got ready to walk down the steps. Rukia turned to her with a look that showed her confusion. "It's like a small part of my brother is mixed with the hollow down there," she told her. Ichigo narrowed his eyes as he looked into the darkness. "So this is what I sensed when I went Bankai," he thought. He then sealed Mon Ritter as the letter Y on his hand looked made from 3 bones turned to the letter B with a light bulb. "Dancing light," Ichigo called out as he held his hand out as orbs of light floated out of his hand. "Shall we?" Ichigo asked them. The other 4 nodded as they started to walk down the steps, and the natural light soon vanished, leaving only the light that had come off the orbs that Ichigo had called. After walking for 8 minutes, they reached the end, which looked like a hallway that seemed to split into 3 ways. "We are going to have to split up to convince the place," Ichigo said as Byakuya nodded. "What are we going to do that?" Momo asked as she looked at the hallways. "Rukia and Momo should go with Ichigo while I go one way, and you, Captain, can also go along," Renji said as both Ichigo and Byakuya nodded at him. "Good idea, Renji," Byakuya said as he walked off and down the rightmost hallway. Renji walked over to the leftmost hallway. Ichigo turned to both his lieutenants as they looked at him. "Keep your eyes peeled and make sure that we stay together," Ichigo told them. As all 3 of them walked down the hall, they found a door. Ichigo looked at Momo and Rukia, who each stood on either side of the door, as Ichigo raised his left hand with his index and middle fingers pointed out. He then gathered a ball of crimson energy in front of his fingers as both Rukia and Momo got ready to draw their swords. "Siro," Ichigo called out as the ball of energy turned into a beam. The beam hit the door as it barreled it before it died down. Both of Ichigo's lieutenants jumped in with both of them, releasing their shurikai. "Dance, Sodi no Shiryuki," Rukia called out as her Zanpakuto changed to the white blade that was her shurikai. "Snape, Tobium," Momo called out as Zanpakuto grew 3 more blades out of the sword, which looked like a 7-branch sword. Ichigo then drew his Zanpakuto, grabbed the chain, and pulled on it while chanting, "Pierce heaven, Zangetsu." He formed his shurikai and walked in. As Ichigo walked through the now hole in the wall, what he saw looked like cells. Momo carefully walked over to the closest call and pressed her ear to it once she was at the cell's door. Before she jumped back as she felt something banging on the door. "What the?" she asked as Ichigo walked over. He moved to the slider and opened it, and what he saw shocked him to find a female figure that looked like a naga. She had sharp claws and a face that looked like a Greek mask face. And what made Ichigo narrow his eyes was that it was a hollow. "Rukia, Momo, check the other cells," Ichigo said as he closed the slider. Both women looked at him before they ran to another door and opened the slider. On the one that Momo opened was what looked like a giant spider with spikes running down its body to the abdomen and blade-like legs, and it once more was a hollow. The slider that Rukia looked out and saw looked like a medieval knight with 2 bat-like wings. Yet again, it was a hollow. Both of them then closed the sliders as they turned back to Ichigo and relayed what they had seen to Ichigo. "So these are probably more of his experiments that he was going to release," Ichigo said as he took in the information. "What should we do?" Rukia asked him. Ichigo looked at them before turning to the door as he gripped the blades of Zangetsu. "Our job," Ichigo said as the women nodded. "We will look into each cell. Then if we find someone, we talk to them. If we find a hollow then we exorcise them," he told them as Rukia moved to the first door with the Medusa-looking hollow, and opened the door as the snake woman burst out. Momo jumped in with Tobium and cut the woman with the top branding blade, and flames moved around the woman as Momo called out, "Burst." The flames formed a ring around the snake woman, shrunk before they soon exploded, along with the cry that would match a seagull. A massive blade of power left the Medusa hollow swaying, but it looked weak but was still strong, but cut down by Rukia and started to disintegrate. Ichigo meanwhile walked over to the door that housed the knight, and got ready to open it before the ground beneath them started to shake before it stopped, and another explosion sounded off. It seems that Renji and Captain Kuchiki are dealing with similar problems to us, Momo said as Ichigo opened the door. The knight ran up to him as Ichigo threw the smaller blade into the body of the knight, who staggered back before curling his fingers in as the short sword came flying back to him along with the knight. The blade was baled in as Ichigo raided his giant sword and cleaved the knight in two and pulled out the smaller sword in one fluid movement. Ichigo turned around as the knight disintegrated and moved on to the next room as Rukia moved to the door holding the spider hollow, opened the door, ran into the room, and started to cut the legs off the hollow before it could react to her. She then put the blade into the head of Sodi no Shirayuki into the head of the hollow that died, and she walked out of the room and joined Ichigo and Momo. As they walked to the next as they found there was a woman there. Ichigo sped away so that Moth Woman could have a look as they nodded as Ichigo nodded at the door. It got no response. Ichigo nodded again. But the same happened as Ichigo slowly started to open the door and make as much noise as possible so that if it shifted, he would kill them. All three of them walked into the room and over to the woman, who was on a bed and looked to be sleeping. Rukia moved over to her and shook the body but got no response from her as Ichigo lifted her arm and put 2 fingers to her wrists before he shook his head. She's dead, he told them. They walked out and closed the door behind them. The letter F that looked to be made of flames replaced the B as the orbs of light died out, taking the light with them before they saw that one of Ichigo's fingers gave off light as he made a cross in the door. He then switched back the letter B and summoned the orbs of light once more as he turned to the woman that he was with. Every time we find something like this, we mark the door so that us can come back later so that they can be buried, Ichigo told them. Both women nodded as they walked to the next room and then the next. As they went, they would kill hollows, find nothing in the cell or find a dead body, and mark the door. As the three of them reached and looked, they found something that both shocked them and brought them great joy as they looked into the last cells. 2 people were living. One was talking to the other while another was pacing around the cell. One of the women they found looked like an older version of Rukia, and next to her was a taller woman who looked to be in her teens. She is a tall, well-endowed young woman that looked to be of Japanese descent of around 16 or 17 years old. She had pale skin that they only saw with one family within the Soul Society. She also had long black hair tied up in a long ponytail that matched someone down there with them, and had the same indigo eyes as the older woman. The woman that looked like Rukia was dressed in a shihakusho, while the woman that looked to be in her teens was dressed in kaisen shizoku, and under the top part of her uniform, she had a violet shirt. At the teen's side, a katana with what looked to have a bandage-wrapped hilt. Both women turned to the door and saw a pair of eyes looking at them, and they were not eyes they had seen before. "Who are you?" the teen asked the person that was looking, which turned out to be Ichigo. "Who are you?" he asked them. "I'm Sakurako, and this is my mother," the now named Sakwako said as Ichigo looked at them. "What is her name?" Ichigo asked her. The older version of Rukia looked over at him. "Hisana Kuchiki," she said as Rukia looked at Ichigo, who smiled and opened the door as Momo looked confused. They both heard a gasp from within the cell as they looked to see that Rukia was hugging Hisane. "Who are they?" she asked her captain. "That woman that Rukia is hugging is her older sister, and the wife of Byakuya," Ichigo said as he walked in with Momo. Sakurako looked at Ichigo, and then at Momo before turning back to the young captain. "So, who are you?" she asked him. "Ichigo Kurosaki, the current captain of the 5th. And this is one of my lieutenants, Momo Hinamori," Ichigo said as Momo nodded at her. "And this is Rukia, your aunt Sakurako," Hisane said as all 3 Shinigami looked at the older Kuchiki woman. "What was that?" Rukia asked with a small voice. Hisane looked at the 3 Shinigami with a raised brow. "This is my daughter with Byakuya, Sakurako Kuchiki," Hisane said to them as Ichigo turned to Momo. "Can you call a ball of light so that I can contact Byakuya?" he asked her. Momo looked to be in thought. "I could contact him if you want," she said as Ichigo nodded as rolled up her sleeves before drawing markings on her arms. "What do you mean?" Hisane turned to Ichigo as Momo started to perform Tentikura. "Nisan has thought that you have been dead for the last 50 years and has been thinking that he buried you," Rukia said as she looked at him. "And on that, how did you survive?" Ichigo asked her. Hisane turned to the teen. "I found out the reason behind why I was ill, to begin with, was that I was pregnant with Sakurako. But soon I was getting worse until one day I passed out while talking to Byakuya," she said as Ichigo nodded as Rukia did the same as Momo exited the cell to communicate with the captain of the 6th. Anger then filled her eyes as her fists clenched. I then woke up here in this cell with that bastard Aizen who told me that he was shocked to find out that I was not only with the child, but that child was extremely powerful. His aunt said as Rukia looked pissed that her eyes turned hollow gold for a moment. And then for 9 months Aizen would do some experiments with more accurately Sakurako while she was in my womb, she told them. Ichigo then turned to the teen, who also turned to face him. What experiment? Ichigo asked her. The bastard wanted to make a Shinigami and hollow hybrid. But he failed, she said as she raised her hand in a movement that both Ichigo and Rukia do to summon their hollow masks. And she swiped at the air in front of her face as a hollow mask formed on her face that looked like a snake's head with what looked to be a sakura flowing attached to the back of the head and formed a helmet, like Ichigo's own mask. So I'm a Shinigami with hollow powers, Sakurako said with the natural layered voice one had with a hollow mask. Ichigo and Rukia looked at each other for a while before they nodded, and Rukia stood up again. They both raised their hands as Sakurako's eyes got wider. They griped the air in front of them and brought down their arms as their masks formed on them. You are not the only one that can do that, you know, Ichigo said with his layered voice as Hizan looked at Ichigo and her sister with shocked eyes. While I am different from you in this perspective, you can. Rukia goes by the name of Wizard, Ichigo explained to her. And Nisan does not care that I have hollow powers, Rukia said to her newly found niece. And if you want, I can teach you how to use your powers if you want, she asked her. Sakurako let her mask drop as she looked at her aunt with a smile. I'll like that, she said as both Ichigo and Rukia dropped their masks. Ichigo turned back to his aunt. Please continue, he asked her. She nodded at him. Shortly after I gave birth to Sakurako, Aizen started to do his tests on her to see where he went wrong. His aunt told them as Rukia narrowed her eyes at what her older sister was saying. Then over the years I raised Sakurako into the woman that she was today, and Aizen gave her a Zanpakuto, and then we would come to give us food every week so that he could run his tests on Sakurako, and then you came, she finishing. Ichigo nodded as he looked at both mother and daughter, and soon be his sister-in-law and niece. So shall we get out of here? Ichigo asked them as they looked at him. As they nodded and walked out of the cell. And once they were out, they spotted something. Someone in front of them made Hizan gasp before running to the person. It was Byakuya who looked at Hizan and ran to her. Hueco Mundo, Las Noches, meeting room. Within the world of hollows and in the center of a sea of sand stood a mighty fortress that was great in size that looked to meet the Siriidii in size alone. And most of the denizens of the fortress sat in a room with a sizable oval table with 10 people. And 9 of them looked human except for one. The first was a man with blue-gray eyes and unkempt wavy, dark brown hair, which ended at the base of his neck and was parted down the middle, and he had a faded goatee. His clothing was a white jacket outlined in black, with the collar upturned. A black sash is worn like a matador around his waist, and he wore white gloves and white hakama. And what looks remains of a hollow mask consist of a fang-bottomed jaw which is positioned along his neck. He was Coyote Stark the Primera Espada. Then there was a stocky and muscular elderly man with a left olive-green eye while his other eye had a scar going down the right eye, a white mustache and white hair. He wore a regal white leather coat with black fur lining, short sleeves, and 3 black fur stripes running along the bottom with a golden wristband on both wrists, and a belt consisting of 3 thick chains attached to a large metal disc with a sun emblem, making him look like a barbarian Viking lord, and over his legs was an white hakama. Above his forehead was what looked to be a small part of a hollow mask. This man was Barragan Luzenbairn, the former god king of all of Hueco Mundo, and the Segunda Espada. Next was the only woman in the room with a tall and well-endowed frame, olive skin, aqua-green eyes, thick eyelashes, and short golden blonde hair, which looked like she kept messy with 3 braided locks. She was dressed in a jacket with a high collar, covering the lower part of her face while bearing a good portion of the lower half of her large breasts, with the jacket's zipper running along its entire length, which is open from the bottom upwards. The jacket's sleeves completely envelop her arms, terminating in black glove-like extensions at her extremities, resembling the appearance of a cat's paw. Along the collar, it has a beige air filter on either side just below the trim, and to finish her clothes, she had white hakama. Under her collar looked to be the remnants of a hollow mask consisting of the sides of her face and a hollow hole in her lower abdomen where her womb would be. Horizontally on her upper back was what looked to be a sword, and while it did not look particularly long, it was unusually wide. Its handle was purple, and its guard was as wide as its blade, with 3 small holes on either end, which looked like she could use to unsheath it. This is Tirharibel, the third trace espada. Next was a slender, yet fairly muscular, man that looked to be coming out of his teens with a melancholic appearance. He had pale white skin with messy black hair, with part of his bangs falling between his eyes and thick eyebrows, along with a black upper lip, and green eyes with small slit-shaped pupils, similar to a cat's, and he had teal lines which descend from the lower part of his eyes. He wore a white jacket with a long coattail, a high collar, a black sash, and a white hakama. At his side was what looked like a standard-sized katana with a green handle and sheath, with the guard that had 2 curved extensions from its long sides with a line going through both sides, giving it an eye-like appearance. He was Ulquiorra Cipher the Quattro Espada. Then there was a very tall man with a thin and lanky body with black hair hanging past his shoulders, concealing the left side of his face, and a large white eye patch with one exposed dark gray eye. His clothing consists of a modified jacket with an overblown spoon-like hood and an opening starting at the neckline, showing most of his midsection and closing at his waist. He wears 6 rings around his wrists, 3 on each arm, and he wears white hakama, but the ends of his pant legs close inside extended, and curved boots. Behind his chair was a giant axe-like weapon bearing 2 crescent moon-shaped blades fused together at the backs, with a sizable loop chain connected to the shaft at the end of the handle with a chain attached to the man's waist. He was the Quinto Espada, Neutra Gilga. Next was a man that looked to be in his early 20s that was tall and muscular with light blue spiky hair and light blue eyes, the latter including green lines below them, similar to the eye markings on the Panthera genus of cats. His attire consists of a white hakama, a black sash, and a ragged white jacket with an upturned collar, with the inner lining of his jacket is black, and he wears it with the sleeves rolled up and leaving it open to expose his muscular chest. The remains of a hollow mask consist of the right jawbone, a hollow hole on his abdomen, and a tattoo of the number 6 on his back, near the right side of his hollow hole. At his side was a katana with a tsuba that resembled a rigid, crooked S, while the sheath and handle were light blue. This was Grimjau Jagerjax, and he was known as the Sexta Espada. The next man was a tall, muscular, dark-skinned that was bald with golden yellow eyes and noticeably large lips with a row of bony spikes along the crest of his head, forming something similar to a mohawk hairstyle, and they looked like they were part of a hollow, along with a pair of skull-shaped earrings and a thick bony necklace. This gives the man a somewhat of a witch doctor appearance, and had 3 triangle-shaped tattoos on his chin along with 4 lines running down from his forehead directly above his eyes that end with dots, appearing as exclamation points that were on both sides of his head, giving him a total of 8 lines. His clothing was a long Mandarin-style Arankar jacket with a small opening at his chest area along with the white hakama like all other Arankar, although his sandals resembled traditional martial arts training shoes. At his side was a standard katana except for the guard, which appeared as a thick disc with spikes around the rim, and a pink handle. He was the Septima Espada, and his name was Zamari Ruros. Then there was a tall and thin man who had shoulder-length pink hair with bangs on the right side of his forehead, 2 thin lines of missing hair on the left side of his head and amber eyes. His eyes looked like a hollow mask taking the form of rectangular framed glasses, giving him a scholarly appearance. His clothes consist of a long shirt that covers his entire torso up to the top of his neck with 3 stripes on his uniform, each starting at his collar with 2 running to each side of his chest and 1 down the middle along with the normal white hakama pants with a slight length taken away, and he also wears white gloves. Hanging at his side was a standard-sized katana with a grayish-blue handle and gray sheath, and its tsuba was similar to the nucleus of an atom and attached to his waist by 2 frilly light purple strings tied to his waist that held the katana at 2 points. He was Se Laporo Grands, and he is the Octava Espada. That was the thing that did not look human and looked like a robot, but it was a man with an elongated, white mask covered with 8 holes going vertically down the mask with 4 on each side. His outfit, like that of most Espada, is customized as he wears a dress garb that covers his entire body with a frilly noble's coat as opposed to the normal jacket and hakama, and over one of his hands was a white gentleman's glove. He was the Noveno Espada, that goes by the name of Arañero Araruri, and the final person in the room was the largest and looked to be the strongest, and was physically a giant with tan skin and a ridge-lined cranium. He had brown eyes, orange eyebrows, black hair, with long and bushy sideburns with a thin ponytail reaching his upper back, but aside from that he was bald on the top and red markings under his eyes. He was dressed in a jacket that fit his form, along with the white hakam like everyone else was wearing, but once more, it fit his physique. He had a hollow hole in the center of his chest that was large like the rest of his body, and across his jaw that rested on his chin was what looked like a hollow mask jawbone complete with 8 teeth. At his side was a red katana with a red handle, and the guard was a rounded rectangle with 2 protrusions on each side. His name is Yami Largo, and he is simultaneously both the Diez and the Ciro Espada. As they sat in the room with Yami and Aranjero sitting on the right side of the table sat Haribel, Neutra, Stark and Ulquiorra, while the other side as the other Espada with Barragan sat opposite Haribel, Sailaporo opposite Neutra, Samari sat across from Stark and Grimjow was sitting across of Ulquiorra. They all sat in silence as they waited for the person that not only called them but created most of them. And they did not have to wait long as through the door came the man that called them, and it was none other than Sosuke Aizen, who was dressed like the Espada with a long white shihakusho complete with a pink sash around the waist. Next to him were Jin and Tozen. Jin was dressed in a long, white, bell-sleeved robe that was open in a narrow V that went down to his waist and closed to the bottom of the before opening once more to the hem that fell to the mid-calf over white hakama. Tozen, on the other hand, had changed his clothes a lot as he now was dressed in a white, sleeveless coat over black hakama, white boots, long gloves, a band-like visor, and an orange rope coming from his right shoulder running across his chest to under his left arm. The white coat and black hakama are later changed for a single long, white robe, while his boots are replaced by typical Arrancar footwear, and Kanami's Zanpakuto is suspended from a string-like attachment on the left of his robe. The 3 walked up to the table with Aizen was the only one that sat down, and he smiled his usual smile at them as they all looked at him. "Thank you all for coming," he said to them as they looked at him. "Why have you summoned us, Aizen-sama?" Samari asked the former captain. Aizen turned to the Septima Espada. "I must let you know that my plans are going to take longer than I originally planned, so I want all of you to go out into Hueco Mundo to gather more hollows so that your numbers can grow," he told them. The sole female Espada looked over at him with a raised brow. "So we're getting more fraction?" Haribel asked him. Jin cocked his head to the side and thought, "There is that. But there are also some plans so that we can mess with the world of the living," he told them as they nodded. "And we will need one of you to get someone for us," Tozen said as everyone looked at the blind man. Diaz and the Ciro Espada let out an aggravated sigh as he looked at the 3 Soul Society traitors. "I'll do it as I have the best nose out of everyone," Yami said as Jin turned to Ulquiorra. "Can you go with him so that he does not kill the one we want?" he asked the Quinto Espada. Ulquiorra looked over to Yami with lifeless eyes. "I will make sure that we bring back the target," he told Jin, who nodded before turning to Aizen. "Who are we going after?" he asked. "Why, it's Grand Fisher," Aizen told them, "within Aranjero's inner world. In a world of what looked to be a, for all purposes, world of rot stood a woman dressed in a navy cheongsam decorated with waves. She had long black hair that looked tied back in Sanlu too, with her hair being divided into 3 locks to comb separately, and finally converging into a bun at the back. Her face had pale white power with bright red lips that looked made of a crimson powder on her cheeks. Her eyes a light blue power around them that made her sea green eyes stand out. She looked at a mix between a geisha and a Chinese princess with how she looked. And in her hand was a trident that looked like a mix of a bishamanyari and a G with a crystalline appearance, bearing a blue horsehair tassel. Similarly, the 2 side blades are straight with concave edges as opposed to the usual crescent blades of the bishamanyari, and the end of the trident is a corkscrew/drill shape. She looked off into the distance, and could see the giant, monstrous slug far from her. "Well, this is the worst inner world I have ever been in," the woman heard behind her as she turned to see Hao walking up to her. "Who are you?" she asked him. "Oh, how rude of me. My name is Hao, and I have come to deliver a prophecy of sorts to you, Nejibana," Hao told her. "How isn't the Soul King?" the now named Nejibana asked him. "The one and the same. Now listen very carefully as I will only say this once," Hao said to her as she nodded at him. "A devil will take you in so that a dragon will transfer you to another so that you can bring a storm to aid a new master," he told her. Nejibana looked confused at what she was just told, but the words brought her hope for some reason. Hao then looked off into the distance seeing that the slug was coming over to them, you will be free of this soon, so continue your battle with that creature until then, he told her before he faded away. Nejibana looked at where Hal was before turning to the slug, raised her trident, and jumped at it to start doing battle. World of the Living, Germany, Funstein Fortress, Throne Room. Yawach sat in a dark fortress as he sat upon a throne on one thing that had happened in the last few days. The Quincy spirit of his grandson had severed his connection to said grandson, and he was slowly losing his eyes within the Siriidii. He was excited that his grandson had taken the warrior spirit that both Yawach and Misaki had. But he was too much like his daughter before he turned to the man not far away dressed in a military uniform. Get me the female Sternritter, he told him. Yes, sir, he said before he walked out. Yawach. After waiting for a while, 5 women of various ages walked in. The first was a slender young girl teenager with long, straight, dark brown hair and brown eyes. Her attire consists of a hooded cloak, a thigh-length trench coat, knee-high boots, a miniskirt, and black stockings with a red trim on her gloves and boots, a red heart-shaped belt buckle and a white cap with golden trimmings that features a black peak and an insignia emblazoned on its front. Her name was Bambietta Basterbine. Next to her was a tall and well-endowed young woman with long, light green hair, blue eyes, prominent eyelashes and thin, lightning bolt-shaped eyebrows. She was dressed in a double-breasted jacket, which she kept tied up to reveal her midriff and unbuttoned, and it looked like she removing the fabric on the sides to display her cleavage, and a pair of short shorts which were held up by a black belt with a green heart buckle attached to the side. She also wears a white cap on her head with gold trimmings, which features a black peak and the same insignia emblazoned on its front, and a pair of bulky shaft-heeled boots. This was Candace Catnip. Then was another teenage girl that had blue eyes and long, black hair extending down to her lower back, with 2 strands sticking up like antennae. Her attire consisted of a trench coat with long sleeves, white shoes, and black leggings along a small white cap, which featured a black peak and the same insignia emblazoned on its front and the side of her head, and she had a blue heart buckle on her waist. She goes by Giselle Gowell. Then there was a tall and well-endowed girl of a slender build. She was light-skinned with long wavy pink hair and short bangs that framed her forehead and green eyes. Like the others, she had a white cap with gold trimmings, which featured a black peak and the same insignia, and other than that, her clothing was a frilled skirt, frilled gloves, frilled boots, leggings, a belt with a heart-shaped buckle, a large purple bow with a white Wandenrake symbol around her neck. She was Meninas McAllan, and the final one was the shortest one, a petite young girl with chin-length blonde hair and purple eyes. Her clothing consisted of a skirt in place of the signature trench coat, gloves, patterned leggings, and the same white cap as the other woman, and she, like the others, had a heart buckle on her waist with hers being gold. She was Lil Tato Lampard. They all knelt in front of Yawach as Bambietta looked at him. You wanted us, my lord, she asked him. Yes, I have a critical mission for the 5 of you, he told them as a smile formed on his face. You are going to seduce my grandson and bring him over to our side, he told them. The women looked at each other before saying yes, my lord. The group of 6 walked through the underground corridors and past many doors, and each time they passed the door, the Shinigami of the group would go into a room and kill the hollow within, or they would mark the door and then move on to the next. I get that. That crazy bastard could do something like this, but what I want to know is why, Sakurako asked as they walked. Sakurako Kachiki, what have I told you about cursing? Hisana asked her daughter with a narrowed look. Ichigo hid his smile as he walked. What do you think is happening here, Ichigo? Momo asked as they turned another corner and heard another explosion. If I'm being honest, I don't know yet, but I have a guess, Ichigo said as they soon found a set of doors. All the hollows we passed were Aizen's old experiments that he was making. I don't know why, he told her as he looked at Byakuya, who nodded at him. The 2 of them reached out, took hold of the door's handles, and pulled it open, and what they found made everyone feel sick. There were massive glass canisters filled with some liquid with bodies floating within the fluid. Oh my god, Ichigo said as he looked around. Rukia and Momo looked shocked, and Hisana covered her mouth. What is this? Byakuya asked as they looked around the room. I think it's a lab, Momo asked as she felt disgusted that the man she looked up to did this. And when they looked closer, they found names on the canisters. When they read the names, Ichigo let out a sad sigh. I believe we found them, my lost seated officers, he said as Momo looked like she was going to be sick. Rukia, Momo, I'm going to call Yoruchi. And then when Renji meets up with us, she would have gathered enough people to watch the entrance until Urahara gets here and then no one in, he said as they nodded at him. What do you want us to do? Momo asked him. Ichigo looked at her, and saw that she was shaking. A little paler than usual. I want you to rest, as this has shaken you, and when you're ready go straight to Unohana and talk with her, Ichigo told her as she nodded. He then turned to Ruka. Head to the head caption and tell him what we found and that we will need a guard rotation on this building, he told her. Got it, Rukia said as they waited for Renji. After they took stock of the room, the red-haired man walked in. He looked shocked. Captain, what is this? He asked with a shiver as he looked around. The misguided ideas of a madman, Byakuya said as Momo looked down and Rukia put a hand on her shoulder. Let's get out of here, Ichigo said as the new group of 7 left the underground corridors. When they exited the building, they found Yoruchi, Suifong, and 2 members of the Amatsukido. How bad was it? Yoruchi asked as she looked past them and into the darkness below them, and when she heard only silence, she knew it was not good. I want this place under constant guard. No one goes in unless it is one of the captains until Kasuke Urahara gets here, Suifong told her men as they nodded and stood at either side of the entrance. Ichigo looked at his fellow captains and nodded. This has to be shared with the head captain, Ichigo said as the 2 nodded. I'll send the information on what we found to him right away, Rukia said as Ichigo nodded and ran off. I'll gather the division, Yoruchi said. Ichigo nodded as she walked off, and Momo went with her. 2 hours later, 5th Division, main building. With Rukia and Momo on either side, Ichigo looked down at his subordinate grimly. Ichigo stepped out and looked down at his gathered men and women. Thank you, Call, for coming here even if I had up you all on searching. But I have some grim news for you all, he told them as they looked amongst each other. As of 2 hours ago myself, along with both my lieutenants, Captain Kachiki and Lieutenant Abarai have found our remaining seated officers, and sadly they were not with us as they were killed, and had their ramens experimented on by the traitors, Ichigo told them as gasps filled the air. Kasuke Urahara has been informed on what has transpired, and he shall look over them, and after that, we will mourn them, and after that, we shall dispel the illusion, and we will search that building for all the secrets that Aizen has hidden within it. Ichigo them all as they all nodded. Now, we will start the mourning tomorrow. Until then I want you all to return to your jobs. And I know this information will make it hard for you, but I ask you to hold on until we can bring that bastard to justice, he said as everyone nodded and went about their jobs. But the air around them was just full of sadness and disappeared. As Ichigo, Rukia, and Momo entered their office and found each other at their desks, Momo looked at her captain. Do you think that they will be able to work past this? She asked him, but what Ichigo and Rukia heard was silent and in her question. I don't know, but if they talk with someone from the 4th, they will be able to speak with a counselor about the loss of a friend and be able to talk about what is affecting them, he told her as Momo nodded, and they started to fill out paperwork. The next day, Kachiki Manor, Byakuya and Hizana talked with Byakuya's grandfather while their daughter was shown around the manor. So you have returned to us, Hizana, the elderly man said as he looked at his granddaughter-in-law. I have, she said with a bow of her head. Can I ask where you were? He asked her. I was held captive by the former captain of the 5th, and where I was pregnant with my daughter Sakurako, Hizana told him. He narrowed his eyes. So that fool got the lady of the clan, he growled as he looked down at his fists before looking out, and seeing a made-up Sakurako around the open field. She has hollow abilities, you said, Byakuya, he asked as the clan head nodded. Yes, and I have asked Rukia, along with Captain Kurosaki, to help train her in her powers and taming her inner hollow, Byakuya said as the man nodded. That was a good idea, and I agree with what you have done with the old elders with them bringing shame to my son and daughter-in-law, Byakuya's grandfather told him with a stiff nod. Some maids brought in tea and biscuits as they watched Sakurako walk around the open area. So how have the investigations been going? The elder asked his grandson. They have been making solid progress with what they are finding, Byakuya said before a hell butterfly flew over to him and released its orders. All captains and lieutenants are to report to the meeting hall as soon as they are able, the head captain's voice said before the butterfly flew off. I have to go. All captains and lieutenants have been summoned, Byakuya said as his grandfather nodded. Hizana gave him a quick peck on the cheek before he walked out. As he left the manor, He met up with Renji, and the two walked in silence. Well, until Renji opened his mouth. "What do you think this is about, Captain?" he asked his captain. "I do not know, but I do know that Kisuke Urahara has returned to the Soul Society and has looked around the 12th. But that is all I know," he told the red-haired man. As the two walked, they met up with Ichigo, Momo, and Rukia, who were also making their way to the first A. "Hey you three, how are things?" Renji asked as the three turned to him. "We're doing alright, and the division is slowly going back to normal," Momo said, and Renji nodded. "That is understandable, considering how Aizen did his work," Byakuya said as they turned a corner. "I know, and we've mourned them, and Ichigo used his power on the rock to form a slab of rock and we've carved their names onto it so that they can be seen and honored," Momo told him as Byakuya turned to her. "And how are you handling the information that was brought forward, Lieutenant Hinamori?" he asked the woman. "With how all the information is coming to light, a part of me is still in denial and that part is getting smaller and smaller each day and I'm getting better with dealing with everything," Momo told him as Byakuya nodded at her as they walked. "Hey Ichigo, do you know why we're being called to the first?" Renji asked the newest captain, who shook his head. "No, but I do have a feeling that the 12th may be having a captain change back to Urahara," Ichigo said as Byakuya nodded. "I was thinking the same, but I would like to hear why you think that," he asked the younger captain. "Well, what I've learned is that nothing good can happen from Kurotuski, and with hearing about how one of the 5th's former seated officers went in and did not come back out is shocking enough," Ichigo told him as Byakuya nodded. "But other than that, it's the way he looks at me and my sisters, and I can't help think that he was planning something," he said as the head of the Kuchiki clan nodded. "That does make sense," Byakuya said as they continued waking. After a few minutes, they finally reached the first division. They walked into the meeting room and stood at their pots, with Renji behind Byakuya and Momo and Rukia standing behind Ichigo. But what confused them was that Urahara was already there and talking with the head captain. Once the other captain had ensued, they found that Kuratsuchi was not with them, but Nimi was. Now, as you can see, Kuratsuchi is not here, as Kisuke Urahara found evidence that he was not working for the Suriidi's best interest and has been sent back to the Mago's nest for the rest of his days, the head captain said as everyone nodded with him. "And with that said, I have made Kisuke Urahara the captain of the 12th once more," the leader of Goti 13 said. Everyone nodded as Urahara put on a captain's heiori but did not move to stand with the others. "But that is not why I have called you all here, as shocking news has come from the word of the living," Yamamoto said as Kamamura stepped forward. "What has transpired?" the wolfman asked them. Urahara stepped forward. "Has anyone here ever heard of Bounce?" he asked as people shook their heads, but Byakuya stepped forward this time. "I've read something that mentioned the word but nothing more," he said as Urahara nodded. "That is understandable, as we were the ones who created them and brought them to the edge of extinction along with the Quincy," he said as Ichigo raised a brow. "What do you mean?" he asked the man. "You see, back before I created the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, a group of Shinigami tried to make artificial souls, and it did not work in the way they wanted, but it worked nonetheless," Urahara said as everyone nodded. "These souls acted like a fusion of Quincy and Shinigami, like you, Ichigo," he said to the team. "If that was so, why were they killed?" Hitsugaya asked from where he stood. "They were slightly flawed in design, as unlike me, they did not think to use a soul as a base, so they used a body with an ever-dying soul as a base," he said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. "That would mean the Bounce would need to somehow replenish their spiritual energy," Ichigo said as Urahara nodded. "That's right. I had thought they were wiped out, but it looks like I was wrong," he said as Yamamoto looked at him. "Indeed, if this were when the 3 traitors were back here, I would have said to kill them and wipe them out. But maybe we can ask them to aid us," he said as the others nodded. "Captain Urahara, how long would it take you to make something to help the Bounce move forward?" the head captain asked. "A few days at least, a week at most," he said as he stood with the others. "I see, then where are the Bounce?" Yamamoto asked the 12th captain. "Karakura town," he said as everyone looked at each other as Ichigo stepped forward. "I offer to invest in this with the team," he said, and the head captain nodded. "Who will you bring with you?" he asked the orange-haired team. "My friends from Karakura, as it will give us more eyes on the situation, along with a select few from each division except the first, as you will need the strongest here to defend in case of something happens," Ichigo said as Yamamoto nodded. So I was thinking, Captain Suifoam, Lieutenant Kira, 7th seat Yamada of the 4th, both my lieutenants along with my 3rd seat Yorichi Shihoin, Lieutenant Abarai, Lieutenant Iba, Lieutenant Ayase, Lieutenant Hisagi, Lieutenant Matsumoto, 5th seat Ayasegawa of the 11th, Lieutenant Kuratsuchi, and 3rd seat Kotetsu of the 13th, Ichigo said as the head captain nodded. Explain these choices, he told Ichigo. Both Captain Suifoam and Yorichi are former partners, so they will be able to scout for the bounce. Lieutenant Kira along with Lieutenant Hisagi both need to learn how to handle situations like this and help fill the captain role for the moment, Ichigo said as both people who were mentioned nodded as they knew he was right. We will need a medic for this mission as we do not know what we are dealing with, so that is why I picked 7th seat Yamada. The others that I have mentioned have skills that we will need going agents to bounce, so that is why I picked them, and there is another reason why I picked Lieutenant Abarai. The hybrid said as everyone looked at him in wonder before he said something that threw everyone for a look. Permission to act as your stead in a captain's evaluation for Lieutenant Abarai. While on this mission, Ichigo said as Yamamoto opened his eyes and looked at Ichigo. If you are to do this, you must not act as his friend in this process but as his superior, he told Ichigo, who nodded. I understand, Ichigo said as he held out Sangetsu in its sealed form. The head captain nodded. Then you may, he said as Ichigo looked over to a shocked Renji, who had his mouth open. Lieutenant Abarai, you shall be judged by the captains of the 2nd and 5th along with the former captain of the 2nd, and if you pass, you shall be given the title captain of the 9th. Am I understood? He told Renji, who turned to the old man and nodded. Then Captain Kurosaki, off with your team and find out what you can and deal with the ones that want to harm the Soul Society, he told them as Hitsugaya stepped forward. I know that you did not need to know this, but Ranjiku is moving down to the 3rd seat soon, and the former Captain Shiba is going to be my lieutenant, he said as Yamamoto nodded. I see, and that is good. We gain more strength with that one change in 3rd seat Matsumoto, Yamamoto called out to Ranjiku, who turned to him. This will be your last mission as a lieutenant, so I expect you to perform to your best, and if I hear good things from you, I might have you keep your lieutenant badge if you wish, but not of the 10th but of the 13th, if you want it, he told him. But she bowed at him. That's all right, sir. I'll stay at the 10th if that's okay, she said as he nodded. Then head out, he said as he banged his cane on the ground. 3 hours later, Senkamin Gate. Ichigo and his team were waiting at the gate as Urahara walked over. I've made sure that each of your homes has something to find the bounce, a mod soul, so when you're on the look, make sure that you keep them with you at all times. And here is the last piece of advice, he said as he looked at them all. Make sure that if you sense someone with high spiritual pressure, you keep an eye on them so that they are not made a target for the bounce, he told them. Got you, Ichigo said as the gates started to open, and everyone started to run through them, with the hell butterflies following them. Do you think it was a good idea to send them? Ishin asked as he stood behind Urahara. I do not know, and only time will tell in the end, Kisuke said as he watched the gates close. But I do know one thing. That group there will start the changes that are needed to bring down Aizen, he said as Ishin nodded. Got you. Now then, I'm off to see my daughters, he said as he walked to the 5th. Good luck, Urahara said as he returned to the 12th. Shoji doors materialized in the clinic's living room, and Ichigo's assembled team emerged. Their determined gazes swept the room as they prepared for their mission. We're here to find a powerful soul that has been causing disturbances in the world of the living, Ichigo replied. Yorichi and Suifoam will scout the areas that Kisuke had told us about. While they do that, everyone else will split up and look around town. Chad, you, Lieutenant Hisagi, and Lieutenant Kira will use your apartment as a base of operations, Ichigo explained. Understood, Ichigo, the large man nodded, and the 2 lieutenants nodded in unison, a sign of their unity and readiness to work together. Lieutenant Matsumoto, you are going to be bunking with Orihime and Lieutenant Ayase, he told the 3 as Orihime nodded at him. Yuryu, you take Lieutenant Iba along with Yumachika, Ichigo said to Quickney, who nodded. Right, he said as Tetsuzuman nodded at him, while Yumachika rolled his eyes. Renji, you and Hanataro head to Urahara's and with 3rd seat Kotetsu, he instructed, trusting Renji's leadership. Rukia, Momo, Lieutenant Kuratsuchi, and I will use my home as our base, he said, confident in their abilities. Right, then now that is sorted out, Here is where everyone is going to be searching, Ichigo said as he pulled out a map of the town. Chad, Lieutenant Hisagi, and Lieutenant Kira, your Group 1. Your group shall check out Mishiba. And if you see anything that is of note, make sure that keep a record of it before going to see what is going on, Ichigo told them as the three nodded as the three got into Gigi and walked out of the clinic. Oriheim, Lieutenant Ise, Lieutenant Matsumoto, you three are Group 2 and shall check out Sakurabashi, Ichigo informed the three women, who nodded and started to make their way out. You three are Group 3 and will be looking around Kitakawa's, he told Yuryu, Tetsuzuman, and Yumichika. Understood, and I have a question. What if I run into my father? Ichigo asked as he looked at Yuryu. If you want to tell him what you found out, you can, but I will not force you, he said to his cousin. Thank you, Yuryu said as he walked out. The two Shinigami followed him as Ichigo turned to Rinji. But the red-haired man held up a hand. Us three are Group 4, I'm guessing, he asked Ichigo. That's right. You're going to check out Kinagaya. Know that your mission is your captain's exam, so I want you to know that Yoruchi Suifong, and I will be evaluating you when this happens during the conclusion of this mission, Ichigo told him as both women he mentioned turned to Rinji. And while you have gained your Bankai, I do not think that is its true form, Yoruchi said as Rinji looked confused. I know what you must be thinking, but I know what it feels like, as my Zanpakuto gave me a fake Shurikai and fake Bankai. So look within yourself on this mission and learn to see if your Bankai is real or is it a fake, she told him. Yes, ma'am, Rinji said before turning to Suifong, who looked him dead. While on this mission, I want you to show me that you have what it takes to be a Godi captain. And what that means to you, she told him as Rinji looked confused, and when he was going to ask, I will not spell it out for you. You have to know what it means to you, Suifong told him before she and Yoruchi left the clinic. And from me, I want to know if you can defend until the last man, Ichigo said as Rinji looked at him. When Rinji opened his mouth, Ichigo cut him off. And make sure that everyone under your care comes back alive. You have resources, so use them, he told the man, who nodded and walked out, with Hanataro and Kion following him. And where are we looking, Ichigo? Momo asked her captain. We're going to look around Minamikawa's, he told her as she nodded. The three still in the clinic went upstairs to prepare for their search. Late at night, Kasazaki, Yoruchi, in her cat form, was running with Suifong next to her as they chased something that they could feel was close to them. Do you feel that, my little bee? She asked her former student. Yes, Yoruchi-sama, Suifong said as a woman singing filled the air around them. Be careful, Yoruchi said as they turned a corner into a train yard. They found that the one singing was a tall woman with chest-length brown hair covering her forehead and a large, leftward-facing bang, pale violet eyes, and thin eyebrows. She wears red lipstick and a faded green dress with a popped collar encircled by a red tie ending in a flat edge and purple frills lacing the bottom. The dress is divided into two halves, gently curving away from each other at the front of her midsection, and is colored maroon in a bra-like portion over her breasts, with the section below this being colored orange-gray instead. Underneath this, she wears a short, dark shirt that leaves her midriff bare, blue-gray pants, a light gray arrow pointing downward at her crotch at the front of the waist, and plain brown shoes. And walking towards her was a train driver in a trance, walking towards her like he was in a trance. When the driver was face to face with the woman, she raised her mouth to his neck and started to breathe in, and that is when both Shinigami jumped in, with Yoruchi turning into her true form as she knocked away the woman from the driver. You shouldn't interrupt two adults, especially when they are consenting, the woman told Yoruchi, who scoffed at the woman. I very much doubt that he gave you consent to devour his soul, she told her back as Suifong got ready, but the woman smiled at them. Now this is an unfair fight, so I'll be off, she said as she jumped away. As the Petit Shinigami was going to give chase, Yoruchi stopped her. No, we have the data that we need, and our foe is on the run, she said as Suifong turned to her former sensei. And it looks like she is quite good at it, so we'll return to the others for now, she said as Suifong nodded. The two sped back to the clinic. When they find Nimi looking over a report, Momo and Rukia look at a map, and Ichigo is cooking food. We found one of the bounce, Yoruchi said as Ichigo approached her. Momo, he said as the brown-haired woman set up a projector to show the other team members. And when they all looked at Ichigo, who looked at Yoruchi, what have you found, he asked her. First, so that everyone knows, when Kisuke was both the captain of the 12th and the head of the Shinigami Research and Development Institute, he found something that would then lead him to discovering the bounce existence, Yoruichi said as everyone nodded at her. At the moment they are small in number, and are like a quincy. Even if they are an invention of some Shinigami scientists before Kisuke turned the 12th into what it is now, and after going over his research, it was found that they, like Quincy, are born human, but have the ability to eat the souls to live longer, and there has been no limit to how old a bound can get, unlike a Quincy can die, Yoruichi said as Yuri rubbed his chin. So they can't die? Renji asked as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. No, they can keep their eternal life so long as they continue to feast on the souls. But they normally do this to pluses. The woman that me and Sui Feng encountered was not doing that, she said as Ichigo looked at her. She was trying to take the soul from a living person, she told them as Ichigo started to think up ideas. Before more could be said, a sensation opened. Urahara walked out, and behind him was a small group of stuffed animals. One of them was Khan. Next to him was a pink rabbit. Then there was a yellow bird in a blue raincoat, a turtle in a suit, a pink rabbit-esque purse, a gray dog with a cape, and the last one was a pale blue dinosaur. No one said anything as Oriheim cocked her head. That is some hobby you have, Mr. Urahara, she said as Yoruichi started to descend into giggles. But he just smiled. Why thank you, Oriheim. Now then, the reason for the plushies, they are mod souls that I have added a bounce sensor to, so when you're out looking, take them with you so they can help you find the bounce. And with saying that I have upgraded Khan and Chappie, he said as the last of the mod souls walked out the Senkamin. And he walked back, thought it. And it was then the small group of plushies looked off in one direction. Ichigo, Khan said as he exited his body with Ruka and Momo doing the same. We'll go after the bound, as we have the mod souls, and then in the morning we'll spit up the mod souls, he said. The others nodded, and the captain and lieutenants of the 5th followed the mod souls to the bounce. They heard singing as they reached the central part of town. It's near now, take that left over there, Khan said as the 3 Shinigami turned left. They found the woman, and she was ready to take the soul of another woman. I would stop if I were you, Ichigo said as he touched Zangetsu's sealed form while Rukia and Momo got ready. So they sent 3 Shinigami this time, and a captain at that. The Bount told them as the woman she was drinking from woke up and ran away. And the Bount did the same thing as the 3 Shinigami gave chase. So they are like the Quincy and have their own high-speed movement technique, Ichigo said as Momo nodded. It's not as fast as Outshunpa, but it is fast, Rukia said as the woman turned another corner. Soon, they cornered her into a construction yard that had a high wall that blocked off any exit. I do not want to kill you, so please do not force my hand, Ichigo said as he released Zangetsu into Shiki. So, what are you doing here? He asked her, as she stepped away from a wall. She looked at him, and he looked back at her. Very well, ask your questions, she said. Why are you here? Ichigo asked her. I am here gathering my strength to stop someone. Another of my kind, she said as Momo raised a brow. Another Bount, she asked her. So, you know what I am? She asked them as they nodded at her. Then you must know that my ex-husband is planning something that will bring a war to the Soul Society, she told them as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Is it because the Bounts were hunted and killing by the Shinigami? Ichigo asked as the woman nodded. Yes, but I do not want to follow that plan, she said as Rukia looked at her. You want to stop this plan, she said as the woman nodded. Ichigo narrowed his eyes at her before nodding and sealing Zangetsu back up. I know you're telling the truth, he said, and the woman looked shocked. How, Ichigo? Momo asked as she let go of Tobium. It's a Shiba thing that I inherited from my old man, Ichigo said as Rukia looked curious. I'll explain later, so can we get a name? He asked the Bount. Yoshino Soma, she told them as Ichigo approached her. I'm Catbane Ichigo Kurosaki, he said as he held his hand out to her. She looked at his hand and then back at him before accepting it, and a jolt of energy flowed through her body before she let go of it. What did you just do? Yoshino asked as she moved her finger claw over her bracelet. Thanks to being someone who will someday rule over the Soul Society, I have the limited power to look at someone's soul, and when I looked at yours, I saw that you wanted to live and stop someone from the evil path they are on. So I used you the upgrade to alter your soul, he told her, as she looked amazed. What? She asked him in a quiet voice. Now you can pass on the bloodline of the Bounts, he said as he turned around and smiled as he could hear the slight sound of tears falling on the ground. Thank you, she said to him as Ichigo turned to her with a gentle smile. Don't worry about it. Do you want help dealing with that other bounty? He asked Yoshino, who nodded. Yes, she said as the four of them walked off, and they failed to see that they were being watched by someone on top of one of the buildings. It was a man who looked to be in his early 50s. He was dressed in a black suit, had long black hair tied back in a high ponytail, and had a beard with a gray stripe. On his finger was a golden ring with a flame pattern and the same symbol that Yoshino's claw finger had. Kariya is not going to like that his ex-wife is teaming up with the Shinigami, the man said as he walked away. But then, he has no leg to stand on as he has a Shinigami within our ranks, he said before disappearing into the night. The next day, Kurosaki Clinic. Yoshino was at the table with Yoruichi and Suifeng as the two women wrote down the information that they were getting. And that is all I know, she said as Yoruichi nodded and started to look over everything before she narrowed her eyes at something. What is it? Ichigo asked as he walked downstairs with a towel around his shoulders. The enemy has a plan to use a Quincy to open the portal between the worlds, and they have been in contact with a group of female Quincy, she said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. So it seems that my grandfather is starting to play his hand, he said, and Yoruichi nodded. So it seems, but I do not know the names of the Quincy, as Kariya did not want us to know about them. But I do know that one of them went under surgery from a male to a woman, and I do not mean transgender. They somehow made this man into a woman, Yoshino said as Ichigo looked both amazed and shocked. I'm not even going to ask how he did that, but the main question I have is what they plan on doing, Ichigo said as he rubbed his chin. But before more questions could be asked, the clinic's phone went off, and Ichigo answered it. Hello, he said. Captain Kurosaki, my group is on the trail of a bounty at the moment. We'll give the location once we find him, the vice president of Izuru told him. Alright, but be careful. The bounts, as you know, have something like our Zanpakuto, and we do not know what the doll of this bount is, he told the man. Understood, we will proceed with caution, Izuru said before he hung up. The orange-haired teen turned to the others. Group 3 has located another bount, he said as Yoshino tried to imagine who it could be. Can you tell us about the other bounts that this Kariya has working for him? Yoruichi asked her. I don't know how many he has under his control. The number could be a handful, or it could be a lot more than that, she said as Yoruichi nodded. I see, she muttered as she looked down at the document she and Suifeng were making about what Yoshino had told him. Before more could be said, the phone went off again. It's a man with the ability to turn things to snakes, and here is our location, Izuru said as Ichigo nodded. Alright, Renji's group is the closest to yours. I'll send him right away, Ichigo said. Understood, Captain, the lieutenant said to him. He hung up once more, and so the teen called Renji. Yes, Renji asked into the phone. Head to the following location as Group 3 is engaging a bout in battle and your group is closest to them, Ichigo said before giving the location. Got it, we're heading out now, and Rin just said that he got the signal, coming from that location, so I'll send more information once I know, Renji told him. Right, and I have been told that he can control snakes, Ichigo told the man on the other end of the line. Understood, Renji said before hanging up. That is when Yoshino spoke up. If there's a man who can control snakes, it's Ryo Utagawa, who has the doll called Fried, a snake, she told them. What's your doll if you don't mind me asking? Momo asked as she helped plate up breakfast. Gerda, a fire elemental, Yoshino said to them as she held up her finger claw. And this is him in his sealed form, she told them as Ichigo looked at the claw. Before they could say more, the phone went off once more. Yes, he asked. The man escaped, but he said something that made me stop, Yuria said as he was on the other end of the line this time. What is it? Ichigo asked him. He said that the soul of Quincy is something that he has been wanting to taste for revenge for a while now, he told Ichigo, who narrowed his eyes. So I've got a stupid plan, Yuria said as the orange-haired teen narrowed his eyes even more. How stupid are we talking here? Ichigo said as the woman in the clinic with him looked confused. Asano level of stupid, he told him back as Ichigo let out a heavy sigh. I know we have Yoshino on our side now, but I have a plan to capture a bounty, and have them say what the plan this Kariya is and how they will achieve it, Yuri informed him. And who is going to be acting as the bait? Ichigo asked. I am, as I'm the only fully blooded Quincy that we have in our team, so I will appear helpless in the hospital and you and everyone else can be stationed outside and within the room, Yuri said as Ichigo sighed. I don't like this plan, but at this moment, it's the best we have, Ichigo said, releasing another heavy sigh. Alright, but we have to make it look convincing, so as soon as you don't like it, you're going to have to be roughed up a bit, Ichigo told him. Right, how are we going to achieve that? He asked Ichigo, who looked at the two ninjas. Did you forget that we have two ninjas on our team? He asked as Yoruichi and Suifeng stood up. That I did, and tell them that I need my glasses, Yuri said as he hung up. Ichigo looked at both women. Yuri has a crazy plan that will draw out the bounce so we can capture one and question them on Korea's plan, Ichigo told them as Suifeng narrowed her eyes. So you two have to make it look like Yuri has gotten some injuries somehow, and they have to look convincing, he told them as both women nodded and left. Seoul Society, Suriidai, 12th Division, Data Center. Shunsui, Yukitake, and Urahara were standing in front of a computer as they looked over data sent to the team had them last night. This seems that they want to make their way into the Seoul Society. But how, that is the question, Shunsui said as he watched as Urahara pressed some keys. I do not know, but why would they want to come back here? They were driven out for a reason, Urahara said as he pressed some more keys. And then something shocked him. Access denied, he read as he looked at the screen as a bar for a password appeared. How long would it take for you to get past that? Shunsui asked the 12th captain. A few hours at most, he said as she turned to another screen and started typing oncoming codes as a loading bar appeared. When that bar fully loads, we should be able to get the information that was stored, he said as the two other men with him nodded. After a few seconds, another screen lit up as words started to be typed onto it. So we have some more information available to us, Urahara said as he looked at the words and read from them. Okay, so the Bounce have rallied under one banner, and they are being led by a Jean Korea, who wants to use Quincy, whom Yawatch had sent to Japan to open a way into the Seoul Society, he added as the others narrowed their eyes. So is the Mad King of the Quincy are aiding the Bounce, Yukitake said with narrowed eyes. I don't think so, but we can't rule it out just yet, Shunsui said as he looked at the report on the screen. I'll go check out the Derishikero and see if I can get any more information, Yukitake said, and the other men nodded as he walked out. Shunsui looked at Urahara with a smile. I have to say, it was better working with you than it was working with Mayuri. He would always say that you have to go through the proper channels and not do his job as a captain or, if I'm being honest, a father, he said to the man. The man in the bucket sighed. I should have never let him out of the maggot's nest, Urahara said with a deep sigh. Hey, things happen that you could not know that he would become the man he became, Shunsui told him as Urahara nodded. You're right, he said before looking back at the screen and seeing that the bar had fully loaded, the password had been filled in, and a new screen had appeared. Alright, let's see what we got, Urahara said as he looked at the screen. So the Bounce create a special residue that, in the right circumstances, can affect space, he said as he read from the screen with narrowed eyes. That means it can form a tunnel from two planes of reality to another, Urahara said as Shunsui looked surprised. So that means the world of the living and the Seoul Society, he said, but Urahara shook his head. No, it would connect the world of the living to Hueco Mundo, and that would mean countless hollows would flood the world of the living. But that means that with the time we used to send Shinigami to the world of the living, it would already too late, and we would not have enough power to deal with them, Urahara told him as the Shunsui. But that is only one possibility that we know right now, he added. How much of a possibility? Shunsui asked the other captain. 50%, he answered the man. Ichigo and his team gathered around the dinner table as Yoshino told them where the bounty's locations were and their numbers. And that is all I could get when I started going against them, she told them as Ichigo rubbed his chin. We need to know more about this mansion, and we need to know it now, Ichigo declared, his eyes fixed on the map with a single pin. So what is our move, Captain Kurosaki? Kion asked as she looked at the map. I know that I keep calling on the two of you, Ichigo said, his gaze unwavering as Yoruichi and Suifeng stood up, ready for the task. Say no more, Ichigo, Yoruichi said. But do tell us what you need, Suifeng added. I want a layout of that mansion, every entrance and exit, every possible point that we could be spotted and ways around them. And while Yoshino has given us a rough number of them, I want an exact amount, Ichigo instructed, the gravity of the mission hanging in the air. And for everyone else, the mission is the following. Make them think that Yoshino has not told us about the mansion, and be on the watch for hollows, so I want everyone here doing their bit, he informed them all, the secrecy of their plan palpable. Understood, everyone said as both ninjas walked out, and that was when Yuryu's phone went off. What is it? Chad asked as he and his group started to stand up. Yuryu looked at his phone. My father, we want to talk with me, he told them as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. Go, the captain said as Quincy nodded and headed out. Then we're on the lookout for hollows, Izuru said to Yumachika, who nodded and the two headed out. 2 hours later, Yuryu's house. Yuryu sat at his kitchen table. Across from him sat a middle-aged man of average height who appeared quite fit. He wore thin, frameless glasses and a plain gray suit with a light blue shirt and a tie adorned with Quincy crosses. He had narrow blue eyes and was fair-skinned with white hair. Hello, father, what can I do for you? Yuryu asked the man who looked over at his son. I want to know why you are aiding the Shinigami. The people who killed my father, your grandfather, he asked his son. But the look on his face showed that he did not care. I'm making sure to live a life that grandfather wanted. A life where Shinigami and Quincy can work and even live together, Yuryu told his father. So you are following the ideals of a senile old man, the older Quincy said as he reached for a cigarette. At his son's scowl, he stopped. But I want to know what happened at the hospital last night, he told his son. A Bount was after us for some reason. And we found out he said before his father looked at his son, cutting him off. A Bount you said, he asked his son, who nodded. I see, he muttered as he looked out the window. Yuryu narrowed his eyes at his father. What do you know? He asked him. The older man looked over to his son before sighing. Your grandfather told me about how some of the Bounts wanted to return to their original home back in the Soul Society. But one Bount spoke out that it was a bad idea. But that one voice failed to persuade the others away from it, and so the Bounts created a Senkamin, one similar to the one that Shinigami use, that connected to Soul Society. But as they lacked the ability to manipulate Reisure, that prevented their Senkamin from both working and converting their bodies to Reisure upon entry into the Soul Society. The older Quincy explained to his son, who nodded and made to take note of everything his father was saying. So this led them to seek the assistance of the Quincy with our Reishi manipulating abilities to accomplish this. Our king, Yawach, said that it sounded interesting, but one of the closet to his only daughter said that it was a bad idea, and thus both of them told the rest, and the Quincy refused to help the Bounts, resulting in the two going to war. The white-haired man finished telling his son. Yuryu ensured he kept the information safe before something came to him. Wait, I knew that Masaki Kurosaki was his daughter. But how old was she? He could not help but ask. She was born around 1800, if not earlier. It was thanks to her being the granddaughter of the Soul King, so that age meant nothing to her. Only death would end her, the man said as Yuryu nodded quietly. Now then, back to the Bounts. I am telling you as your father to stay away from them, as they will lead you to your death, he told his son, who scoffed. Oh, now you act like my father and not my boss, Yuryu said as he pulled out his spirit weapon and showed it to his father. This happened when I followed my grandfather's dream about uniting the Quincy and Shinigami. This is my Geist Totenbogen, and they are like the Zanpakuto of the Shinigami, he told his father, who looked at the Gothic cross necklace around his son's arm. He then turned to look at his son. I see, was all he said. And just to let you know, father, our king has already sent aid to the Bounts, Yuryu told his father, whose eyes shot wide. What? He asked his son. Yawach has sent a group of 5 female Quincy to help the Bounts make their way into the Soul Society, he explained, and his father cursed. What is it? He asked. The 5 female Quincy are known as the Bambis. Each of those 5 has been given a script from Yawach himself to make them stronger. They are Lil Tato Lampard with G, the Glutton, Meninus McAllan who has P, the Power, Candace Catnip with the power of T, the Thunderbolt, Giselle Goel who has Z, the Zombie, the man said as Yuryu was quick to make a note of everything that his father was saying. And finally you have their leader Bambietta Basturbine, she had the power of E, the Explode. These girls are a unit of the Sternritter, and part of the Wandenrake, he told his son who looked confused. Sternritter, Wandenrake, what the hell are they? He asked his father. The Wandenrake is the army under Yawach to make sure that they can destroy the balance of life and death. And they have a secret location that I have been searching for so I can infiltrate and take down them, But so far, I have had no luck, the man said as Yuria looked shocked. As for the Sternritter, they are an order of mighty Quincy who serves as the Wandenrake's leading combatants, and each one of them has been given a script from Yawatch, and he has, from what I understand, 26 of them under his control, the older Quincy told his son. I see, Yuria said as he looked out his window. Late at night, Karakura shopping district. Two women walked around the shopping district as they moved from shop to shop. The first was Ichigo's former teacher. She wore dark blue jeans, a dark red shirt with the number 5 in black, a black leather jacket over her shoulders, and dark brown boots. The other was a tall, curvy, fair-skinned woman with brown eyes. Her raven hair, which reaches her upper back, has bangs that part to the left of her face. It is styled in a ponytail with a purple scrunchie. She wore a white t-shirt with long purple sleeves, tight black pants with a buckle belt, and black rubber boots. So how have things been, Ikumi? I heard your son is getting on well in school, the teacher asked the now named Ikumi, rolling her eyes. Keiru's fine, but I wish that he would not think that he has to be strong for my sake, Ikumi said with a sigh. Misato, I just can't wait until he's in high school, where he meets a nice girl, and so he can start putting his attention on her, she added as Misato smiled. But at the same time you don't want that, do you? She said as her friend rolled her eyes. Yes, I know, but still, Ikumi said before something that sent a shiver down Misato's spine. Roar. It was a wail, but one that Misato remembered from the 5 months that Ichigo and his friends had disappeared from the world of the living. It was both the roar and the wail of a hollow close to them. What the was that? Ikumi asked as he looked around. Misato's headshot to her friend. You heard that? She asked as Ikumi nodded before she saw someone in the sky. She did not think she would see Ajin until her death. Or not even then. Is that Dash? Ikumi said as she pointed, but Misato grabbed her hand and pulled it down. That was one of my former students, and he is currently doing his job, she said as Ikumi looked confused. Follow me, she said as Misato followed Ichigo, and for some reason she could sense where he was as she led her friend towards where she would find Ichigo. And when she found him, she saw him fight a hollow. The hollow had dark gray skin and looked like a shark with a long scorpion tail, while the mask on this hollow looked like a monkey. So what is your name? Ichigo asked as he took hold of Zangetsu's sealed form. I am Delta, the hollow said in a female voice as he looked at Ichigo. And if I'm not mistaken, you are the newest captain of Goti, Ichigo Kurosaki, the next Soul King, Delta said to Ichigo, who narrowed his eyes at the hollow. That's right. But how did you know that? He asked the shark hybrid hollow. Who do you think told us? She asked as more hollows showed up. One looked like a lion, one looked like a tiger, and the last one looked like a leopard. I see, so Aizen has given you the information, Ichigo said as he drew Zangetsu and Diablo Luna. Now, I was just going to purify your souls, but it's going to be different, he said as he shot forward and cut down the lion and tiger hollows. Both women watch in amazement at what they are watching, with Ichigo showing off his skills in dispatching the hollows and how he was fighting 2 hollows simultaneously. The shark hybrid and leopard jumped at Ichigo, who stabbed the blade of Zangetsu into the ground and then pointed Mon Ritter at the leopard hollow. The gem glowed as it shot a small arrow into the hollow, disintegrating it. That was cool, Ikumi said as she watched in awe at his skills. But then Misato saw that Delta sank into the floor and started swimming around with only her fins showing. Ichigo, she called out as the shark approached him. The teen's eyes shot wide as he jumped over the fin before taking hold of it and pulling the shark out of the water. How are you doing this? Delta asked him as she looked into Ichigo's eyes and saw that they were hollow gold. Now then, I would like the answers that I would like, Ichigo said as the 2 women looked shocked at what Ichigo was doing. That is your student, Ikumi asked as she watched as the hollow cowered in the teen's presence. And that's all I know, Delta said as Ichigo looked the hollow in the eye before holding his hand. Zangetsu flew out of the ground and into his open hand before he killed the hollow. So, is running into hollows a favorite pastime you have or something? Ichigo asked Misato. Before she could say anything, Ikumi turned to the orange-haired teen. I'm sorry. Who are you? She asked him. The teen looked at her before standing straight. I am Ichigo Kurosaki, captain of the 5th Division of the Goti 13 and the Soul Prince, he said. The women looked amazed, and Misato looked confused about something. What do you mean by Soul Prince? She asked him. I am the heir of Hao, the Soul King, the one that governs all the souls in the afterlife, and being named his heir, Ichigo informed his former teacher. Now that is information that my master would want to know, a male voice said as Ichigo turned to see. It was a tall, tan, skinny man with a distinctive face. He had a slight goatee on his chin, some sideburns, and a bushy afro. He typically wore shades, never revealing his eyes. His forehead scar slightly resembled a diagonal omega sign. He was dressed as a gentleman, wearing a top hat, trousers, and a black afro. His coat's inner linings were yellow and orange. The cravat tied between his jacket and around his neck was blue, and in his hand was a cane with a skilled handle. The two women looked at the man in confusion about how this man could appear out of nowhere. But what caught Ichigo's attention was the markings on the skill cane. So what is a bound doing here? Ichigo asked as he held Zangetsu tightly. Oh, I was sent by Korea to look for the traitor Yoshino. But then I found you and found out that you are the heir to the Soul King, the man said as he looked at Ichigo before he looked over to the two women. But here I find you talking with two excellent meals, he said as he moved forward as Ichigo. In one movement, he sheathed Zangetsu and pulled out and held out Diablo Luna. The man looked at the Hoja Alma with a raised brow. I see, so that is like the swords and weapons that Shinigami's forces use, he said as Ichigo narrowed his eyes. What do you mean by that? He asked as the man looked at Ichigo before smiling. Now then, I don't think I introduced myself, the man said as he bowed at the captain of the fifth with the two women. Ram Zohuna, and allow me to introduce my doll, Ram said as he held up his staff. Doll? Ikumi asked Ram before seeing that Ichigo was tensing his body, waiting for the bound to release his doll. Sage Dike. Schneesturm, he called out as he slammed his ken into the ground. As the staff started to hover off the ground, the wind began to spin around the cane. Ice and snow started to form around it, and two arms started to form with clawed fingers. A spiked beard of ice formed around the skull, with a thicker layer of ice over it, and a cape formed from the snow. Rocks and concrete started to gather with the wind as it formed over its feet, making boots along with armor over its shoulders. Schneesturm turned to his bound with a raised brow. Why have you called me out? He asked. We need to capture that captain so that we have a better way into the Soul Society. So if you could, Ram said as he pointed at Ichigo. Alright, Schneesturm told his master as he held out his hand. Ice started to form around him with small humanoid impish creatures with clawed hands and feet. They started to hiss at Ichigo as stood in defense of the two women, and the teen coated his hollow sword in flames as he cut down the creatures. Ikumi and Misato were shaken as the ice creatures and the teen cut them down. But each time he cut one down, they would reform back up each time he cut them down. Schneesturm can summon minions for him to order around, Ram told Ichigo as the three moved into the open as they moved and started to run. Or rather, Ichigo picked up both women and started running off to a construction site. But sadly, was this supposed to aid you in some way? Ram asked them as he appeared behind them. Yes, Ichigo said as he put down both women and turned his opponent as Schneesturm summoned more minions. Do you know anything about my swords and ring? He asked Ram, who looked confused along with the two women. No, and why does that matter? The bound asked the teen. It's simple. My soul follows a theme, you see, Ichigo said. The woman looked interested. My ring, Mon Ritter, represents God's angle that guarded the gates of heaven. My Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, is that angle when he fell and started his rebellion, Ichigo said as he held his Hoja Alma out before turning to the blade tip to his chest. The three people watching him had their eyes shot wide. Do you mean to tell me that your hollow side is the devil? Ram asked Ichigo. The teenager smiled at the bound. Let me show you, Ichigo said as he moved the tip of Diablo Luna to his chest. Punish the guilty, Ichigo said as he pushed the blade into his chest, and his eyes started to glow golden yellow. Diablo Luna, he finished calling out as he released a torrent of spiritual power that created tremendous gusts of wind, while he was covered in pitch-black spiritual energy. When the black energy faded, it showed that Ichigo had changed. Ichigo's form had changed with his orange hair becoming long and straight, and like his bankai, it reached down to his waist, and a hollow hole decorated with markings stretching from the hole across his chest and shoulders. He had retractable claws on his fingertips and toes, small, furry red tufts, two starting from his collarbone and stretching around his neck and one each on his wrists and ankles, white skin. And he had two long forward-pointing horns with black strips extending from their center towards the tips. In his hand, A dado with a curved tip and 3 spikes form along the tip of the blade and form within his left hand. The cross guard has 4 prongs bent out to create the shape of the manji. Ichigo's robe is replaced with a long-sleeved, ankle-length shihakusho with red lining, closed at his chest and left to flare out into ragged ends, like his bankai. The teen cracked his neck as he looked around before he looked at Schneesturm. Then the teen moved forward so fast that no one could follow. When he drove through all the ice minions, it looked like he blinked out of existence for a split second, and then he reappeared in front of the doll. And when he did, all the minions were destroyed, turning to shards of ice around him. The teen looked up at the doll as crimson energy formed between his horns. "Is that a Schneesturm move now?" Ram called out to his doll. The ice doll moved its head out of the way before Ichigo released a Zero that destroyed Schneesturm's arm as it turned a beam. Ichigo jumped into the air around his sword. Flames formed around it as Schneesturm tried to block the attack with his hand. But the teen cut off the doll's arm, and it fell to the floor and shattered onto the ground. Schneesturm started to reform his as Ichigo turned around in the air before jumping at the head of the doll. "After some of the things that I've taken from you, now it's time for me to turn you to dust," Ichigo said in his double-layered voice as he started to put another Zero within his horns. He pointed it point-blank at the head of Schneesturm. "No, you don't have to do this," Ram told Ichigo as he saw the Zero growing in power. "No, to save the Soul Society from you and your group, I do what I must," he said as the teen shot out the Zero into the head of Schneesturm. Thus, when the Zero turned into the beam, it destroyed the head of the doll. Ram fell to his knees as, clutched his head, and started to grunt in pain. And both women came out of hiding and watched this happen. "What's happening to him?" Ikumi asked as Ram started to writhe in pain on the floor before he exploded into dust. "Oki, what was that?" she asked the teen as he returned to normal. "He was a Bount, and this one could have been around for hundreds of years devouring the souls of those of the dead for an unknown amount of time," Ichigo explained to the two of them before he looked up to the sky and saw that the moon was high in the sky. "I'd best make sure that the two of you can get home safe," he said as he started to help the two women home. 2 hours later, after Ichigo had made sure that Ikumi had got home, he walked his former teacher home with her guiding him as he walked with her in a jigai. "So how are you in a body, Misato?" asked him after minutes of unease and silence as they walked. "When I left to get to my job, my body became something called a jigai. Something that my soul can inhabit while here in the world of the living," he said as Misato nodded. "What is a Bount?" she asked him. "A Bount is a human with spiritual powers, like a Quincy, like Urya and his father, but they can live for eternity if they devour the souls of the dead," Ichigo told her as they reached the house. "But they are now targeting the living," he told her as they got to her dude, and the teacher froze on the spot. "He was going to kill me?" Misato asked him. Ichigo nodded, and the teacher could not help the tears that flowed down her face as she sank to her knees. The teen opened his mouth, but the high school teacher looked up. "Why?" she asked him as Ichigo helped her into her house. When they entered the reincarnation cycle, they managed to be reborn as someone in the world of the living as a new soul with new powers, Ichigo said as he left his former teacher over to her couch. But they were born with powers that could make them immortal. But in doing so made them a treat to the ballets of the world, he told her as she nodded at him. "So they want to do what now?" she asked her former student. "I don't know, but I do know that it means breaking a barrier between the two worlds, the world of the living and the Soul Society. So as one of the guards of the Soul Society, it is my job to make sure that it is defended from their evil," Ichigo told her as she nodded and hugged him close. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the Blaze Ninja Zero for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.